We'll do it live. Okay. Okay. I think this is working now. I've got a story to share with you, but I'll save that for in a moment. Right now, this moment, on this day, there is no sun today. There is no sun today. It is a dark and dreary day. The sun has gone away. Sun has a day off today. So I'm solo on my stream. And we'll just have to muddle through. We'll have to do the best we can. So hello and welcome. It is episode 3 of our live HH free to play challenge account stream. It's not a scheduled stream. I expect most people aren't expecting it. I expect most people aren't expecting it. I did say that. But I'm back and I'm raring to go. I had a day off yesterday, had a family event where we went to our good friend's baby shower. It was wonderful to see them and then hang out with them. They stayed with us overnight. And so I took basically the whole day off. I popped into Sunstream for about 5 minutes yesterday. If you were part of that stream, thanks for giving support to our boy. Looked like he did great. Looked like people were having a lot of fun. Chat was lively. And he was in rare form. So I quite enjoyed the few minutes that I got to see. So how you doing there? Brandon, Nunya, good to see you. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise stream here. We probably don't have a video coming out today, and that's like the 4th day in a row we don't have a video because we've been just doing live streams, but we're going to keep live streaming. Right now, this is my main account. We're going to get to the free-to-play challenge account, but the first thing I got to do is I got to get all my dailies out of the way on all my different accounts, make sure I have the time and the freedom to play the free-to-play challenge account. So again, on my phone, I got my second account. That's my Noob versus Pro account here. And my HH account is it's dormant right now because I'm only playing 2 at a time. Now, it is a day off today for some people. In the United States here, we have a holiday. It is called the Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday. Martin Luther King Jr., if you don't know, was a very important figure in the civil rights movement in the 1960s, and he was assassinated for his involvement in that movement. This is a day when we remember him and his contributions. But it is a federal holiday, so a lot of people will have a day off. Some people won't. Not everybody gets Martin Luther King Jr. day off. MLK Jr. day off. But, there will be some people, hopefully, those people, if they're not doing anything, they're not too busy, they want to come relax, have some fun, they can join our stream. And that'd be great. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Now, I wanted to say, I hope you enjoyed yesterday's thumbnail. If you were here yesterday for that stream, I hope you enjoyed that thumbnail. I had great fun making that thumbnail. I think it's beautiful, by the way. I think it's absolutely outstanding. And you should know that I specifically made that for Sun, but also for all of you viewers who like your boxes and boxes, and you know who you are. So if you like your boxes and boxes, I hope that thumbnail didn't cause you too much pain. And you had a good night's sleep and didn't think about it at all. That's what I hope. You read that as milk when you, I could see that happening. Hey, McKiller, I'm doing well. I'm a little bit tired. It's been crazy. This time period just kind of coalesced into a period of absolute utter chaos for me. It was just a convergence of a lot of different things, most of which were out of my control. So Noob versus Pro just ended, but there's a fusion event going on. I'm doing the fusion on my main account. I decided to do the fusion on the Noob versus Pro account because I thought that would be good content to show other players who were at a similar level of progress that it is possible to complete a fusion with a relatively new account. about 145 days in or something when we started the fusion, that it's just about saving and then planning and then having game time. So if you have those three components, if you plan well, if you save your resources with the expectation that you're going to do a fusion, so it's an intentional savings, and then you have a good fusion plan, and then you have the time in game to actually execute that plan, that those are the three things, those are the three ingredients that are going to get you a successful fusion event or fragment event. And so I wanted to do that. That was really a plan for a couple of weeks. In fact, I've been saving for like 6 weeks. So I really wanted to do that. And then the HH free-to-play challenge thing was announced, and I was like, it's happening at the exact same time. And I knew our friend's baby shower was happening yesterday, and I wasn't going to be able to play. So literally all of those things launched. The fusion and the HH challenge launched simultaneously. I have my main account, so I'm now playing 3 accounts, doing 2 fusions, and I have to complete them both with an entire day off right at the initial start. So YST's team, which we have a little private chat going, we've been talking. I haven't been as active in as I would like to be because yesterday I was gone all day. We also simultaneously launched, this was just a different plan. We've been trying to do this for like a month. We launched our Cold Red Plays clan cluster, and that happened Saturday. So I was going to be gone Sunday anyway. So we did a whole bunch of work over the last couple of weeks to try to get that in place. The clan is going, or the cluster is going great. We're totally full up already. We're going to be launching a 5th clan probably in the next couple of days, maybe 48 hours. We need sort of a ambitious top clan that can really be like an Ultra Nightmare and Hydra focused clan. We don't have that yet. So we're going to do that. We don't know exactly how we're going to do that. We do have an extra clan, one of my old clans from an alt that I owned and operated. And so we're going to get that into the cluster somehow, but we don't know if that's going to take the top spot or if one of the other clans is going to take the top spot and we're going to shuffle some people around. So if you're in a clan, welcome. Happy to have you. If you've been here for a while, thanks for being here. If you are in one of the clans, it's going to need to be reshuffled a little bit. Don't worry about it. Nobody's getting kicked out. We're not doing anything like that. All we're going to do is we're going to open a clan at the kind of top level of progress. So it's not really, we're not ranking the clans or anything like that, but people are at different points in the game. So there's going to be sort of, we want an early game clan, some mid game clans, late game clans, and an end game clan, especially because we do have some people who are progressed very far who have been in clans in the cluster, but who are really more advanced than the other players. And so we want them to have a home as well. So it may be that one of the kind of mid-tier clans gets moved up a notch. And as a result, some of those players will have to be repositioned into a clan to stay where they belong. They're supposed to be in the mid game because it is currently a mid game clan. So that may happen. I don't want anybody to worry about getting kicked out. That's not going to happen. I don't want anybody to feel bad about being moved clans. We're just trying to make sure that everybody has a home and that their home is comfortable for their playstyle, commitment, and time in the game. All the clans will grow. The clans are already growing in terms of progress. Once you put 30 dedicated players together who are all active, no matter where they are in the game, that clan is going to progress. So we're already seeing it, and that's fantastic. And as a result, we may also have to add a clan all the way down at the bottom in terms of like the newest players. And so we may add a 6th clan, maybe a 7th. We have no idea how big the cluster is going to get. We're really excited about all the new members. So thank you for joining if you're new to the cluster and yeah, making us feel like we're doing a good thing here, because, you know, it would have been embarrassing if we opened up 2 new clans with plans for a 5th and 6th clan and like nobody showed up. That would have been rough. We didn't expect that. People are frequently asking for help with active clans. And so we're glad to be able to do this. Now, main account, noob versus pro account. We're going to flip over to the HH account as soon as we can. Right now, I'm pushing hard mode Ice Golem. I think I'm pushing it if I remember to click the like progress thing as opposed to just repeating the same stage. I want to get to stage 6 just for the Ice Golem tournament. The new Dungeon Divers passed. I was up until 3 a.m. last night making sure I completed the previous Dungeon Divers event. I just squeaked by on the Noob versus Pro account. I mean, just squeaked by. I also simultaneously had to get all of the final mystery shards pulled for the summon rush and make sure I completed the champion training. And I wanted to try to get some of the extra resources in the champion training, and I just had to say no because I had to go to bed. I've been averaging less than 4 hours sleep for the last 4 days. So I did that, got that settled. So I haven't missed any fragments. I haven't missed any fragments on either account. I'm in good shape for the fusion on both accounts. Wasn't easy, but I didn't like blow through too many resources. I did on the main account here invest about 5,000 gems in ancient shards for the progressive champion. Because Archer is a exclusive champion, I decided to do that. I still have 5,000 gems, which is the low, or 4,000 gems, which is like the lowest number of gems I've had in over a year on the main account. And I did not get the Archer. I did not get the Monster Hunter Nergigante Archer. Didn't happen. I did, however, hit on 3 legendaries, 2 of which were duplicates of not particularly good champions. However, I did pull a Razzlevarg. So I wish I had recorded it, but I did it at like 2 a.m. and I was just like, I think I'm going to do this before the event ends. And I did hit. I hit a lot, surprisingly. And Razzlevarg's a very exciting pull. So I'm really happy about that. And that may, in fact, allow me to do some cool things with some clan boss stuff that I've been thinking about. In fact, I've already got a new clan boss comp running in my head with Razzlevarg. I'm like, all right, I have plans for like 3 new clan boss teams. I don't need any of them. They just seem like fun, but I wanted to try them out so I could show them to people. So if you have those champions instead of the champions that I run, that could potentially give you ideas for compositions and what it would take to make them successful. So I don't know when that content could possibly come out. I still have to do a Corvus video. I still have to do a video on Georgid. I still have to do, like, there's so many videos I have to do. And there's just more and more stuff that's coming our way. So I think the focus for the time being is going to be the HH thing, at least for the next 4 or 5 days. And then probably starting next weekend, or maybe in the early next week, we'll start transitioning back to some of the Noob versus Pro stuff and the main account. I've been getting lots of requests for more endgame focused content on hard mode dungeons and Hydra. In fact, my members, if you're a member of the YouTube channel here, if you sign up for a membership, every month the members get to force me to do a video. I can't say no. So they make suggestions. There's a poll for a week. They get to make any suggestion they want. And then everybody gets to vote on all of the suggestions. And then the top vote getter must be completed. So we have that one. That is a basic free-to-play guide, like a starter free-to-play guide to Hydra. And I've done a Hydra guide before, but this is specifically supposed to, I think I have to go and read the exact wording, but I think it's supposed to be focused on a composition made up of a lot of free-to-play champions, to walk through the fight, talk about considerations for composition building and how to be successful, even how to manual the fight. I don't know exactly. We're going to do a pretty in-depth guide. We might even do 2 videos because I don't want it to be like an hour and a half video. So we're going to try that. But that is the membership, like the member video. That's what I'm required to do. And so I have to get that done before the end of the month. So I've got 2 weeks to do that. So like I said, it probably won't happen this week, but that means that I'm only going to have 4 or 5 days to make sure I get that done. And that has to happen. That is my promise to my members, that they get to make that suggestion. And it's not a suggestion that I have to do it. So if you want to try to force me to do a topic that I haven't covered for you, you'll get a chance every month if you're a member. if you're interested in a membership, you can just go to the main YouTube page. There's a little join button. If you click on the join button, it'll give you a nice drop down or pop out menu that'll tell you all the different various levels of membership and the benefits, the perks of each level. So yeah, come join the Barbarian Horde or the Shadowkin, Banner Lords, become a Sacred Order member, whatever tier is most appealing to you. And then you get to force me to make a video. Now, I will always take normal suggestions. Like, people can always suggest videos, but you can't force me to do them. So in this case, you can. And that's not the only perk there, but that's fun. All right, let me jump into chat for just a second. The creator says, how come some other guy was streaming from your channel yesterday? I'm going to take that as a serious question. I don't know if you're joking. So that is my editor. His name is Sun. We stream together on Sundays. So on Sundays, we have in the past been doing our Noob versus Pro series. He had never played the game before, but after like a month of editing my videos, he was like, I think I'm going to try the game. So I was like, all right, just hold up. There's this really cool login reward champion, Sun Wukong, that's about to launch. His name is Sun. My editor's name is Sun. Sun Wukong is one of his favorite champions in League of Legends. And I was like, it would be really cool, I think, if we did a series. We'll call it something silly, like Noob versus Pro. And it was almost a joke. Like, the name was almost a joke. It wasn't really meant to be competitive. He's a good friend of mine. I was excited that he was going to play the game. But we decided to make it kind of a series. So we did that. And so he's just become a fixture on the stream on Sundays. And people are used to hearing his voice and seeing his face on Sundays. And so I had a family obligation yesterday, and I could not stream. So very good friends of ours are having a baby. They had a baby shower. I was going to be gone away all day. And rather than just drop the stream entirely and not have a stream at all, we did the inaugural Sun stream. So the Sunday Fun Day stream that he did yesterday was, in fact, a sanctioned event. It was intentional. And it looked like he did a great job. David Grebby, good morning. Dakota, hello. Yeah, we're doing great. The killer says, I apply for CPR1 and wait for approval. Yeah, so if you did apply for CPR1, the top clan, the most competitive clan, it's not actually in place yet. But it will be. So you're not going to get like a separate notification unless it goes for longer than we expect. Then we'll DM everybody on the list. But it's going to take a little bit of time. We're not full on those numbers yet. We definitely have spaces. So unless there's something like some real big red flag, everybody's going to get in. And we just have to organize a little bit. And like I said, I had the day off yesterday. I wasn't around. So with all of the things that have been happening simultaneously, it'll take an extra couple of days. So I just ask for your patience. And if you are curious, if you want an update, you can always send a DM to me or to Sun, or you can also just go into general chat and do an @Colred or @Sun and message, and we'll see it there. But it'll also be public so that maybe some of the other officers or moderators could answer your questions. So, what level are the Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss clans? So that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out. We have a clan. We have a free clan that we can like put in place. It's only level 8. So we would like it to be a higher level. I have a level 13 clan that I can't quite get a hold of right now because of some issues with my blue stacks. So I was hoping to bring that over. That might take an extra few days to happen. So we're kind of debating, like, should we push the level 8 clan or should we hold out an extra week potentially for the level 13 clan? And my feeling right now is that people want to get in the clan, and so maybe we'll just level it up together. It's, it'll be level 9 in a few days, and then people have access to your Carl fragments if they haven't done that already. So yeah, there's some debate going on. There's some details to iron out, but that's just so you know, that's what's going on. Tulsi says, I'm doing about 60k to 120k in CVC. Is there clans for such requirements with which clears Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss? So we're not really being too like exclusive, I guess maybe the term is, in terms of like CVC participation. There are minimum participation requirements for all of the different tiers of clans. And basically what we want to emphasize is activity. We want people involved. We want people who log in pretty much every day. I mean, it's okay if you miss a day every once in a while, that's fine. Even 2 days in a row. But we don't want that to be the norm. We want that to be the exception. Something that doesn't happen that often. You know, sometimes you have to miss a day. Life happens. That's fine. But if this is like your third or fourth game, you're not really focused on raid, or, you know, this is your third or fourth account and you can't really play it all that actively. That's not really what we're looking for. You know, like if we have a few people like that, that may happen from time to time. But we prefer to have people who want active clans. Most of the requests from players who have joined the community are like, do you know more active clans? I'm part of a clan. I'm the most active player. There's only like 8 people in the clan. And so we wanted to give a home to all the people here in the Discord community and in our viewership. Players who are new players, players who are mid-game players, players who have been playing a long time maybe and enjoy watching the videos and progressing their accounts. But, you know, their login commitment has like outstripped their achievements in the game. So they're coming to the channel and the community as a way to help them improve their results. But we still want to offer a home to the players who are high achieving already and who just really like the community and want to be part of it. Our focus is not on the channel. Our focus is not really end game. My focus personally on my main account is, but the channel is a learning channel. It's a growing channel. It's a community channel, and it's inclusive and welcoming. And we don't judge people for the way that they play the game. And you should game the way that makes sense to you. That being said, activity does matter in a cluster. And so activity is a big part of our requirements. So each clan does have a requirement in terms of CVC, Hydra, and clan boss. Though you'll see those 3 requirements, and then login activity. So I guess 4. And you can just look and see if they suit you. Now, if you are clearing those requirements by a lot, let's say the requirement for CVC is 60,000 and you're, you know, consistently doing 150 to 200,000. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's not the clan for you. That just means we want a minimum of 60K. It may be that the personality of the clan that develops is that everybody does 100K or more. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. And as the clans come together and progress, we may change those requirements for that clan. So for instance, if we get into CVCs and in the first 4 CVCs, nobody does less than 100K, we may just go back and rewrite that requirement and raise it to 90K or something. You know, like we may just do that, because then if somebody goes inactive or leaves the game because they get fed up with player aim or whatever, like when we get a replacement, the requirements then will match the current activity levels of the clan. We have not run a cluster before. I have run guilds or clans before. I've run several in various games over time. So, and we have experienced officers. We have officers who have run clans, who have run clusters. And so I expect that the leadership will be good, will be active, will evolve, and you won't have to worry about getting stuck somewhere you don't belong. I will encourage people to speak up, give us feedback, talk to your officers, talk to me, talk to Sun. Let us know how it's going and what your experience is so that we can continue to improve and evolve the cluster in a way that makes sense. So I hope that's enough information for everybody. We're very excited about it. Like I said, please be patient with us. We will be growing, but there's just a lot going on right now. And I feel like I'm letting Team YST down a little bit with my lack of activity the last day and a half. So that's my focus today. I got to get on that account and push out some points. So that's what we're going to be doing. Ben, hi there, Cole. How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm happy to be back. Undersized Tic Tac. Good to see you. Godazord. Hello. Destania. DESTA. Sorry. You know the story. It's never going away. I'm sorry that is being inflicted upon you. But sometimes that's just the way life goes, I guess. Or I could change. But I don't know how likely that is. Demon King, hello. Peckham Halder, hi Colrad. Would you be doing a vid on Rathalos? I will be doing a vid on Rathalos. Again, like I was saying earlier, probably that'll be the focus of somewhere in the next 6 to 8 days. There has to be a video on Rathalos. So yeah. Dreist, salute. Good to see you. Jim Flop, hey. Jay. Colrad, when will you be submitting yesterday's beautiful thumbnail artwork for a Graphic Art of the Year award? Yeah, I said this earlier in the stream, but in case you weren't here, I hope everybody enjoyed that thumbnail. And if you found it horrifying, then I just know that you're a person who likes your boxes in boxes. And we know how I feel about that. So that was specifically for Sun and all his people. All the people who agree with Sun. I'm sure I only watched a very few minutes of the stream, like while it was happening, because I was at the baby shower. I did get to watch an hour of it last night. I kind of watched it on 1.5 speed before I went to bed because I was just doing a couple of things in game, and I wanted to hear how it went, and it looked like it went great. But at some point he was describing his horror. He's like, it's horrifying and beautiful all at the same time. And I'm like, it's funny because he mentioned how like the words aren't the same sizes and the curves don't match and stuff like that. And I was working on that late at night and I had to be done. And I was like, I could work for another half an hour to make everything line up really well and have it be all symmetrical and stuff. But non-symmetry, like asymmetry doesn't bother me. Asymmetry wakes my brain up a little bit. I'm one of those people who likes my boxes not in boxes. Like I like to be out of boxes. And so then I thought, he kind of deserves this. Like he puts in a lot of work. And I love him. He's fantastic. We're great friends. But he's been coming at me hard for the last few weeks. I mean, he has been coming at me hard with the geo thing and the emojis. He's constantly trolling me in Discord and in the streams. And we, had the whole discussion about trolls. I'm not a troll, but I believe in balance, right? I believe not in like a supernatural karma, but I just believe in you get what you give. Do you know what I mean? And you give what you get. It's like, so he's been coming at me pretty hard and he deserved a little bit of a tweak. So when I was doing the words, I was just like, I'll just make them different sizes and make them not match. And that'll drive him nuts. And that's exactly what happened. He was like, I mean, he was physically in pain, I think. So yeah, he did a great job yesterday. I hope you all enjoyed that thumbnail. But if you didn't, then, we know how the world works. There are some people who like boxes and some people who like to break the box. Jay, good to see you. What are the requirements? Those are on the Discord community. You can find out. Just go to the clan application section, and they're all listed there. I don't know all of them. Colred, you're in Google search. I don't know what that means. I'm in Google search, like my channel, or me personally. I am a teacher. Yes, I am. Colred Xavier Communication. I don't know what that is. Last 4 CVCs, I achieved 350,000 points, McKiller. Very nice. I think my top CVC ever was just over 400K. It was like 430K or something like that. My average is probably between, like on my main account, it's probably between 150 and 250. So around 200K. I can stretch when I need to and hit 300K. Like if the clan needs me, I could certainly do that. Hitting 400K isn't going to happen very often, but I've done it maybe 2 or 3 times. Odd One and HH already got their starters to 60. I know they have. Yeah. CVC rewards are trash. They could change CVC quite a bit. I hope that they do. There was talk about a clan, like a different clan versus clan setup. So back in September or October, whenever Ash had his interview with, I'm forgetting the woman's name from Plarium, Cirilla, I think it was. So when they had their discussion, there was talk about a new kind of clan versus clan format. And I hope that we'll get more information on that soon. That would be really nice to see. I don't particularly like the current clan versus clan setup. I like being part of a clan that's trying to accomplish something together, but what we're trying to accomplish is basically the stuff that you're doing anyway. And it's just like, do it more. Do all the stuff that you normally do, just do it more. And so it feels like it's just pushy. It's like, be more active in the game. Dude, I play this game on 3 accounts like 12 hours a day. I can't, requiring me to do more is annoying. So please, require me to do less and I'll still do the same amount, but it'll just feel better. Shock says, Colred was still there a little yesterday, though. He got out because he can't handle the Geomancer heat. You think I left the stream because I can't handle the heat? You think I invited Sun to be on my live streams because I can't handle the heat? That's my problem, Shock. Wicked Gaming, hi all. Good to see you. Asymmetry go either way. Like it's not. Here's what happens with symmetry. I'm gonna give you all. This is my teacher background. I'm gonna give you all a little test question right now. Some of you may have heard this test question in the past. It was a classic SAT question, which is a standardized educational test in the United States. If you've never heard of it, for high schoolers to like apply to college. And this is all I'm going to say. Now, maybe I should type it out. I should type it out in chat. I don't know. I'm just going to say it. All right. It hasn't been on the SAT in like 20 years, but it was actually on mine. I remember the question, and it was a classic thing. So I'm going to just show you how this works. And then we'll talk about it. And then we'll talk about symmetry. And then we'll move on and talk about raid instead. Okay, so here's the challenge. You have an orange, like the fruit. It's a normal fruit. There's nothing weird about it. It's just a normal orange. And you have a knife. You're going to cut this orange 3 times. You only get 3 cuts. How many pieces of orange can you create? What's the maximum number of pieces of an orange you can make? Okay. And go ahead and put the answer in chat. Like as soon as you can figure it out, and you can figure it out any way you want. You could write it down if you want. You can just think about it. You can do whatever you want. What's the maximum number of pieces you can create? Now, it's going to be a different experience to hear it verbally than to see it written down, but that's fine. We're going to make a point about the way brains work. Just give it a second. Just think about it. Put your answer in chat. Don't worry what other people are saying. Like, do not worry at all what other people are saying. I guarantee you it doesn't matter. Because it's not about the answer, really. It's about how you arrive at the answer. And no fighting, okay? Everybody's answer is going to make sense. Literally every answer is going to make sense. I got to get ready for this. I got to do a lesson on this. Okay, let me see if I can get this to work. All right, here's my whiteboard. I'm breaking out the teacher stuff. All right, now some of you are going to be really happy and some of you are going to be really sad that your answer is right or wrong or whatever. But it doesn't really matter. Don't beat yourself up. I want to use this as an example to just show how brains work, like human brains work. Okay. So I'll give it another minute. Just keep throwing your answer in there. Yeah, it's not, I didn't invent the problem shock. It's a classic old school SAT problem. I'm sure it exists in other countries. It's not unique. It's just an interesting thought experiment. Oh, I got my stuff shown. Okay. All right. So I want to show you this. So by the way, I'm gonna show you the way that you might work through it. So we're gonna start with a circle. All right. So if you're in the SAT, if you're actually taking the test, you're taking it on a piece of paper, right? Like you have a booklet and you're filling out the little bubbles and you're doing it that way. So when I did it, this is how I did it. Okay, so I put down a circle. What the heck? Let me try again. It's been a while since I've used this thing. I'm trying to make a circle here. All right, whatever. I'm going to draw a circle. All right, that's my great circle. That's my orange. Okay. So I'm cutting this orange 3 times. So the first thing I could do is I could just be like, all right, I might cut it the way I would cut like slices of bread. So I could just like cut it here and then cut it here and then cut it here. Right. And so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. So that's one way I could cut it 3 times and get pieces. So if your answer is 4, that's totally fine. Like that's what you thought of. Now remember that the question was, what's the maximum number of pieces? But this fits a certain kind of brain, right? You're like, well, I'm slicing it. Even the words that we use, I'm cutting it, I'm slicing it. You may think of this as like, okay, I thought this is what you meant when you asked the question. Like I'm doing 3 cuts. So I'm doing 3 vertical cuts. I get 4 pieces. What's the maximum number? I can get 4. Why? Because I'm cutting it 3 times. So it's not wrong if you think it's 4, right? It's just that the question was interpreted in a particular way. Now, the question may not have been interpreted in the way it was intended, but that is part of the communication of it, right? And so if your brain and my brain work differently and I interpret it differently, then I'm not going to see this problem and I'm going to be like, well, you're wrong because I'm thinking of it a different way. So really, it matters what task you were trying to accomplish and whether you understand the intention of the person who's asking the question. Now, this is not the intention of the question. So technically on the SAT, you would be incorrect. But what I'm trying to show is you're not incorrect because you're stupid. It's not that. You're incorrect because you didn't actually do what the question was asking based on the intention of the question, like the person who made the question. All right, so let's back this up. So now what you might do is you might do a different process. You might say, okay, I'm going to cut it like kind of like I'm cutting a pizza almost. I'm going to cut it like this, and then I'm going to cut it like this, and then I'm going to put a third line right there, right? And so if I do it that way, I've got 3 cuts like pinwheel cuts, like spokes on a bicycle. And here I've got 6 pieces. So we know that we can get 4, and now we can get 6, right? So one answer is 4, one answer is 6. Okay. Now, this begins to show those brains that are really attached to symmetry. Okay? Because you've made all of the slices go through the middle. There's no rule that says slices have to go through the middle. You just started to do that. Now, there's a reason our brains like symmetry. There are whole lots of reasons our brains like symmetry. But this is also not the right answer. Again, this is not the intention of the question asker, but this may be what your brain gravitated towards. And this is typically the most common answer on the test. Now, when I took the test, whoops. Yeah, I'm going to have to do this differently. But okay. So when I took the test, and this is, remember, I was 17 years old. This was a long time ago. I got this problem. And I thought to myself, okay, the problem is the symmetry. Like when you're trying to be symmetrical and make equal pieces, that's an additional condition that you're putting on the problem that the question asker didn't initially intend. They're not saying how many pieces can be symmetrical, like of the same size or same shape or whatever. What they're asking is just how many pieces can you get? So what I did is I did this and this because that breaks it into 4. And then I did an off-center cut like this. Now, they're supposed to be straight cuts, by the way. So this is what I did. And you'll notice you get pieces that are not the same size, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we've got the answers 4, 6, and 7. I thought I was incredibly clever, by the way. I thought I was really, really clever, and I thought I was going to get it right. Okay. This is not the answer. But clearly, if we can get 7, we know that 4 and 6 are not the maximum number. We can get at least 7. Now, there's a problem with this method. And the problem is that this on a piece of paper is a 2-dimensional object. And an orange is a 3-dimensional object. It's a sphere, basically, right? And so instead, the best way to approach this is to just look at the sphere. And then, like, put your fist in front of you right now and look at it. If you didn't get 8 as the answer, by the way, 8 is the answer. If you got 8 as the answer, you may know that this is how you should do it. But if you put it in front of you and you say, okay, I'm going to take my knife and I'm going to cut it like once down through the middle, that's going to give me 2 pieces. Now I'm going to turn it and I'm going to cut it down once through the middle, and I'm cutting those 2 pieces into 2 pieces. So from 2, I get 4. And then I can flip the whole thing on its side and cut it down through the middle, and I'm cutting all 4 pieces in half. And so I'm going from 4 to 8. And in fact, the problem is simply like what happens when you divide something in half 3 times. That's all it is. One cut can cut something in half. So you're going to go from 1 piece to 2 pieces. This is cut number 1. Like the arrow is the cut, right? And the number is the number of pieces I had. And then I go from 2, I get another cut, that's going to give me 4. And then I give another cut, and that's going to give me 8. And so this whole method here, which is very natural when you're taking a test because you're used to doing math on paper, is actually the problem. So the real symmetry, the real like attachment, the psychological limiter is not just your attachment to the symmetry of the visual, but literally that your brain won't get out of the box that a test has to happen on paper, that the visual has to happen on paper, that the mathematical representation has to happen on paper. So when I was 17, I was able to escape one symmetry, one layer of symmetry, or one psychological attachment to the way things are supposed to be. And the question is really saying, can you get out of multiple layers of psychological attachment? Can you throw off the training wheels? Can you get rid of the crutches and actually discover the intention of the test taker and answer this the way that you're supposed to? Now, if you got more than 8, you probably didn't do straight cuts. You can do all sorts of weird cuts that could get you more than 8. But they're supposed to be cuts with a knife that are supposed to be straight, you know? So, yeah. So this basically just shows that like every brain, and by the way, if you answered 4, if you answered 6, if you answered 7, or if you answered 8, you did something right. But only 8 is the answer that actually applies to the question that was really asked, right? And so I used to teach the SAT. I still teach the SAT from time to time. And this is a problem that I would break out to just show that our brains use like the cues of the situation to kind of impose rules of operation. You know, like we assume certain rules based on previous experiences. And those rules may not apply. And in fact, those rules may limit us in our thinking. And so this is the argument that I have with Sun when it comes to art sometimes, or anything, you know. So let me step away from this for just a second and I'll show you. I want to show you something else. Now this is going to hurt some of you and I apologize. I apologize in advance. Right. So let's see. I got to pull this up. Give me just a second. All right. I don't know if I can actually do this. Sometimes my OBS will not read this particular input. But I'm going to try to get it to work. Actually, maybe I can just do it this way. There is a workaround I can try. But like I said, just give me just a second. Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to work. Okay. All right, so this is the thumbnail I made for yesterday's stream for Sun, right? Okay. And he said it was horrifying. It's an acid-fueled nightmare, I believe is what he called it. Now, first of all, it's beautiful. It totally is. I mean, aesthetics being what they are, like, there are reasons to think it's beautiful. There are also reasons to be horrified by it. But one of the things that you'll notice is that there is symmetry. He's directly in the center of the screen. His nose is actually pretty close to the center point of the screen in terms of his, like, the various elements. He's got a halo that is symmetrical. It's right around him. But I got to the end of it and I'm like, that Sunday and that Sunstream are not going to be symmetrical, right? And the colors, like, he's not going to like the color scheme either, you know, and he's got all these oranges and reds and yellows that he normally likes, but they're thrown together in a way that is meant to be in your face, right? Like, and so it's a mismatch, whatever the word is, mishmash. Thank you. It's a mismatch of elements, but that asymmetry in the letters is what breaks his brain. His brain literally says no. It's like, I don't like that. That's not functional. That's not working. Right. And so what he's doing is he's doing the 6 pizza slice answer. That's where his brain likes to be. It likes to be symmetrical pieces. Things in centers, things in boxes, things feel right in those situations. Now, that's a condition he's putting on the situation. That's not a condition that's required by life. It's just what he likes. It's what makes him feel comfortable. It's what makes him feel safe. And if you feel that way, that is totally fine, by the way. That is totally fine. But you just want to recognize it as a condition that you are putting into the situation, not as a condition that the situation calls for. Right? There are people who looked at this and were horrified. And there are people who looked at this and laughed. And there are people that looked at this and like, that's amazing. And all of those are valid responses, just like 4, 6, 7, and 8 are all valid answers to that previous question. But in this particular case, without a question having an intention, there's nobody that says, like, what should the thumbnail look like? Like, you all get a feeling. You're like, you all think it should look like something, you know, or you have a response when you see something that says, I like it. And that indicates to you what your intention is. Now, my intention was to break his brain a little bit. My intention was to honor my friend, to give him a cool visual for his unique thumbnail, because this is a stream that we've never done before. He deserves to be commemorated in this way. But simultaneously, it was to give him an aesthetic style that he would never do on his own, that would hurt his brain a little bit, just to challenge him, just to be fun, and just to troll him back a little bit, because I do believe in balance, and he has been trolling me hard for weeks. So it felt good. It felt good. I hope it didn't hurt too many of you too badly, but if it did, now you know why. That's it. That's all. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that little walk down. I don't know what the heck that was, that little educator thing. But yeah, so that's all that was. All right, let me jump into chat and see what everybody's screaming about. Okay, so yeah, Justania, that's a good question. If you can keep the orange together when you cut it, if so, 8, if not 4. Right. Cut it like a plus sign, then cut it horizontally. That's the same thing as shifting it. Exactly. You would spiral cut and then chop the slices, and that would get you more pieces. Supposed to be straight cuts. Supposed to be straight cuts. Yeah, it's always 2D at first, and that was the problem. So I'm just trying to get through the chat here, but obviously I'm going back a few minutes. You get to infinity. You can, in fact, slice it beyond, yeah. But we're talking about practical. By the way, this is really interesting. If I just gave you an orange and said, hey, could you cut this for me? You would probably cut it into 8 pieces. You might do it that way. A lot of people, culturally, sometimes people have different shapes that they cut fruit into. But it's really common for people to just cut an onion or an orange into 8 pieces anyway. So if you've ever worked in a kitchen and I said, could you cut this 3 times for me? You might ask the question, do you want it cut vertically 3 times? And it would be a weird question. You'd be like, no, you want it. Yeah, okay, I'll do it that way. And you'll cut it into 8ths. Not that we normally prep food that way. I don't cut my onions that way, but you would, if somebody just handed you a knife, said, hey, cut this 3 times, a lot of people would just do that, even if they didn't know that they would get 8 pieces. Wicked, cut the orange 4 times. Yeah. SAT has been wrong many times. Not that many times, but sure. Nobody's perfect. If he wanted the words balanced, he shouldn't have tilted his head. Yeah. You tried 3D, the words I like you, Cobra. Thank you, Jay. Gamer says he has more sense of humor. You say he has more sense of humor, or I do? Son does, or I do? Hey, Cooking, good to see you. 112 watching, but only 19 likes. Smash that like button. Thank you. That'd be fantastic if you could smash that like button. Smash that like button. Adventurous. Adventurous. That's an interesting tag. Hello, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Sunday stream fun day, Joshua. Yeah, it was. I'm sure he seemed like he had a lot of fun with it. I'm sure he trolled me in it many, many times. XT, yes, I had a fun day off. It was really nice to see some dear friends that we don't get to see that often and spend some time with them. So that was really nice. Daniel, I thought about that, doing Sunday sun stream under him and having it be symmetrical. And I did not do that deliberately. I wanted him to be uncomfortable, right? I wanted him to have to live with that for a minute. People would have answered you 8 if you had said apple instead of orange. It's possible. Because you don't give transverse cuts on an orange. Could have been an onion. Could have been. It doesn't matter. I mean, actually, it does matter. You're right in that that's a condition we also put on it. And like I was saying, culturally, people cut different, the same pieces of fruit differently. If you travel around the world and you handed an apple to somebody in every country and say, cut this apple, you'd probably find 25 different ways to cut an apple, 10 of which you'd never thought of. The question isn't trying to get you to view the orange in 3D and not in 2D. You need to, in order to answer it correctly, you need to view it in 3D and not in 2D. What the question is trying to do is differentiate between people who can step out of the medium that the question is asked in and view the problem from the standpoint where the problem actually exists. What I mean by that is can you eliminate the test as a condition of the question? Can your brain do that? Because the condition of the test encourages a certain psychology. The question requires a different psychology. And so the test is actually not testing your ability to answer the question, but your ability, your mental, like your neuroplasticity. Do you have enough flexibility in your thought process that you can change states of thinking within the same test and actually solve problems from different psychological standpoints? And people who can do that are amongst the most creative problem solvers in the world. If you can naturally do that easily, or if you can learn to do that, then your capacity for solving problems is going to be greater than average. Most people can't. Most people can do it once it's represented to them, but most people don't naturally fall into that state. And so, by the way, that's also not, there's no moral judgment in that possibility. Just like there's no moral judgment in being short or tall, right? Short people have some disadvantages and some advantages. Tall people have some disadvantages and some advantages. None of those are moral, right? So it's just about capacity. Like, I can't dunk a basketball. I felt the lack when I was younger. I don't care anymore, but I can't dunk a basketball. That's not a moral failing, right? But it's also useful information if, like, anybody wants to create a basketball team. And this test is trying to decide, like, who should go to the top universities in the country and be admitted to programs where they solve the world's biggest problems, you know, or they train the people who eventually solve the world's biggest problems. And so this is a question that's meant to slice the top 1% into 3 or 4 different, like the top, not top 1% economically, but like the top 1% of intellects into tiers. So it's like the difference between God tier, S plus tier, and S tier. Like, this test needs to make that distinction. And most of us don't have to have that in our lives, right? We don't need to make that fine a distinction because we don't operate at that level. So that's what the test is trying to do. You can argue whether it succeeds or not. Absolutely. And you can also argue whether there's value in doing that. Like, if there's social value or economic value in doing that or not. You can also represent, you know, you can talk about the problems, the drawbacks. Obviously, the SAT has been criticized many times for being racially biased. I know that there have been adaptations to the SAT. The SAT, like every other institution that's existed for 90 years, has evolved and gotten better over time, hopefully. But yo, Cora, do we know yet if Zinogre works like the hypothetical in your video? So you're saying where the basically the passive gets turned on and then it never drops again. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. So the damage levels should be astronomical. Cora, why don't you use a Seer comp and solo Artak for the Ice Golem? I actually really need to build an Ice Golem hard team, so any suggestions are welcome. Honestly, I could. I'm not really focused on that right now. I'm just trying to get to stage 6 so I can farm it a little bit. Now I'm on stage 6. It's 5.5 minutes. I don't want to farm it 5.5 minutes, so I might put together a Seer comp. But that's not the focus of the stream today. I was just trying to burn through some energy. I will get to that, I promise. But so I just want to make sure that I've got all my dailies and advanced quests done. So that I can go and play my HH challenge account and help Team YST out, because I've been slacking. I haven't been slacking, but I haven't been present. I'm also trying to make sure I complete the fusion on all of my accounts, which is not easy. And I have not been doing Syntronos, which is just irritating. So let's go ahead and do... How much time was it? 6 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? Wow, this is long. Okay. We'll just do this as a super a couple of times. And then we got to do Doom Tower, and then we got to get into Syntronos, and then we got to move on to another account, and we got to complete all that stuff, and then we got to get to our third account. The stream today is probably going to go about 5 hours. And I think we're just past the hour mark. We're just coming up on the hour mark. Burso says, yes, he did troll, but that's because he likes you. Yeah, it's a form of affection. Yeah. He's always done it. It's not new. I'm used to it. Onion. I think of biology. I think of Shrek. Paradigm shift. There you go. That's a good term. My favorite is radius of a... I don't know what that statement is, Jay. A 2B of SAT. Good day, Stefan. Desania says, my ADHD has gotten far worse as I've gotten older. I can't imagine trying to take the SAT or ACT now. I'd overthink the whole thing. Adults are not as good at the SAT as teenagers are. And there are a whole bunch of reasons for that. But one of which is the job of a teenager, at least in the US, when we're talking about these kinds of students and this kind of test, the job of a teenager is to be a professional student. They spend 40 hours a week, 30 to 40 hours a week being a student. And you aren't. You have a job. You spend your time doing that. And maybe you're a parent or you're a husband or a wife, so it's like you have other things, and performing on tests is not one of the things that you do normally. So you wouldn't be as good anyway. You also haven't covered that material in a really long time. Like, do you remember all the, geometric stuff, like the stuff you learned in geometry when you were in high school? Probably not. But if you had just taken geometry 3 months ago, you would remember a lot more. So, of course, you're not going to do well on the SAT or ACT now. I would do decently because I teach it. I have to know. I'm still current, So I would do better now than I did in high school. I did well in high school. I was a good test taker. That's why I eventually gravitated towards being an educator. But simultaneously, I recognize that there are advantages to taking this test as a teenager, and that's who it's designed for. The test is literally not designed for you if you're 40 years old. It's not meant to test you. It's meant to test a 17-year-old. Colred, you are a DR. If you mean doctor, I am not a doctor. I do not hold a doctorate. No. I just have been doing this for a very long time. Why do they do these tests of kids right out of high school? Doesn't the brain fully develop in your mid-20s? That's a psychological thing. So, your personality, like your executive function isn't fully formed until you're about the age of 25. It's a little bit different for men and women. So things like impulse control and emotional regulation and focus, like all those things, like a lot of those things develop later. The reason they test kids is because before you get solidified, you need to be tracked properly, right? Like that's the goal, at least. But also there's a certain amount of business to it. Colleges are businesses, right? And they're trying to operate under a certain philosophy. And so they need students who fit that philosophy. Being the capacity of learning only stops when you know it all. Here's a good lesson for learning. As long as you keep learning, learning will always be easier. If you stop learning and then try to start learning again, it's harder. And you can do it. You can absolutely do it. But there will be pain associated with like the startup again. It's just like working out, like physically. If you're in shape and you stay in shape, that is much easier than getting out of shape and getting back into shape and falling out of shape and getting back into shape. Like, it's harder to like gain 20 pounds and lose 20 pounds and gain 20 pounds and lose 20 pounds and like build muscle and lose muscle and build muscle. That's way harder than just maintaining it. So it's the same thing with your brain. If you're always learning, then learning will always be easier than if you stop and try to start again. Matt says, dope, ended up winning my champion training tournament since no one really tried. So I'm full committing now. Good for you, Matt. Extra resources. Swam B, fair enough. What does the frontal lobe do? I don't know all the brain things. But there are different parts of your brain that develop at different times in your life. And your executive function is there are basically two systems, or at least this is a theory that I adhere to. There are two systems in your brain. One is sort of the instinctive system that handles the mass load of like keeping you alive every day, right? Like there's tons of information coming at you through your senses. You need to make thousands of decisions, and you can't consciously think about every one because you'd be stuck. You'd be frozen. You wouldn't get anything done. So there's part of your brain that like recognizes inputs very quickly and makes massive like assumptions about those inputs. And in fact, that part of your brain is often wrong, but it's not wrong enough to like kill you. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't matter. It's like you just do the thing. And then there's the part of your brain that's actually consciously aware of the thing you are focused on. And that's your executive function. And so that's your more powerful system, and it can override the other system. So if you've ever had a reaction to something that you've then thought about and be like, that's not a good reaction, you know, like I shouldn't have done that. And then the next time it happens, you've changed your reaction. That's your executive function kicking in and saying, I can retool the way the other system works. I can retool my instincts or my reflexes, whatever. And also, even in the moment, like if you are very focused on a thing and doing a thing and it's effortful brain work that like wears you out, that's your executive function kicking in. Montez says, hello, everyone. I'm new to the game. What champion should I focus, the starter or legendary Wukong? Either one would actually work. Normally, I would say the starter. 99% of the time, I say the starter. Wukong is actually a great starter replacement, the way most other champions are not really starter replacements. The thing about your starter that you want to know is that your starter is usable in every area of the game. It's a very flexible damage dealer. Can be used in arena, can be used in clan boss, can be used in campaign, can be used in dungeons, can be used in wave content, can be used in Hydra boss. Your starter champion can be used in all content. That's very rare to say about anybody else. Wukong is one of those legendaries that can be used in almost every place in the game and be valuable in the same way that your starter can be. It is cheaper and easier to book your starter out and make them as powerful as possible, but the ceiling for Wukong is higher, so it really depends on what you like. If you really love Wukong, go ahead and focus on him. But I would say if you are new to the game, the safer route is to do the classic strategy, which is focus on your starter champion, make him your first 6-star, and then make Wukong your second 6-star. And if you do that, you're probably in pretty good shape. If you go Wukong as your first 6-star, you may never 6-star your starter champion, which I think would be a mistake because the starter champions are very powerful. Why am I still using Syl here? I'm just clicking buttons, man. This is not a strategy session. I'm not making a video. I'm literally just clicking buttons and burning energy because I'm talking to you guys instead. So I don't know why I'm using Syl here. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm just making sure I grind Ice Golem tournament a little bit and get through my energy. Why are you using Syl here? I don't know. Why not? Males are hunters. Yeah, but you can hunt in a lot of different ways. OG Stamp says, hey, Colbert, quick question. Would you still finish the fusion if you had already pulled her? No, not on my noob versus pro account. I don't think you can pull her. I don't think she's available from shards. No, Tulsi, it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. I'm just riffing. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. You didn't hurt my feeling. Yeah, I don't think you can pull her from a shard. But if I could pull her from a shard and I did, I would probably stop the fusion on my noob versus pro count, and I would save those resources for the next fusion, because the chances of being able to do back-to-back fusions on my noob versus pro count is very, very low. Now, on my main account, I would have to think about whether a duplicate copy would be worthwhile. And based on what's going on in my life right now, just how busy I am, I might also not do it on my main account. But I might do it on my main account because empowering her or having two of her might be cool, especially for content. But yeah, I mean, if you happen to pull her from a shard, I would say one copy is probably enough. Colred, you remind me of my brother's best friend, Ryan. He is a doctor. I know many doctors. I'm friends with some doctors. I'm friends with a lot of PhD people. I've been in education and like the mind, the way it works, education, all of those things, like investigations of the questions of life. I am one of those people. My brain never stops moving. Like the wheels are always spinning. So yeah, that's just part of how I operate. And so I like having conversations with interesting people. I had a great conversation with a really interesting guy last night, a good friend of ours. Like I said, the guy from the baby shower, just one of those people who has a slightly different perspective on the world. And every time I have a conversation with him, we can talk for hours and just keep going because it's just like we just build off each other. It's really fun. It's really fun. So it's always nice to have that opportunity in one-to-one situations. It's also cool to have communities where, like, in our Discord, we get to theory crafting and there'll be 5, 6, 7, 10 people all theory crafting, and it makes for a really interesting time. And I get up for that stuff. That lights me up. I enjoy that. Adventurous says, I dread fighting the ice golem. I get the absolute worst, most useless gear out of all the dungeons. Yeah, it's the worst dungeon. That's true for everybody. And I agree. You think Saf did pull her too? Okay. Jay likes me. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. I like you too. Yeah, I mean, we all have different things to offer. We all have different things to offer. I've met a lot of smart people in my life. I mean, I know some like ridiculously intelligent people. The kind of people that make you think about how human intelligence even works. Do you know what I mean? Like, and we all get into that like trap. Just talking about like the SAT before, we get into that trap sometimes of thinking like a really good memory is a form of intelligence, but it doesn't mean intelligence. Like knowing a lot of things. Like if you could go on Jeopardy and be the champion, like you're probably smart, but that's not what makes you smart. Do you know what I mean? It's not the facts that you've acquired. It's the way the brain works. It's the way the ideas get formulated that is the thing that actually affects your ability to move through the world and execute your will or solve problems or, contribute to society. And sometimes it does just come straight down to hard work. Like you can also contribute that way. You can just be committed and honest and hardworking and forthright and loyal and all those things. And those things are valuable too. So it's not like intelligence is the most important thing in the world. My grandparents, who I adored, she was incredibly intelligent. She had an amazing memory. She was also super hardworking. My grandparents lived through the Great Depression. And she was a good person. But she was super smart. She was one of the smartest people like I've known. And she lived in a time where women in this country weren't appreciated for their intelligence. And she was employed. She worked as an accountant at a time when, women didn't work. Or frequently didn't work, and very rarely worked in areas like accounting. But she had a 50 or 60 year career. I mean, she worked a very long time. She worked until she was in her late 70s as an accountant. She started in her teens. So probably about a 60-year career. The man that she married, my grandfather, dropped out of 8th grade. He was in the Army, served in World War II, came back home, got a job through, got his old job back, actually. He worked as a bank teller. He was a bank teller. And I don't know that he was a great bank teller, Like, I don't know that like the math part of it or whatever skills you need to be a good bank teller, you know, like he was a person's person. He made people feel seen. He made jokes that everybody laughed at. I never met a person that didn't like my grandfather. He was just everybody's favorite person, right? He had a great attitude every day. He had a smile on his face every day. He made everybody laugh, including my grandmother. My grandmother was constantly cracking up because of him. And so, you know, on the one side, you had this real brainiac, this real nerdy, like very committed, hardworking, very sweet woman, but she was really, really smart. And on this other, you had this completely average brain, totally normal, like not educated, not concerned with not being educated. He didn't care. Wasn't ambitious, wasn't arrogant, was just literally, he's a great neighbor, great father, great friend, great bank teller that, you know, knew all his customers and was just a super nice, funny guy. And they were perfect together. Like they matched up perfectly, you know, so I appreciate that. My grandfather, when I was a child, when I was small, he was my favorite person in the whole world. I loved him, you know, and unfortunately he died when I was relatively young. And I actually got to live with my grandmother in her last few years. She lived with us for about 7 years. And I really came to appreciate her more. You know, I was a young adult at that time. But it just amazes me at how different humans can be and all have something to offer. You know, so we talk about, you know, minds, brains, intelligence. That's great. That's wonderful. But ultimately, you know, it's contributing, using what you have, whatever tools you have, whatever characteristics you have to contribute to your family, to your communities, to the world in general. And it doesn't have to be a great contribution. It just has to be an honest one and a good one. And so that's why, you know, when I say things like I want people to game the way that they want to game, I want them to come here to Call Red Plays, watch a video and get something out of it that they can take that just improves their day a little bit. Like that's my contribution, whatever form it takes, whatever skills I have to make that happen. If at the end of the day, you walk away saying that was fun, or I learned something, or, you know, my frustration is diminished. My enjoyment of this game, my free time is a little bit better. Then that's what I hope I've been able to help you with. And also the community helps itself. Like when you have a community with like-minded people that all want to do that for each other, that come together in a place like our Discord community, then that not only gives you more opportunities to contribute, it gives you more opportunities to be contributed to. And, you know, everybody's life gets a little bit better. That's one of the things that makes me so happy about this new clan cluster that we got going, is just giving 60 new opportunities right now to players to be part of this community in an active way and contribute that way. And to also benefit from it. So yeah, not to get too sappy about it. I think it's a very practical way to approach life. I'm not looking for fame and fortune. You know, this is just another way for me to do what I like to do. You know, and to combine loves, like to combine passions. You know, I love to game. I love to talk to other gamers. That benefits me. I've gotten better at this game since I became a content creator. You have all benefited me. So I appreciate that. Not just as a, I'm not getting rich off this. That's not happening. I'm not talking about that. And I do appreciate the support, and I appreciate the membership support. And I would like to make this a career, but like, I don't expect to be rich and famous. That's not my goal. I think some people get into YouTube to, you know, try to do that. They're like, I want to make a ton of money not working that hard. It's like, well, first of all, it's very hard work. If you're interested in doing this, it's really hard. It's not overwhelmingly hard, but it's like any other hard job. And it's harder than some jobs. I've had a lot of jobs in my life at various times, mostly when I was younger, because when I found a career relatively early, but that career also is diverse. But I've had a lot of jobs in my life, and of all the jobs, this is the one I've probably committed the most time to in like the shortest time frame in order to try to be successful at it. And the amount of control you have over this job is much less than you have in some other jobs. You still have more control than you might think. Like ultimately, you are, you know, You're the captain of your fate, and you are the one in control. And you can only control what you do. You can't control everything else. But since you can control what you do, the more things that you do, the more things that you attempt, the more control you can exert. But it's hard. It's very hard. And so I don't, especially in a niche like this, like I don't want to be famous. Honestly, if I could do this without showing my face, I would. I'm a fairly private person. It's a weird thing for me to be on YouTube. It's a weird thing to know that in the last 30 days, people watched my face for 20,000 hours. Whatever it is. It is something like that. It's some crazy, that's a weird thing for me to think about. Let's see. In the last 28 days, my videos have been viewed for 24,600 hours. In the last 28 days. That is a bizarre human experience. But the flip side of that is it also feels good. It feels good that maybe out of those 24,000 hours, maybe 5,000 of those hours were really helpful to people. And I hope they were enjoyable to people, All right. We like you too, Jay, for your Wikipedia answers. Saphira's your favorite on raid. That's awesome. Saphira's very good. Everyone pulling something from Shard, and here I'm pulling my charts to put my phone. Oh. Do colleges value book smarts or like problem solving more? Different colleges value different things. And different programs value different things. Every college will value both book smarts and problem solving. And I don't think that they're necessarily different. If you think of book smarts as the acquisition of knowledge, then the more knowledge you have, the more solutions you have access to. The better you problem solve, the more solutions you have access to. When you have both, you have more solutions than you would have with having only one or the other. So. Jay says, Einstein could not read well. Howard Hughes had no education. I could go on and on about happiness. Just be happy. Yeah, but there are good ways to be happy and not so good ways to be happy. Right? There are selfish ways to be happy. And I don't support those as much. The new Lego could be the answer to the clan boss. She should be an excellent clan boss damage dealer. You wouldn't be able to take the trolls if you streamed, Mr. Bean. It really depends. It's a very positive community. Even the trolling is clearly meant in fun for the most part. I don't think people really come in with an intention to disrupt or hurt. Yeah. Steven says 50 of those hours were most likely me going back on your takeover video. Well, if it was helpful, I hope those 50 hours were well spent. And thanks for spending them with Cole Red. I can't even say it. Thanks for spending them with Cole Red Plays. We're so happy you chose us for your YouTube streaming enjoyment. If there's anything we can do to make your stay more pleasant, please contact the service help representative. Customer service representative. There we go. Customer service representative. We have one. His name is Sun. Go ahead and contact Sun. In fact, everybody ping him now. Just bombard him so that when he comes back from his bike ride, he's just got like 400 messages. Be like, dude, do you know how this works? Do you know how this works? Could you help me out with this? He loves that stuff. He really does. He likes that. You should do that right now. Go in our Discord community and just put a message in any channel and say @Sun and then ask a question. Please do that right now. If you are a part of my Discord community, we got 125 concurrent viewers. You can do one of two things right now. You can like this channel, like this stream. Go ahead and hit the like button. Or you could go to the Discord community and put a message in any channel that you like and just say @Sun when you do the message. Okay, that's all you have to do. Let's all do that right now. In fact, I'm going to do it too. I'm going to do that too. Let's do that right now. Because karma's a Biatch. No, because he's my friend, and I want him to feel appreciated. Let me see, what channel should I go into? I'm going to go into Faction Wars. Oh, it didn't work. That's embarrassing. I don't even know how to do it. There we go. I love this question. Edson, how do I put my Bannerlords champions in my Barbarian team? That is a beautiful troll. He'll appreciate that one. Okay, let's make sure we get all those messages in there. Let's make Sun feel appreciated and loved, and also let him know that the pain that he dishes out. We just no. He's great, but please do that. Please do that. That's a beautiful troll. That's such a beautiful troll, and he's been the champion of the trolls lately. So I think that he needs to, his people need to let them know that they support him. The Legos in the clan shop, are they good? Yes, they are. They are both good. If you have Yakarl unlocked and you can afford to go for Yakarl first, I would. If you can't, then Yannicka is a very good spirit-based nuker. And also don't forget about Drexthar in the 3v3 shop. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can't do more of this stuff. Silver keys in Doom Tower. We'll go ahead and we just need to burn the keys. We don't really care. All right. So yeah, we've been talking about a lot of different stuff today. Oh, you know what I forgot to do, I think? I don't think I put the stream link up. So let me go do that. Here we go. Hopefully this won't echo. Here we go. All right, let me get into Discord. All right. We got the link up. Maybe we may see a little bump in the current viewership here. Great Dane, good to see you. What is going on? All right, I got to get back to the phone, make sure I got the second account going, because I got too many accounts. Got too many accounts. By the way, I need to get a poll up as well. So just based on, I'm gonna do a bunch of polls today. I think I just haven't started them yet. How I'm trying to get this. Let's see.
You?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. What are these pings? How are the faction crypts coming along? Can you post a screenshot so we can see your star progress?
Yeah.
Oh. Why's that? What's happening? What are we doing?
I don't know. Just curious about how your account's progressing. How was your bike ride?
It was great. Fantastic. We went for like an hour and a half.
Nice. It's a good ride.
Taking names. Yeah, it was good. It was great. That trail is awesome.
Cool.
Nice. Trees just growing over Yombo, all over. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really fun. I had a couple like little like lookouts and stuff. Some prairie fields.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really good.
Colruyt doesn't have a mechanical keyboard. I did for years and years and years. And they were louder than this. This is quieter by a lot. This is a lot quieter. And the reason I got this actually is because I'm also a writer and I type a lot. And the click, clack, clacking was just super annoying to people, especially once I was streaming and whatever. And then the other thing was I wanted one with a membrane so that if I spilled a drink or something, which I sometimes do, it would survive. And this is actually, it's a HyperX keyboard. It's really nice. It was only like, I think it was $59. And it has held up well, and it's been one of my favorite keyboards. And I don't miss the mechanical at all. Then again, I don't play like first person shooters anymore, so I'm not as worried about like response times and stuff. But yeah, so
I just now realized that I totally hopped in on the stream for you. I forgot.
That's all right. You're kind of loud. Let me turn you down a little bit. Yeah, no, we've been talking about you. We were talking about this. We were talking about Sunday Sunstream. Yeah. We've talked about you a little bit today. I got a poll going up. You might appreciate. You might want to check out.
I did.
Yeah.
But the true answer was it was both an acid-fueled nightmare and an absolute thing of beauty. That's the true answer. It was so terrible. It was absolutely beautiful. Perfection.
Somehow it was a thing of beauty is winning. I appreciate that. I thought it was a nice picture of you, actually.
I don't know whether I'm insulted, taken aback, or if I was just complimented. I don't know.
I thought it was a nice picture of you.
All of them.
You got a good smile going. It's actually a blend of two different pictures. Because the pictures I had of you were, first of all, like you were moving in all of them. You weren't posing for a picture. Do you know what I mean? So it was like I was just trying to find stuff, and it was late at night and whatever. And then I did a cartoon filter on it, to like turn it into sort of like a.
You put some sort of filter on it.
Yeah, it's a cartoon filter, so it's turned your photo into a cartoon. And one of the reasons is because the original picture was low resolution, but second, because I just think it's fun. And when I did that, it like messed up your beard. And I couldn't get this picture to have a good beard. And so I had to take the beard from a second picture and paste it on your face. So the beard isn't perfect, but it is. I did actually have to take two pictures and blend them. I saw you talking about like me, like just taking the smudge tool and just wrecking your shirt and stuff. That wasn't actually me. Like I did a little bit of smudging, but not much. Most of that was actually done by the filter. And
oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I was just like messing around with various lighting things, and I was like, oh, this like. When I got the pictures, like, oh, well, now it looks like he's sitting in front of a monitor with the light in front of him, and he's like, focused in on the game, and that's kind of cool. But he's also sun, so we need a sun, and we need some beams of light. I'm like, oh, I like this contrast. He's going to hate it. That's even better. I was like, all right, this is going to be awesome. And then when I got to the lettering, I was like, well, I could make this lettering nice and symmetrical, or I could not. And so for you...
Yeah,
for you, my friend, for you and all of your cohort who like their boxes in boxes, this one is especially for you. And I think all of those people are probably the kill it with sticks, burn it with fire people. So 18% of our viewers would probably agree with you.
No, I genuinely appreciate it. How awfully spaced, sized, the curvature was completely off.
Oh no, it's
text was a hot mess, and that was just that was a chef's kiss on top.
It was
that was the cherry on top.
Yeah, I thought like I could spend another hour making this really nice, or I could make it even better than really nice, and that's what I did.
Yeah, the latter happened. That's for sure.
Wicked Gaming asks, how old are you guys, son? Well, he's 45 and I'm 38. Neither of those is true. No.
Yeah, neither of those is true.
I'm older than I look. And son is exactly as old as he looks. However old you think that is. That's the age he is. His age is like fluid. Like some days he's older and some days he's younger based on, the people who are looking at him.
I'm the Schrodinger's cat of age. When I'm measured, that's when you will know.
Yeah, exactly.
Until then.
I'm a bit older. I will be I'll be 49 in like 7 weeks or something, 8 weeks. I will be 49. Some way, son's still like he's a fetus. He's young.
Yeah, I'm 33. I'll be 34 in 8 months, 8.5 months, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so son's a youngin'. We met when son was still a teenager. Son, you were 19, I think, when I met you. Going into year 14 right? of our friendship. Yeah, I was in my like mid 30s. And you were 19. We met playing League of Legends.
League. Gotta let him go.
Gotta let him go. Sometimes you gotta let him go. Do I think Royal Guard is usable these days? I do. I'm using them. I don't love Royal Guard. I like Royal Guard, but I always want Royal Guard to be just a little bit better than he is, and it could just be my gear. You know, he's very good, but I really want him to be like one of those god tier epics that you think like this is a legendary and an epic skin, you know, and he's like, no, he's just a really good he's just a really good epic. He's not a legendary and an epic skin. His kit is good. His kit is really good. His damage is good. His stats are solid, but like, I think if you like rolled back time and you looked at him 2 years ago, you'd be like, oh, this guy is phenomenal. And now you look at him and you're like, yeah, he's good. He's good. He's better than like Tayrell, who I think has lost more. Like Tayrell has fallen off more than Royal Guard has. And Tayrell is still good. So I think he is. And I think if you're getting into Hydra, he's a really cheap, or a relatively cheap Hydra damage dealer option that you can build in the mid game who's going to do really, really good work for you. And eventually you can just make him, you know, your like hard level Hydra damage dealer when you get like better legendaries that you want to run in Brutal and Nightmare. But yeah, you can get 100 million a key out of a Royal Guard team. Absolutely. Yeah, Johnny Doyle says, 2 types of people. I just had my 30th and I'm like, well, I'm practically dead now. So I met my wife when she was 29, but we started dating when she was 30. And it was funny because I'm a little bit older than she is. And you know, so she had like just turned 30, like a month before we started dating. And she had that kind of feeling. She's like, well, I had 30. I guess I'm mostly dead now. And to me, I was like, oh, she just turned 30 and got interesting. I was like, yeah, all right. She's 30. At least she's 30. Thank God she's 30. You know, it's just, no, I like young people a lot. I spend a lot of time with young people because of my job. I'm a mentor. In a lot of ways, like in my personal life, I do really well with teenagers and young adults. And I think I appreciate them in a way that maybe most people who are like older, like 30s, 40s, 50s, don't think about teenagers. And I think that they appreciate that I treat them as equals. So I think that's one of the things that made me good at my job. But at the same time, when we start talking about age, I'm like, dude, at 30, you are a superhero. You need your own Marvel movie at 30. Like when you hit 30, that's your origin story. Because all of a sudden, like you've got energy and drive and focus. You've got more skill. You've accumulated more skill than you've ever had before, but you're still young enough to be like innovative and interesting and like creative and all that stuff. By the time you get to like 45 or 50, you're like, well, I got to pay the mortgage and make sure the kids are, you know, like I got to have healthcare for the kids. And like, I got to do my job. I got to put my head down and, you know, like grind it out. And like, you can still have energy, but your energy is just focused in different places. But at 30, you're like king of the world. Do whatever you want. Like pick a thing and go do it. You still have all the time that you could do. You could totally change career paths at 30. You could have done something for 8 years and then at 30 pick a completely new career path and still like wreck that and like be top of the heap, you know, before you're even old enough to worry about like retiring. Like you're still going to be 20 years away from retirement and you're going to be top of that heap. You know, this is what I'm telling my wife. I'm like, she's in that part of her career where I'm like, you're old enough that everybody respects what you say. And you're young enough to pick your path and make it happen for you. And that's a beautiful place to be. You're a superhero right now. Like you're awesome. Like I'm going to be 49. Like, you know, I'm in the US, I would be 16 years away from retirement. It's like you can still do stuff in 16 years. 16 years isn't a short time. You can still do stuff. But I have more years behind me in my career than ahead of me. I've been doing my job for 25 years. And I had jobs before that. So like the time I have left in my career path is less than what I've already laid out. You know, it's just a different place. So, and my concerns are different. You know, my energy is different, but I still have energy. I still feel good. I just started a YouTube channel. Like I'm rocking and rolling right now. Like I'm pushing and growing. So it's like, it's not dead. You're never dead. You're not dead till you stop moving. But it is a different thing. And when I decided to do this, one of the calculations is like, do I really want to start this particular career at close to 50? I don't think YouTube is blowing up with a bunch of 50-year-olds. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are good content creators out there who are in their 50s and 60s and 70s. But gaming as an industry tends to be a young person's industry. Now, I appreciate the raid community because the raid community is older than the average gaming community. Jay says, I met Death at 30 and I've been with her for 21 years. Okay. Are we speaking about your partner, your wife? Or are we just talking about the fact that you're 51 now? You're a big babysitting machine. Yeah. Mr. Bean says, what's your advice for someone who doesn't know what they want to do in life career wise? Okay. So if you don't know what you want to do with your life, like if you're like, I don't know what I want as a career. First of all, I would say that's okay. It's okay. Everybody has a different path to walk. You don't have to know. That's not a requirement, right? You'll get the question a lot, and that'll be annoying, and it'll kind of imply that you should know. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. What you need to do is keep moving. Right? You need to be doing something. And sometimes it's paying the bills. Sometimes it's just, well, I've got a job that pays the bills and I get my fulfillment from other places. So keep growing. Keep searching, keep doing. And when a career opportunity or a career idea comes to you, even if it seems out of reach or strange or like it's not connected to what you're doing at all, or like, well, I can't leave my current job to go do that because like, how am I going to make that work? Go for it anyway. If you feel that part of your brain that says, I would love that. If that lights up and you say, I would love that, and you don't have a career that you love, and you're young enough that you have time to figure it out. If you're under 40, just go do it. And if you're over 40, do the calculation first, do the math first, and then probably do it anyway. Talk to the people you need to talk to. But so, my career advice is try things. Think about things, and it doesn't have to be career things. Sometimes careers come out of hobbies. Sometimes careers come out of happy accidents. Talk to people. Have conversations about careers. Read articles. Watch videos. Skill up. Pick a skill you always wanted to have and learn it. Son was never an editor before. Literally started editing 6 months ago. Crushing it. Right? In 6 months, he went from not having any skills to being marketable to the entire YouTube content creator base. Like if he wants to go out and be a professional editor and leave Colred Plays and start an editing business, he could start teaching other people how to be editors. And maybe he doesn't feel comfortable doing that yet. And maybe he's still a year away from really feeling comfortable doing that. But he's on a path now that he didn't have 6 months ago. Right. And that wasn't his career. That wasn't what he was doing. Isn't how he's paid the bills. And he can keep doing that job and keep paying the bills that way. And maybe that's for him. Maybe that works, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. We've talked about it a little bit, but we haven't talked about it recently. And it's like, that just happened. I said, hey, do you want to do this? And he's like, I don't know how to. And I'm like, yeah, but you're smart and it'll be fun. And he's like, yes. I mean, he didn't hesitate. He was just like, I want to do it, but I don't know how to do it. And I'm like, yeah, but I know a little bit. I know a tiny bit. And I'll give you what knowledge I have. And then you're a smart guy, go and run with it. And he was like, yeah, okay, cool. And if you go and watch our videos from the early days, you'll see that we didn't know what we were doing. But within a month, if you go and watch
thumbnails, so
good. Yeah, those thumbnails, It's like, look at a video from month 1, then look at a video from month 2. Any video you like, you'll see the difference. Then go and look at a video from month 4 and you'll see another difference. And then go watch a video from this month and you'll see another difference. We've been skilling up the whole time, right? But we've been doing it, and we wouldn't have skilled up if we weren't doing it. And we wouldn't be doing it if he didn't say yes. And we wouldn't be doing it if I didn't ask him, you know? And the thought I was like, maybe he'd like to do it with me because it'd be more fun to do with a friend. You know, I could do this on my own. I could make this happen. Like I had the drive to make it happen, but why do it by myself? Why not do it with somebody I enjoy spending time with, who I know also shares this passion and may really enjoy doing it? Because then I know also he'll be good at it, you know? And so that's what we did. And that's a career path. That's how careers happen. You have to be willing to ask a question, and you have to be willing to say yes when somebody asks you if you want to try something. You know, so that's all it is. And then eventually you'll find something will click for you, and you'll try it, and you'll end up with a career you never expected to have. Now, there are other ways to go about getting a career. You could do research on different jobs. Say you could do research on markets that have a lot of that are hiring a lot and have a what you would call it, like just like a lack of applicants. You know, you could look at an industry that just the salaries keep going up because there's never enough qualified applicants. Look through all of those, pick one that, you know, or 10 that seem to have numbers that you like, that you wouldn't hate doing. Right. And then look at what it would take to gain the skills that you need, or just apply to some jobs and start at the bottom and work your way up. Like, that's a great way to pick a career too. You know, if your goal is financial security and job growth and all that stuff. So that's a more traditional way to approach a career search. And it's a good one. I'm not at all saying you shouldn't do that. But while you're doing that, keep trying stuff. That is another way to try something new, right? That's another way to try something new. In that case, you're just picking something new that happens to be a financially sound choice. So you could do that. You know, that's definitely reasonable. But I think, you know, discovery happens when you're searching. It doesn't just happen because you're sitting there waiting for something to miraculously occur. That never happens. Okay, Chase says, yes, my girlfriend, not marrying my death. Okay. Droke seems like a beast in that HH live stream during F2P team. I haven't seen it. So yeah, raid community is not teenagers. I mean, there are some, but yeah, it's mostly people and a little bit older. And I think part of the reason is a gacha game. Gacha games require money for most people. You will fail more than none, but you will eventually succeed. Failing is, I've got a saying about failing. There are only 2 ways to fail. You give up or you run out of time. Those are the only 2 ways failure happens. Right? Like, not getting the result you want isn't failure. Like, not getting what result you want is just life on the way to success. That's all that is. That's all that is. Like, when you don't get the result you want, if that makes you give up, now you failed. Right? And it's possible to run out of time. Like, it's possible to set a goal and say, you know, I want to do this. And there's a time limit on it you can't control. And that time expires before you succeed. So that would be a form of failure. And the most like obvious, like direct way that would work would be like a deadline, or even like a timer, like in a sports event. Like, you know, when 2 teams are competing, the only way to declare a winner is to end the game. You know, so, you've got an hour to play this game, or you got 30 minutes or whatever it is. You got 90 minutes to play a soccer match. And at the end of 90 minutes and an injury time, the game is over. And if somebody's ahead, they win. And if they don't, then you do something else and you figure out who wins, or you call it a draw. You know, it's like, again, Americans don't like draws, but yeah, you know, so like that would be a form of success or failure. You won the game or you lost the game. But it would also be like a deadline. You know, it's like you have so many days, so many years, so many weeks, whatever it is to accomplish this task. And if you do it, then you succeeded. And if you don't, you failed. But even there, you can take that lesson and go somewhere else with it. So, that's I like to tell all my clients that I'm like, there are only two ways to fail. It's like you give up or you run out of time. And the ultimate running out of time is you just die, right? Like you just live your allotted time and it ends and you haven't accomplished something that you wanted to do. Like, well, then you failed on that. But in a lot of cases, it's not that bad, right? Like, it's like, usually you're going to accomplish a lot more than you failed.
Mr. Bean became a member.
Mr. Bean
became a member.
All right, we've got a loop here. I got to shut that off. Sorry about the echo. Mr. Bean, thank you for joining. Shadowkin. We got another Shadowkin in the house, son.
Welcome. Thank you.
Preston says, what I learned in college is when you're looking at a career, looking at the most boring part and see if you still like it. That's a good piece of advice. Like if you can handle the worst of it, you're going to be able to handle the best of it. I think there is a sort of, there's something you hear a lot, which I don't know is the best advice, which is like, you should follow your dreams or follow your heart, or you should do something you're passionate about. I think that's okay. I don't think that's a bad thing, but that's not necessarily the only concern. And even answering that question can be hard. You might be passionate about 20 things and you might have varying degrees of talent in those 20 areas. There are people who love basketball and are awful at it, so you become a fan, and that's okay to be a fan. It's like, well, I want a career in basketball, but not as a player, right? Because it's like, maybe you have a talent as a broadcaster. Maybe you have a talent as a manager. Maybe you have a talent as a physical therapist. Maybe you have a talent as a salesperson. Maybe you have a talent as a logistics person. It's like you could do banking and still be in basketball. That's possible. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, you don't have to be passionate necessarily about your job. Like you don't have to do the thing that you love. You can just make the thing that you love be part of your career. Or you can make the thing you love just be part of your life. You can coach basketball and have that not be what you get paid to do. You could be the banker, and then at 5 p.m., you go to the school and you teach those kids how to play basketball. So there are ways to get fulfillment in life other than just doing your passion as your job. I did I'm still doing my job, but I've done my job for 25 years. And there have been times when I found it very easy to do and times when I found it very hard to do. There are times when I've been passionate about it and times I've been kind of, of mixed feelings about it. I've always been proud of it. That was important for me. I've always been proud of it and I've always worked hard at it. And I've always tried to perform well. And that's really important. But when I lost my passion for it, when my passion started to die down and I felt it wasn't coming back, when I didn't get up every day excited to go to work, then I started thinking about, I need to do something else. And I'm not stepping so far afield. I'm still doing something similar to what I was doing before. It's a different medium. But the thing that I'm passionate about is not necessarily the content. Like I wasn't passionate about teaching SAT. I was passionate about helping kids. That's what I was passionate about. I like helping people. And my skill set is in communication and like information and stuff like that. So if I can use that skill set in some area to help people, that's what I want to do. Why not try this? Why not? Right? Somebody asked me the question, could I do it? And it might have been me. I don't know. Somebody asked me the question and my brain was like, ooh, that's tricky. But that part of me that knows better, the part of me that says, well, this is how careers happen. This is how life happens, said, try it. Just find out. There's almost no downside, right? There's sacrifice, there's opportunity cost, but it's going to be worth answering the question. Even if the question is no, you can't do it. Because then I don't sit around there thinking about it for the rest of my life. Oh, I could have been a YouTube content creator. That would have been a fun job for me. Like, maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. Do it. Try it. Mario says, I have a talent to watch a basketball with a pint of beer. That's a good talent to have, Mario, to be able to enjoy life like that. Johnny Doe says, Cole Red, since you're giving advice, I have a question, but unsure if I know how to word it correctly. In today's day and age, with algorithms being as powerful as they are, do you have any advice on containing my emotional reactions when I see things online that I don't agree with? You feel strong emotions based on content that you don't agree with. And we actually all experience that at this point. You know, the age of outrage, of social outrage based on like social media outrage, I should say. It's infected all of us. We've all had that. Son, how do you deal with that? When you see content online that drives you like batty, you get frustrated or angry with it. What do you do?
That's a good question. It's significantly difficult for anything to get to that point for me. And if it does get to that point, you just don't look at it. I mean, you know, not like blind ignorance. Like if I see something that's wrong, I'll say something. But if somebody's saying something that I personally find disagreeable, or I just don't agree with their point of view, I'm just like, oh, it's beautiful that they can have that point of view. All right, I'm gonna go off with my day now. Bye bye. That's all it is for me.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of strategies.
I also don't have any social media, so maybe I'm just not exposed to any of it, which is probably why I don't have social media. I after the MySpace days, I knew I just it wasn't for me.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of strategies. And I think one of the strategies that Sun employs is one I employ sometimes as well, which is like, all right, so I'll give it as an analogy. I have a sweet tooth. I like sweets. I have trouble. Like if I can't pass by like a cookie or a cake and not have a slice, that's just me. You know, it's really hard to exert the willpower to walk past a dessert. But I don't have to bring it home. Like if I'm at the grocery store, it's easier for me to exert the willpower there at the grocery store and not buy it and not bring it home. And so that's sort of like what can happen with social media. You know, you can say to yourself, I can stop this at a point before it becomes a problem. I can make a choice where I stop it before it becomes a problem. Now, in this particular case, maybe the thing that you're getting is not poison. It's just an opposing opinion. We all have to come to terms with the fact that not everybody sees the world the way we do. And social media will put that front and center. You will constantly be hit with things that you don't like or don't agree with. So it may be just a matter of scale. It's like maybe you have to say, well, I can handle it. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I want to be informed about the way people feel. And I don't expect everybody to feel the way I feel or think the way I think. But maybe I need to limit myself. Maybe I need to employ practices that say, for my personal mental health, I can only be confronted by, 5 or 10 people a week or a month that disagree with me on like that level. I shouldn't go seek out that conflict. I should just understand that I can only handle it to a certain threshold. I think we should all be exposed to things we don't agree with. I think that's necessary for growth. And I think it's also necessary. It's also necessary for like communities, like large groups of people to work together, like just to be productive. When things get really combative and people feel like others are evil because they disagree with what you think, it's like that's a problem. I'm not saying evil doesn't exist. I'm saying most of the things that people are screaming about at the top of their lungs come down to simple perspectives in a lot of cases, and really understandable ones if you take a moment to stop and think about it. Now, it can really bug you. It can really bother you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person is evil, right? Like it's just a disagreement on that particular thing. And you have to live with other people. You just have to live with some people you're going to disagree with. So I do think we all should be exposed to some of it, but you can limit that amount. You can say enough is enough. I don't want to keep going, drive myself crazy. Another thing you could do is practice empathy. Like do the mental exercise of trying to put yourself in the shoes of the people that you disagree with. Play devil's advocate against yourself. You know, just as a normal practice, like just get in the habit of recognizing that we're all imperfect, and sometimes that means I'm wrong. Sometimes that means I'm limited. Sometimes that means I might be right, but not as right as I think I am. That also leads to personal growth. You know, it's okay to be imperfect. It's okay to be wrong. And you have to tell yourself that. You have to tell yourself that. And then you have to actually experience it in real time. It has to happen. You know, because sometimes people will say like, well, theoretically, I'm imperfect. But in every discussion I get into with another human being, I'm correct. You know, it's like, what? That's not how that works. It's like, no, I'm not perfect. Of course I'm not perfect. But right now I'm correct. And if you ask me again tomorrow, I'm correct. And if another person says something, I'm correct. Like, you know, so it's like, I'm theoretically infallible, but I can't get my ego can't get out of the way long enough for it actually to happen in the real world. So, you know, have an experience where you're wrong and say to yourself, I'm wrong right now. And then admit to somebody out loud, I'm sorry, I was wrong about that. You're right. You've actually convinced me. I think that's a better idea. Like if you can do that, you know, and then you get a little bit less irritated about other people being wrong, because then you recognize, oh, they're just like me. I think they're wrong about this, but like we're all wrong about something, you know, and that makes life a little bit easier. Sometimes it's not an easy thing to do. Hey, Broken Not Dead. Good to see you. Act like an adult and stop looking at it, says James Morton. That's a solution. I think that is a solution that is good on either end of the spectrum, but not in the middle of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's good to just not, like, if you know something irritates you and it's so low impact that you, like, the importance of the thing is much lower than the irritation that you receive from it. You know, like, I don't know, like my neighbor does something that irritates me with his house. You know, like he decorates his house, like he leaves his decorations up from Christmas until like April, and it just irritates me. But it's so low impact. You're like, what am I going to do? Get into some kind of feud with my neighbor over his Christmas decorations? Like I can just walk into my house and forget he exists for an hour. Like I don't have to make that a thing. I don't have to feel rage and hurt myself and be pained because this guy's just too lazy to pull down his holiday decorations, whatever. And by the way, I would likely be the guy with the decorations up. Do you know what I mean? I would be the guy who's like, oh yeah, I forgot I put that, you know, I'd have Frosty the Snowman on my roof in March, you know, like that's me, you know. But if my neighbors are really irritated and they said something, I'd be like, oh yeah, sorry, I'll just take it down, you know. But at the same time, my point being, like, you can just ignore stuff like that because the irritation isn't worth it. You know what I mean? You may as well just not look. And then on the other spectrum is looking is so incredibly painful because it's so important. But there may in fact be nothing that you can do about it. It's like the looking doesn't do anything. And even the acting sometimes can't do anything. You know, and it's like, in that case, maybe you're better off looking away because the self-injury is so high. But everything in between those two places, if you don't like it, I don't say don't look at it. I would just say learn to live with things you don't like. Like learn to exist with them and find a way through. Because that's like what a marriage is sometimes, right? Like I love my wife. I adore her. She's my favorite person in the world. And there are things that we each do that irritates the other, you know, and I can't not look. I don't have that option. I have to find a way through. I either have to live with it or I have to engage with her in such a way that it changes. And in neither case can I ignore it. And I think that's most of life. I think that's more of life than people sometimes think. We want to ignore things more than we should. Because it's easier. It's easier to just be like, oh, that's their thing. You know, like, that's not my thing. That's their thing. I'm going to ignore it. It's like, no, it's your thing. It's your community. It's your life. So don't get in the habit of ignoring things because it's convenient. What I'm trying to do here. But, that's just my philosophy. I hope that works for some people. But for me, it definitely works. I try not to ignore too much. But I am also very good at, like, laughing at things that should. I'm good at like heading it off before it boils over, I guess. And my response is usually laughter. And I think that's one of the greatest purposes of humor. That's like one of the greatest gifts that humor gives us. It's like when you can laugh at something, it takes away some of the power of it to like injure you. When something becomes an absurdity, it's not so serious as to break your heart, or to stress you out. That's not always possible, but I'm pretty good at doing that. I'm a very positive person. I'm very optimistic. I can always see the bright side in things. And so I practice those things to keep from getting overly like overwhelmed by the negative. And I also believe in forgiveness. Forgive yourself, forgive others. Forgiveness is a healthy practice. Man, we got so much going on right now. I think with employment choices, security is huge for the benefit, but a gray area as there are variables. Job security, emotional security, financial security are three of the primary securities. Yeah, it's important it's hard right now. The job market is rough. And sometimes you have to take a job that gives you financial security that doesn't give you those other things. And sometimes you just have to do that, But yeah, security is important. China says, I used to be such a people pleaser and want to make everyone happy that I was overexposed to things that made zero sense to me. And now I'm bitter and I don't know how to be the person I once was, that I was happy with. Johnny Doyle, you don't have to go backwards. I'm sorry to hear that. That actually sounds like a rough journey. I would say this. If you live to any length of time, if you get to 50, you've been through that experience half a dozen times. Right. And I think the goal isn't to go back to who you were. The goal is to find a way through to someplace better. And you've had an experience now. So learn from it and incorporate it. And remember, this is what I was talking about before. There's no failure till you stop trying or run out of time. You've got years. So as long as you keep trying, you're not out of time. Right. And there are paths that can help heal past damage. Sometimes it's about setting your sights on a new goal and making progress towards that. Sometimes it's finding help in the support of professionals or organizations that can support you with what you've experienced. Veterans come back from service with trauma, and there are places that are designed specifically to help them. And I think if you've experienced trauma on that level, you don't heal without help. And you aren't weak because you need that help. If you break a leg, you don't walk it off. You go to a doctor who splints it or casts it and aligns it, and then your body heals. But if you don't do that first step, if you don't get the bone realigned and you don't put a cast on it, it's going to heal broken. It's going to heal messed up. And that's true with mental and emotional trauma as well. So there are resources for people. Sometimes in some places it's harder than others. But if that's the kind of stuff that you're talking about, then I would say pursue it. Pursue the help that is available to you, and that would help. That it will at least give you a path forward. And that's true even if that's not the kind of trauma you're talking about, even if those aren't the kinds of things you're talking about. But don't expect to go back. That never happens. You just have to find a way to a better place moving forward. Daya says your arena team same like except DPS at Wukong. Which arena team are we talking about? Oh, my arena team on this account is, ouch, that hurt. I thought I was full auto on this, but I've got Walking Tomb Drang, and that is not full auto. That was a mistake. He's full auto on 25, not 20. Not bad. Real quickly, look at my arena team. My arena team here is this one. Yeah, Wukong can slot in here for Cardiel. That's actually a really good place to slot Wukong, and I do that sometimes. As far as him being DPS, he hits decently hard. I'll show you my Wukong. He's a hybrid. So you can see I've got him with a decent amount of accuracy, almost 300 accuracy, but he does have 100% crit rate and looks like almost 200, a little over 230% crit damage. With 4,750 or 4,750 in terms of attack. That's a lot of attack. I didn't know I had that much attack on him. So he actually hits like a truck. He does hit very hard. His masteries, he does have Helm Smasher. So I absolutely throw him into this spot and he'll do great work for me. I also like Cardiel. I think I just have Cardiel in because I had him in for before I ever had Wukong. But look how hard he hits. Like I don't even get around to my Gembo. So the goal is to use him in 3v3 arena and in live arena. And actually, he often gets banned in live arena, but when he doesn't, he just obliterates teams. It's so much fun. So yeah, you'll just watch here. Like he's just going to smack this team. And then Gembo will do the dirty work of finishing off the tanks. You know, so it's a fun team. But if I put Cardiel here, you know, the difference with that is like, so we still have a Krisk here. So I can now assassinate one target. Now this, I know Krisk has shields. Like I would have brought Wukong in. I typically bring in Wukong against Krisk. But even before that, like I can just say, okay, I'm going to pick somebody and I'm going to eliminate this person from the board. So I go increase attack, turn meter into the drop defense here with the more turn meter. Now I get to the ally attack and I'm just going to take Arbiter off the board because she's the cog that makes everything work and she's gone. Like there's no one who survives that, you know, or there are very few champions who survive that. And now I can nuke and see what happens. So, okay, Ninja didn't die, but who cares? Because like he's not going to one-shot my team and I can just kill him with supports. I don't even have to worry about my revive. So usually I still nuke everybody out because Gembo hits harder than Wukong does. I'll show you my Gembo. My Gembo is built pretty well. Not in Savage, which I would like. But if you look at the stats, 311% crit damage without the extra crit damage buff. You know, 5,000 attack, 5150. This guy smacks. And he's Void Affinity, so he never weak hits. His mastery, I actually have him in Flawless Execution. I should probably put him in Helm Smasher. But back when I actually did his masteries, which was like 2 years ago, I needed the consistent extra crit damage because I only had like 220% crit damage. And so I didn't go for a Helm Smasher. But now I could probably put him in Helm Smasher. I could also probably get him out of his blessing and get him into a different blessing. I think his blessing is Crushing Rend. So like unless this is tier 6, it's not that great. So I could put him in. Actually, the reason I haven't is because I don't really think there's a better epic. Cruelty decreases defense. I could put him in like Phantom Touch. But since I can't get him into Soul Reap because he's not a legendary, for now I've just left him in Crushing Rend because I don't know that there's a better option. Socratic method really helps find common ground and build relationships rather than anger and separation. Yeah, I believe in the Socratic method as one tool. It's a great tool. Johnny Doyle, it doesn't have to be here. If you want to express it, you should be able to express it to somebody. It doesn't have to be me, but you could always send me a message. I'm not a professional, in terms of helping people in that manner. But sometimes that's not what you need. You just need a friend. You just need to say some stuff. So go ahead. Like if you got to do it, maybe a live stream's not the place for it. But that doesn't mean that there aren't avenues. Boomskill says, have children. They teach you how to accept things you don't like. There you go. I mean, being a parent is an incredibly important aspect of most people's lives when they become parents. And yet it's a very difficult thing to see a person that you love more than life itself act in ways that drive you nuts and could even be like self-harming, right? And you can't do anything about it. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Can Chronoman Jamarsa duo 25 Sandal? I think I've heard something about that, but I don't know how it works. Thanks for the therapy session, Colred. You've been awesome. You were welcome, Johnny Doyle. Broken Not Dead says vet here and really true. Broken Not Dead, thank you so much. I mean, I don't like to say thank you for your service as like a cliche, but you've been a vet and it's a service to something greater than yourself. And all of those jobs are important. And I hope that you've found life after your service to be rewarding and, satisfying. How come the fusion for you, Colred, assuming that you're going for the fusion? I am going for the fusion. It's a little rough. I had to stay up to 3 a.m. last night to make sure I completed all of my fragments on my Noob versus Pro account, but I did, in fact, I haven't missed a fragment yet. What a bait of the title, well played. Yeah, it's supposed to be. What did I miss? Just woke from work. Also, hell, sun and cold chat. Nothing, Dark. You're going to have to rewatch it. There's just too much. It's been a crazy conversation today. Lots of ups and downs. All over the place. Can Dragon solo with anyone else? I don't have Godseeker. I don't know. Joe Romani says, Colred rocking his Dr. Phil hat this morning. Oh, God, I hope not. I hope it's better advice than that. That man drives. Talk about something that you don't look at because it drives you nuts. That's Dr. Phil for me, man. It's like I spent 5 minutes looking at that guy one time and I was like, I never have to do this again. This is an experience I could live my entire life and never repeat and be happy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much about Sand Devil's Necropolis just yet. This is the duo that I had accessible to me. I could have used Ninja. I could have used Cardiel. I may still eventually build those teams. I think a Cardiel team would be faster. Ninja would be faster. But right now, I can't detach those champions from my clan boss. So this is what I've got. And it works. And as a free-to-play player who's not in the content creator program, like I don't get any additional resources. I don't spend money on the game. So I have to use solutions that work for me. And when I get a solution that works for me that I think might help other people, I share it. And I recognize that not everybody has Godseeker and Eerie, and that's unfortunate. Like that this solution might not be available to you. And if you watch my channel, you might be like, hey, Colred, could you share another solution? And it's like, this solution took me 40 million silver and like at least 8 or 10 hours to like put together. And the video I did on Selenia, specifically to get to 25 and then do this. That was the tough thing. So I'll do another one in the future, but it probably won't be for a couple of weeks at least. Hopefully we can find a good solution out there that doesn't require Godseeker and Eerie, but even that solution is going to require somebody. Like every solution for a dungeon like this is going to require somebody, and it's going to require very good gear. And so the solution to some extent may simply be check all of the solutions that are published, like check all the solutions that are out there against your roster and your gear and see which one you're closest to, you know, or see which 2 or 3 you're closest to, and then grind until you get to the point where you complete one of those solutions, and then you have it. Because, you know, ultimately there aren't a lot of shortcuts, you know, in this game. Like a lot of, they're all long cuts. Do you know what I mean? Like you're always going the long way towards something. You can accidentally make the trip longer by doing something, you know, that hurts your chances. But realistically, like, you know, all of the geo solutions that are out there on the internet, there are a ton of geo solutions for Iron Twins and Clan and all sorts of stuff. I can't use any of them. I don't have a geo. Can't use a single one. That doesn't mean there aren't solutions out there. Yeah, thanks. It also doesn't mean that those solutions with geo are invalid somehow. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh man, somebody should post a Iron Twin solution that doesn't use geo. It's like, they have, but simultaneously geo is the best solution, and he's a reasonable one. He's just an epic. He's a regular epic. The fact that I haven't pulled him in 2.5 years doesn't negate the fact that that's a relatively friendly solution, and that's a one that's very good that people should use. I need a different solution. I don't have that champion. And it's the same thing with the Godseeker and Eerie solution. And like, I'm not trying to say like, get over it. I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm just trying to say, as a process of problem solving, like, you know, we only have access to a limited toolkit, and that will always be true. So, you know, you do your best with what you got, I guess, is what I'm saying. And this is the solution I was able to find. So, all right. Send a piece of gear one time. One time. Hit me one time. Defense, I'll take that. That's not awful. Selling all my gear without looking because I don't have spots and I just need cash. Okay, I'm looking at that piece. Holy cow. That's a nice piece. The attack percentage, the attack flat attack is the only wasted one there. That's really nice. Could go in a couple of different directions too, so it's flexible enough to be interesting there. Nope. Don't care about the crit damage gloves. Yeah, okay, good. But I'll take that piece. All right, that's all of my stuff there. I do still need to do Doom Tower regular keys. So I do want to complete this, and I think I'm close enough to complete this, right? Barely. I got to speed up. Yeah, I do. I'll have 2 extra days, I think. So I can do that off stream. I don't have to do that during the stream. So let's get out of this account. Right, that's all of my dailies and all of my advanced. I still need to get into Centranos as well. I can do that later. Let's get out of here and let's get into the HH one, because I've been streaming for almost 2.5 hours and I haven't actually gotten into the account that I said I was going to be running in the stream. The whole purpose of today was to like catch back up on this account, and I haven't even run it. So we're going to dive over there.
Yep, I wish you guys the best of luck. Have fun with the new account. I'll be in
Thank
the chat.
you.
Gotta go take care of some stuff.
All right. See you soon. Johnny, he flipped you off. That's a funny story. Joshua Lynch, waiting to hear back for clan application. Hopefully I can get in a spot before CVC. You're right. CVC happens. We got to, oh man. Okay. So CVC happens tomorrow night. It goes live. There's never enough time in your day. You know what I'm saying? There's never enough time in the day. Yeah, I'm going to try hard to get that sorted. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get that sorted or not. We're going to, after this stream ends, I think that's the top of the priority list. No crit rate. That's good. 3-star gear, but. All right, so you can see I got my level 50. Let me do this. Now that we're actually going to focus a little bit on content. Let's do this. So you guys can see more stuff. Now it's Little Cole. Hey. Hi. All right. So we'll get, how much time do we have? We have 23 minutes. We may as well use one of these now, I guess. So hopefully I can get about 600K here. That'd be nice, because then I could 2-key this thing. And it is a good affinity for me today, actually. Let's get that drop defense. I have not been able to land that drop defense. And the poisons, we got 1 poison. That's not awful. And the HP burn. We didn't land the HP burn. Okay, so that's a bad start. We're going to have to reset that. The difference between a 2-key and a 3-key at this level is not huge. Like, it's not like a really, really important thing. But that gives me an extra key to throw into the higher level and try to get like a better chest there. And the chests do matter. So like, I don't want to throw away a key if I don't have to. So I'll just give you a quick breakdown of what I'm thinking with this team. And this team is basically set up for right now. Like, it's not likely to change for a little while. This is going to get stronger unless I make a pull. I pulled no epics so far. So I have a weaken here on the A1 and Athel, who's my fastest champion. So you get the weaken out. I don't want to use the nuke. I want to use the A1 first. Now, the goal here would be to have a drop defense and have the big drop defense. Obviously, I have to ascend my my War Maiden to get that. But so a drop defense. There we go. So now we've got both damage debuffs out there. At this point, I come in with Poisonous Lily, which gives me a chance for up to 3 poisons. Usually I get 2. So we do that, drop those poisons out there. We're weak affinity, and it's not a 100% chance. So we didn't get that here. Now we bring the HP burn. We're strong affinity. That should drop most of the time. There we get the HP burn. Okay, so now when I get War Priest ascended, she's going to have an AoE heal. Right now, she only has a single target heal. I think it's a single target heal. Yeah. So it becomes an AoE heal. I didn't mean to use it there. That was silly. But okay, now I can go ahead and nuke over the top here. I've got the increased attack. Now, War Maiden has an A1 poison. If we can land it, we didn't land it. Now, I'm not going to use the extra turn mechanic because I don't need it. I'm just going to come back to the A1, reapply the weaken. Now I get an ally attack. We're hoping for War Maiden to land a poison here, although Athel could also do some damage. Let's see. Okay, so we didn't get either of those. Now again, more poisons. War Maiden just doesn't land anything. Turn meter fill. This is where I would normally heal somebody, but since I can't heal anybody, I'm just going to give... Oh, the increased attack buff. That's the other thing. Her increased attack buff is the lesser increased attack buff right now. Okay. And so now we just run it down and hope we end up with enough damage. So here we're going to use the extra turn to get the increased attack buff and then the nuke. And try to get the drop defense again. We did. That'll help. Luckily, War Maiden is like strong affinity, so she's not the target there. So the War Priest will get us an extra turn or two. by being the target of the boss. Let's get that out there. If we can get back around to the HP burn, which usually we can, increase attack, nuke. Then as long as we land this HP burn, we're in good shape. So we just need to land this HP burn. And we didn't. So now we got to end it. We don't get to 600k without both HP burns. Nearly 50% of you thought that thumbnail was a thing of beauty, and I appreciate you. MTG in the house. Hello, Colred in chat from a sick MTG Jedi. I'm sorry you're sick, man. That really is unfortunate. I hope you're still able to get your HH team, your free-to-play team going well. Thanks for hanging out, by the way. Thanks for stopping by. I liked your comment in my video the other day. I was doing a gear cleanse on a live stream, and MTG commented on the live stream and said, all 5 gears is a trap. And yeah, you get to a certain point where like 5-star gear is a trap for a certain level of account. It's like it has to be perfect, and you always end up rolling it, and then you think about like keeping it, and then it's just a nightmare because it doesn't go on anybody. It just takes up inventory spots, but you don't want to sell it because of all the silver you put into it, and maybe it'd be useful for somebody. It's just a trap. All right, so let's try Clan Boss just one more time here. I'm not going to waste a ton of time on this because I need to make progress in other areas, but we'll try it one more time. Outlaw is a great early poisoner. That's true. Outlaw Monk. Yeah, I got to keep an eye out for an Outlaw Monk. I haven't really been keeping an eye out because I've been focused on trying to get to 6 stars and, you know, which rares I'm going to be working with. That's just annoying. All right, you don't land the poisons and you don't land the HP burn. That's worth a reset. That's worth a reset. Where am I going to slot Wrath? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. Steel Skull as your first pulled up. Steel Skull is usable. Steel Skull's a solid champion, actually. Steel Skull is Lizardman, right? Where is Steel Skull? There. I was right the first time. Skinwalkers. Okay. All right. So poison on the A1, which is really nice, right? And it's the large poison. You have to book to get a decent chance because it only starts at 10%, but it does book to 35%, which is not bad. The cleanse is a single target cleanse and a decent heal. If this were an AoE cleanse, this guy would be awesome. But a single target cleanse is still not bad, especially you can cleanse the stun in Clan Boss and give that stun target a nice heal. So that can extend the life of your Clan Boss team. That's not bad. It's also not bad against a couple other bosses. You can build them with high resist and then, you know, be a cleanser with a healer. The increased defense is actually the thing that I like this skill a lot. It is on a 4-turn cooldown when it's booked. I wish it were on a 3-turn cooldown, but it's still very solid. It's increased defense buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown and heals all allies by 20% of their max HP. 20% of their max HP is just enough heal to be considered decent, right? Anything less than 20% is kind of like it's not nothing, but 20% is on the low end. It's not bad. It's an okay heal when you combine it with the fact that he's got this second heal, which is a 40% heal, right? So, and then the aura is defense and faction crypts, which is not bad. He's not a reviver, but he can extend the life of your team and do some poisons. So he can be used against wave content and can be used against bosses. He can be used against Clan Boss. He works in a lot of different places. In addition, if you look at his stats, the one thing that should jump out to you is the 111 speed. That's very fast. He's easy to speed tune because he's so fast. The downside is as a support champion and a healer, he's got more attack than defense, and his HP pool is like okay, but not great. Right? So like defense is a little bit low, HP is a little bit low. You'd like him tankier, but he does have that increased defense buff and all the heals. So he brings tankiness to the team in that regard. He's if you get him early, or if you get him at a point where like you need help with the skinwalkers, he's not a bad champion, and he can work in clan boss. I wouldn't over invest in him right away. I would see how he works in your composition. But yeah, he's not bad. He's never bad. He's also never like amazing. You know, I think he's solid, and he's certainly worth a look because under the right conditions, he can be a very useful champion. I hope that answered the question. All right, clan boss, one more try. And we got to start burning some energy. Does the new login champion fit in well for all boss fights, or only better option upon condition? No, I think he's going to work well in all boss fights, or most boss fights. I do think that. Oh, come on! Now I missed the weekend. I do think that without the extra passive of the HP burn, he's probably going to be good. If you can work him into an HP comp, he could be really good. I don't know exactly how good yet. I haven't had the time in the last few days to do any research on him, so I haven't watched everybody else's videos from like the test server. So, you know, you might be able to go to HH or maybe YST or Nubraids or MTG. Like maybe some of them have gotten him on the test server and done some damage. MTG, have you done any testing with Rathalos? Do you know how good he is, like without the HP burn versus with the HP burn? Any thoughts on that? Yeah, man, Monkey. I used to run BlueStacks. I've got an issue with BlueStacks right now. I also do have an issue with overall just resources because I'm running a lot to do this. So I'm, you know, running my Discord, I'm running my OBS, I'm running my web browser and several pages. I'm running Plarium Play and Raid. I can run more, but sometimes when I run more, the stream quality diminishes. And so when I'm running a stream, I don't like to run like BlueStacks. Yeah, I don't know if MTG is still here. Feel better, buddy. Sorry you're under the weather. It's never fun. And he's got a little one too, so it can be tricky trying to be a parent and be sick at the same time. I'm getting kind of infuriated with this as right now. So I think I just got to, as soon as I land my next HP burn, I'm just going to go with it. And I mean, missing 2 in a row is kind of frustrating, but we're doing all right. All right, one more try. Or not one more try, but one more try to land an HP burn. All right, land the weekend. Boom. Let's get a drop defense. Boom. Let's get poisons. No poison. Let's get the HP burn. Strong affinity, 75% chance. Misses 3 in a row. 3 in a row. I just need to land the HP burn and I'll end this agony. I don't even care what the outcome is. I just need to land the HP burn at this point. Deep breath, let it out. Sometimes playing Raid feels like driving on the highway. You know, like you get more rage than the situation calls for. Like, who cares? No big deal. Whatever. But You know, I'm just like, what is going on? 4 in a row. 4 in a row. 4 misses in a row. On a 75% chance skill. So that would happen 1 in 256 tries. That would happen. Okay. Let's go for 5. It's only a 1 in 4 chance now. Let's see how the RNG is treating us today. No, I missed that. I'm going to miss this. And now the HP burn is going to land. There we go. Apparently, I couldn't get the drop defense. It was the drop defense that messed everything up. All right, so Hyrie is going to die. I can't really save her. So we'll just let that go. But we'll try to save... probably... War Maiden. And say War Maiden. She's strong affinity. That might get her one more turn. It won't get us back around to another ally attack, unfortunately, but it might get her a chance to get another poison out there. Oh, we did get the drop defense. Sweet. Yeah, we should probably hit our mark now. That was really nice. Everybody survived there. Get another poison? That would have been too good. One more. Oh. All right. Another HP burn. Get it. There we go. Now we're good. Yeah, we'll do our 600k now. Now we just got to go for however much we can get, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Just auto it the rest of the way. Oh, that took way too long. Took way too long. I like this when you get your starter champion and good lifesteal gear and you get a few levels on them. They just keep going in clan boss, and you're like, I thought it would get 2 more rounds. She got like 5. You know, you just keep going. Another 100k, another 100k. Get it. So not too shabby. All right. So missions. We're still looking to upgrade another champion to 40, and I'm getting close. The thing is, I ran out of like energy, like not energy. I did try to run my energy down, but I ran out of like mental energy to do this last night. So I put her into the sparring pit to try to get some like a level out of her. It still takes 8 hours to get a level out of her. So I think I got 1. And then let's just run up somebody else. We need to run up somebody else. So I am at the point where I think I can do 12-3. It's still normal 12-3. I did get the shard. So I did get the void shard from completing 12-7, but I haven't 3-starred everything. I could try to 3-star with Infiltrator or whatever her name is. Is this Infiltrator? But I don't think she's strong enough. So I could probably 3-star everything, but I'd probably have to use my Mordecai. So right now I'm just trying to get to that next 40 champion so that I can move past, and she'll be a 5-star chicken. And that'll give me 2. I'll have 2 5-star chickens. So I need 3 more. And then I need all the 4 stars. So I need to burn a ton of energy. Like the fact that people have 6 stars right now, it's like they're like, I'm only on day 4 on this account. And they're already like at least a day ahead of me. So I need to catch up. Now, because I've kind of delayed, because I had the day off, now my thought is like, should I even 6-star Athel? I was already talking about maybe just holding the 6-star for Rathalos. Then I was thinking, no, that's probably not the best call. I should just 6-star Athel. That'll help me get a faster 6-star Rathalos rather than the other way around because of the books and all the other stuff with the missions, the Arbiter missions. The Arbiter missions don't generally like help you when you build a non-starter champion to 60. Like they're designed to be worked around a starter champion. So there are some things with like, who you like ascending 6 stars and all that stuff. That it's just easier with rares rather than legendaries. Even epics are better. Because it just takes fewer resources to ascend them and that kind of thing. Like you need your champions ascended. Getting the ascension pots in the first 7 days is really important. And doing that without a 6-star starter champion is actually really hard. Because you can ascend that 6-star starter champion to full 6 stars, get all the gear on them, get all the extra power, get all the skills available, get the masteries, and they're just very strong, which is why I was saying before, like 99% of the time, you should probably just run your starter champion up. If you have Wukong, that's, you could go that way. But it's like, can you ascend him? Because you need him ascended. And by the way, if you took Deacon as your companion champion, as your starter code champion, you absolutely have to get Deacon to 3-star ascended to get the extra turn mechanic. Because without that, he's an entirely different champion. You need the extra turn mechanic. So focus hard on that in the first week. Because after the first week, the potion keeps go back to their normal rotation. And then you have to wait, 3 or 4 days to get into the spirit keep. So just get into the spirit keep, get up to, whatever. You can get up to stage 10, stage 12, stage 7, whatever it is. And get enough potions, like spend a couple hundred energy to get Deacon his 3-star ascensions. Now, there are times when it's more advantageous to be in potion keeps than others. So make sure that you try to line it up with an Arbiter mission or with a challenge that you need to do in order to like get maximum value out of it. Don't just say, okay, right now Cole said go do that, so I'm going to go do that. I'm just saying before the week ends, find a good convenient spot to do that. Because that 7-day like potion keeps are open for 7 days. That's so powerful and so friendly and convenient. And Deacon becomes a powerhouse once you get him to 3-star ascended. Mr. Bean, I don't spend money on all accounts. Any account, no. I've never spent $1 on raid. It's not that I can remember. So I played for like 3 months. On my main account, I played for 3 months, quit the game, came back like a year plus later. And I know that since I've come back, I've spent no money on any accounts. As for that initial 3 months, I don't think I spent money. I'm pretty sure, I'm about 90% positive I didn't spend money during those 3 months because those 3 months I was playing, I was specifically looking for free-to-play games. I remember looking for free-to-play games. And the reason I actually left Raid the first time is because they introduced their first battle pass, and all of a sudden it didn't feel as free-to-play friendly as it had originally, and I was mad, and so I left. Not really realizing how good a value that pass was. I just didn't want to spend money, and it felt like they were locking a champion behind a paywall, and I didn't like it. And then when I came back, I wasn't necessarily looking for a free to play game, but I'm always, I have a way I decide whether or not I'm going to spend money in games, and I decided at that point I wasn't spending money in gacha games. So it wasn't that I was looking for a free to play game. I just happened to pick up a gacha game, and I wasn't spending money in gacha games at the time. So I'm pretty sure, about 90% sure, maybe 95% sure, I've never spent money on any money anywhere for raid. That being said, I would. I would. I just don't agree with their monetization policies. If they give me good value for good money, I'll do it. I would like to support the games that I play. I like to support the games financially that I get enjoyment out of. I have a philosophical disagreement with the monetization of gacha games. So it's a struggle for me. But so I haven't spent a dollar. If I ever spend $1, it's probably like I would have bought the starter pack, whatever the starter, like the $4.99 version or $9.99 version. I wouldn't have spent more than $10. So I feel pretty comfortable saying like I'm about 90 to 95% sure I didn't even spend the $10. But if I did spend the $10 2.5 years ago, I'm still totally fine calling this a free to play account. And I know that there's, like all my other accounts, I've never spent any money on. So I am absolutely a free to play player. But if ever, one day they allow us to like look at how much money we've spent and I look and I see $9.99, I'm not going to be too upset. But I don't think I did. Like I said, I'm still about 90, 95% sure I didn't spend any money. I just don't remember. I just don't remember the beginning of Raid clearly because I was playing a lot of mobile games at that point. I was probably playing Galaxy of Heroes, Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. I was probably playing AFK Arena at the time. I did spend money on AFK Arena. I remember that. Not a ton, but I probably spent like $100 in the 9 months or so I played that game. It's about $10 a month, maybe. I didn't spend any money in Star Wars. I know that. What had happened was I actually played a kind of a card collector game that I wasn't intending to spend money on. And then I spent like $2,500 on it. And it was over about a year. I spent about $2,500 on it. And I got to the end of my year and I was like, I spent $250 a month on a game that I had intended to spend no money on. And that is a lot of money per month. That's a car payment for a mobile game. And I was upset with myself. I was like, you're too old and too smart to get caught into that. Like, it's one thing if you plan it. It's one thing if you say, okay, this is my budget for entertainment and I'm going to spend it on this game. But I just like my finances were fine. I wasn't really thinking about it. And I just ended up spending, I got to the end of the year and I, did kind of my end of the year financial review, started getting ready for my taxes and stuff. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I didn't even realize I'd spent $2,500. Like the fact that I could spend $2,500 on a game and not realize it. And I had already known that gacha games kind of sucked for that stuff. That wasn't a surprise to me. The surprise to me was I thought I was more disciplined and more self-aware. And I got to the end of my year and I was like, you're not. Spending $100 on your birthday, like, okay, that's one thing. If that's what feels good to you, or giving yourself a $50 Christmas present, that's another thing. But spending $250 a month and not realizing it. And so I just said, I'm leaving this game. I cashed in that game. I was like, done. Don't need this account. I didn't even hand it off to anybody. I was like, screw it. I just deleted the account. And the second thing I said is from that point on, gacha games will never I won't be got, I know that's not what the gacha means, but there's no getting me anymore. It's not going to happen. And so since that moment, I think the most I've ever spent in a gacha game is like I said, maybe $100 in like a year, which feels okay to me. Like I'm okay with that. But I've even like progressed past that point where like I'm like, no. Now, until gacha games change their monetization policies, I'm not spending money. And again, not saying you have to do the same, but I would recommend that if you think gacha games have predatory monetization policies, that you likewise not spend until their policies change. And if you like the game, but you don't like the monetization policies, write the company and be like, hey, you got a great game, but I really don't like the way you do your microtransactions. So just to let you know, great game. I won't be spending any money on it unless and until you change your policies. And I think the more people that actually do that and actively like communicate to the companies, that does help. And also not spending helps. And And if you're a person who spent a lot of money, by the way, I don't judge you for that. I've done it. I just told you I spent $2,500 a year on a game I didn't expect to. I didn't intend to. I could have gone on vacation. I could have gone to Europe for 2 weeks on $2,500. You know, I could have, I don't know, could have put it in the bank. It'd be worth $4,000 now. You know, like I could have done something with it that was intentional and purposeful. And instead, I just pissed it away. Worse than at the casino, you know, because at the casino, you have a chance of coming home with more than you went in with. Even if you're not likely to do it, there's a chance. You know, here, the only chance was that they walked away with my money. So yeah, so that's just my personal like thing with gacha games. Now the free to play thing I've discovered, and I always kind of knew because I've been free to play in other games at other times, but free to play is a fun extra challenge for me. I like the constraint of being free to play. I like not having another solution. Like when you paint somebody into a corner, they get creative about how to get out of it. So if you paint yourself into a corner, you'll get creative about how to still win. You know, and that appeals to me. I don't care about the meta. I don't care about meta champions. I'm not chasing somebody else's solution. You know, not to say I don't collaborate and appreciate other people's solutions and occasionally employ them, but I'm not chasing, you know, that optimal thing. I'm not watching Saphira and saying, you know, this guy's unlocked Nightmare Hydra and he knows the best combo and I want that team. I just want what knowledge he has, right? The knowledge that he has in order to like put that team together is more interesting to me than the solution he's applied that knowledge to. You know, it's like I'll find my own solution if I know the facts. And that's why like I try to communicate like not theories, I would guess, but I try to communicate methodologies and skills and thought processes and that stuff rather than saying, hey, focus on this solution. Every once in a while, I do say, hey, this is a really good solution because I think it's accessible to a lot of people and it's maybe easier to understand or it helps you progress in other areas more quickly. But like I'm often not focused on the meta. I prefer to not be part of the meta. Yeah, so being free to play has really pushed me in that area and got me more into that, which has increased my enjoyment of the game. Are you going to build the OP uncommon shield guard? Sean Malla asks. Maybe. It wasn't Hearthstone, Kyle Morris. No, I forget the name of the game. I've wiped it from the memory banks, but it wasn't like a mainstream game. It was one of those card collecting games where like every week there's like a invasion and you fight it off using your cards. It's like a PvE game, not a PvP game. And it's like one of those match 3 games. Do you know what I mean? Where like you use the cards in conjunctions with the match 3 and then the different matches give the cards different powers and then the powers like defeat the bad guys. It was actually a cool game. I will say it was fun. I like match 3 and I like collectible card games and it merged the two. And it was relatively cooperative. Like your clan or guild or whatever it was really important in your performance. So you coordinated stuff, and was social as well, which isn't true with most mobile games. But I don't remember the name of the game. I could find out, but I don't even want to look. You know, I'm like, no, it's a bad call. Bad call. Free to play and low spenders are almost the same, even ongoing. Like if you spend $10 a month, an active free to play player could outplay that benefit. Like you can outplay a $10 benefit in this game with just like an extra couple of hours of playtime a week. You know, you get 2 or 3 extra hours a week, that's going to make up for it. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 4 or 5 extra hours. And also the skill level and the knowledge level can be like, you know, like an experienced player will get more out of 10 hours in the game than a new player will get out of 20. So there's that too. You have this chickens to 6-star Rathalos waiting for the next champion training though. Yeah, that's a good call. If I don't have a great curse set, would you recommend leveling Viltrex for Hydra? I think that people do that. I think people use Viljax for Hydra. I don't because I only have one on my main account and I already have my solutions over there. So I don't need Viljax, but I do think that, I mean, I've heard of that solution and I do think he's viable. Thug says, for example, I have Rathalos in Relentless setup and running with double Ferric in the Fat and double Valkyrie in Dragonheart, and he's doing insane numbers. I imagine that would be a very cool. I don't know. Do you need the double Valkyrie? Like, could you get by with somebody else who maybe adds a little bit more, like in terms of like a weakened champion? Could you get a weakened champion into that team? Because Ferric in the Fat has the decreased defense. But like even Hecarim, not Hecarim. Oh my God, Helicath. I can't believe I just said Hecarim. All right. Yeah. Do you think League of Legends is a gacha game of sorts? No, I don't. League of Legends is completely free, and it's hard to buy competitive advantage in that game. The champions themselves aren't like they're supposed to be equal, you know, not 100% equal, but every champion is supposed to be viable. And when they get too weak and they fall out of the meta, they get buffed. When they get too strong, they get nerfed. So the idea is to create a level playing field. There's parity in that game, right? The point of a gacha game is to create disparity, to create a power hierarchy so that people chase the power. And the power is more rare. And so that means they have to chase it harder with more money. So I don't think League of Legends is a gacha game at all. And I think their monetization is actually incredibly friendly. And they're a great free-to-play game. The community is toxic as hell. Like it's just toxic playing PvP games like that. And that's okay for a while. Like I'm thick-skinned enough to do that. Also, the mute chat option is really strong if you just like the game. You can also just play with friends, you know. But no, League of Legends is an excellent game, and I really appreciate them as developers, not in all ways, but for the sense that they've been able to create an incredibly profitable game that is truly free to play. And that's hard to do. There are only a few games that are out there like that. Warframe is another one. There are a few others. Although there is some pay to win in Warframe, I would say. Gotchas won't change until people... Yeah, I agree. They probably won't change. $60 for an OP artifact set just for a random roll. Shit, yeah, it's just absurd. The RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG in gacha games is... That's why it's such a gamble, and that's why I don't spend. CT 2003 says, Raid helped me in COVID when I was feeling awful. This game really has a special place in my heart. The game is fantastic. It's the best squad builder game I've ever played. And like, I don't care if it's mobile or what, like it's a fantastic game. It holds a special place in my heart as well. But there's a difference between the game and the monetization of the company that puts out the game. Mr. T2 Sugars, how are you today, Cole? I'm doing well, thank you. Mr. T, how are you doing today? Buster Brown just spent $100 on this game yesterday and regret it. It's rare that you spend on Raid and don't regret it. That's part of the problem. That's most of the problem. Johnny Doyle, Colred calling his whole shout out accidentally right now. I'll say this again, and this is important. You should game the way that feels good to you. You should game in the way that best fits your life. I would encourage everyone to practice healthy habits when it comes to gaming. And that includes spending, but not just spending, right? I like gaming sessions. Like I did a 16-hour stream the other day and I felt physically awful for 2 days. I'm still recovering from it. You shouldn't sit in a chair for 16 hours. If you're going to have a marathon gaming session, build in breaks, stand up, stretch, like drink a lot of water, you know, give your eyes a break, do all those things that are healthy for you. Because like you will physically feel bad after a marathon gaming session. Practice healthy, like social habits. You know, for every hour that you spend online, you should spend an hour interacting with somebody in the real world. You know, like for every hour that you spend in a game, you should spend an hour, you know, doing homework or housework or walking or exercising or socializing, because balance is important in your life. And then practice healthy spending habits. You know, set yourself a gaming budget or an entertainment budget, however you like to do it, and try to maintain that budget. And if you can't, because a game makes you break your budget, stop playing the game, even if you enjoy the game for what it is. If you can't be healthy in the game, don't play the game. And those are all easier things that are easier said than done. And I don't always do all of those things myself. So I get the struggle. I'm not judging you. I would never judge you. I wouldn't do it. I know what it's like. You know, I know what it's like. I've lived that life. So all I'm saying is I encourage all of us to help each other do those good, healthy things, because when gaming is a healthy part of your life, it's an awesome part of your life. And when it's unhealthy, it's dangerous and it hurts, you know, and that's also true with other things, right? That's also true with other things. This isn't the only thing that we could say that about, you know. I certainly, you know, could say that about other things in my life. So I just encourage people to practice healthy habits in life, and that includes gaming. And I would like, you know, like one of the things that I believe in that's kind of important to me as a gamer is I would like other people to understand how beneficial gaming can be to people. Socially, mentally, emotionally. Like gaming is a great habit. Like it's a great hobby. And I think it gets looked down upon. I think it gets misunderstood. And I think gamers sometimes get marginalized or shamed. And I think part of that reason is because often what non-gamers know about games is either sort of the weird like fanboy or super nerd component of it, which exists, but that also exists other places. There are super fans of like, you know, NFL teams but there is that sort of obsessive component to it at that level that some people get exposed to. And then the other part is like the, you know, the unemployed 40-year-old living in his mother's basement playing video games, kind of like slacker, you know, cliche model. 99% of gamers aren't either one of those. Right? Like those exist, but they are caricatures of one type of gamer. The vast majority, most people in modern society at some point are gamers. Kids are all gamers. All kids are gamers. Right? Even if you're into sports, you're a gamer. If you're into chess, you're a gamer. If you like playing board games with your friends or doing puzzles with your family, like you're a gamer. If you like playing if you go like, and the older generations are gamers too. They go to the, you know, they go to the country club and play bridge at, you know, and drink gin. And it's like, well, you're a gamer. You play bridge. What do you think being a gamer is? It doesn't mean you had to grow up with Nintendo. Right. And so that kind of stuff gets to me. And I think that, you know, my father, who I love and I have a good relationship with, and who is a gamer, he is a gamer through and through, would never categorize himself as a gamer. He plays solitaire every day at some point. He likes like bounce out games, like the little brick breaking games. He loves those games. He does Sudoku and crossword puzzles. He does jigsaw puzzles, both physical jigsaw puzzles on the dining room table and digital versions of jigsaw puzzles on his tablet. He plays Pinochle at least once a week with a group of friends. He plays poker at least one night a month with a group of friends. He enjoys sports. He's a gamer through and through. He would never call himself a gamer. And whenever we talk about it, he's like, yeah, you know, games aren't social. Like, you should talk to a person in real life. Like, I'm not talking to 180 people right now. Like, I'm not having a conversation. Like, that interaction isn't important and it's not meaningful and it's not, it's not real. He's like, yeah, you're just, and I think with the YouTube thing, he's changed his mind a little bit. He sees that a little bit more, but he's like, video games rot your brain. I'm like, man, they don't. It's like, and you play like 4. It's like, you play Sudoku on your phone. You play the Wordle game. He plays the Wordle game. It's like, if those kinds of puzzles light up your brain and make you curious and keep you interested and engaged, then they're not, who cares what the medium is? Like, it's a video game as opposed to a board game or a card game. So it's a bad game, which is not the case. And by the way, for every hour I play a video game, he probably watches a screen too. It's just usually TV or movies or whatever, or his tablet. And it's like, so I think, there are misconceptions about gaming, and I should be doing something. What am I trying to do here? I should be upgrading this guy. Okay. And so, one of the things I want to do, like, long term, is find a way to change that perception. I want people to recognize the gamer inside themselves and to celebrate it. But I also want gaming to be healthy for everybody. And, I think part of the reason why it's difficult, especially in the economic arena and in the political arena, is that games are marginalized and misunderstood and miscategorized. So, when somebody gets into an unhealthy space with gaming gets blamed as opposed to the things that led to the unhealthy practice. And it's interesting because there's a very different outlook in some areas. There are some people who, like, let's say somebody falls into a spiral of addiction, whether that's alcoholism or drug addiction or whatever it happens to be, any other addictions that can be life altering and destroying. Somebody falls into an addiction mode. Often the thing that they're addicted to is based or is blamed. Alcohol is evil. Like, you're an alcoholic. Alcohol is evil. And I don't know that I agree or disagree. I'm not here to tell you that truth. I'm like, whatever it is. I'm just saying it's an interesting social dynamic, where it's like either the person gets blamed and the thing is not part of the equation, or the thing gets blamed and the person's not part of the equation. So you can be like, oh, only weaklings fall for, only weaklings become addicted. That's victim blaming, right? That's like, let's blame the person. If you've become addicted to anything, it's because you're weak or you made bad decisions. And there's the complete flip side, which is if you become addicted to something, it's because you got exposed to something that's so powerfully and, powerfully evil and overwhelming that you had no chance to avoid it, And like, those can both sort of be true, or they could neither be true. I mean, I'm not here to tell you what's right or wrong. I'm just saying, that both of those views get thrown on gaming. Gaming is reprehensible, and it's corrupting our youth. Gaming is the problem. It's corrupting our youth. Or gamers are slackers and ne'er-do-wells. Gamers are the problem. They're not good people. Gamers are bad people. They're weird and they don't care and they don't work hard, You can say that about any segment of society, and it's probably true to some extent, right? It's like there are always people in every group which are bad, and there are people in every group which are good. And it's like, but that doesn't make the thing good or bad. It just means we want to do it the right way if we can. Like, we're just talking about sports. You can be a sports fan in an unhealthy way. You can hawk your mother's wedding ring for playoff tickets. Like, you can do that. You can be the guy who ignores his kids on Sunday for 12 hours straight and doesn't care that his wife is overwhelmed. Like, you could be that guy, or you can say, sweetheart, this is really important to me. I want to find a way for our life to work so that I can get a few hours on Sunday to watch the game. And then the rest of the year, I'll be on duty on Sundays and we'll trade this off, or whatever your balance is, and you can do it in a healthy way. Or you can be like, hey, I get to watch one game every Sunday as opposed to the whole slate, and then when playoffs come, that's a special time of year for me. And my family makes accommodations. And then I trade that back. Like I support that back for, my loved ones' important things. That's a healthy way to approach it, but there are unhealthy ways to be fans of anything, so I think the difficult thing I was talking about before about the political and economic thing, though, is that just because it gets marginalized, because you get those blaming games going on, very rarely is the gaming industry held responsible for its bad actors. Very rarely is there regulation put in place to protect gamers as people. Very rarely is there social oversight to how this industry operates. It's put on the individual. Because if you're doing something bad, why should we protect you? If you're doing something bad, why should we care about the outcomes? If you're doing something bad, then you get what you deserve. And so if we change that and you say, well, we're not doing something bad, we're gaming. Gaming is not bad. It's not inherently bad. Then all of a sudden people would say, like, if you could convince people of that, they would say, okay, well, then this gets treated the same way as doing anything else. And we want to regulate it in a way that's reasonable, and we want to protect the people in there in a reasonable way, and we want to educate everybody again in a reasonable way. And then you have fewer problems with addiction, you have fewer problems with social isolation, you have fewer problems with online bullying, you have fewer problems with all of the negative outcomes, because now we're looking at it like a legitimate enterprise. So in my lifetime, I would like to see that happen. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. I'm not 50 yet. Let's say I get another 30, 35 years, maybe 40 years if I'm lucky. I think that with the computers we all carry around in our pockets, that's a possibility. That in 40 years, we could see a very different approach to gaming. By the way, I'll remind you all, especially you members, you have access to the soapbox emote. So when I get on my soapbox, I expect you guys to pull that emote out. Whether you're celebrating or you're just reminding me like, hey man, this is a gaming channel. Like, let's talk about Raid for a minute. Pull out the soapboxes. Johnny Doyle says, one-on-one social interactions. Yikers. I know you're right, but people. I like people. I am a people person. I also like solo time. Like, my solo time is important to me, but I really like people. I just think, why be limited to one-on-one in-person interactions? I just had a great interaction with two very dear friends. We spent half a day together. They stayed over. We had dinner together. We had long conversation. We played some games. We actually played some games. We played Boggle. We played Quiddler. We played some games. And then we just talked. And that was awesome. And this is also awesome. This is great. How fantastic is this? We got 153 people out hanging out in a room. Some are just listening. Some are just have it on in the background. Everybody's getting something out of it, or they wouldn't be here because they all opted in. This wasn't forced on anybody, including me. So thank you, Great Dane. Thank you for the soapbox. Smoky Bone says, it's been tested several times that people who play video games for at least an hour a day have better critical thinking skills over the long term. Of course you do. Your analytical skills in almost any video game are just a part of, it's like a requirement. When you think about how many puzzles exist in games are basically just different ways to approach puzzles. Like sometimes it's a quick twitch puzzle, right? But there's still like we're always thinking about optimal things. We're always thinking about systems, about rules, about working within those rules, creative problem solving fast, like fast thinking, solving problems, slow thinking, solving problems. It's like, yeah, you engage your brain when you play games. So when people say like games melt your brain, I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You do not know what you're talking about if you think that's true. It's like, of all of the genres I've ever played, I've never played a game that melts your brain. I've played thousands of games in my gaming career. There are stupid games. I'm not saying there aren't bad games. And there are games that don't have a lot of redeeming qualities. But with so many choices, if that's your choice, then probably it still gives you something. You need to disconnect your brain for a while. You want to melt your brain for a minute, I'm last. I'm in last place. All right. No worries, dude. Hammerhawk says, let's talk about last Sunday's thumbnail. You mean yesterday's thumbnail? Bryce, it doesn't always come down to the heart of the individual. I understand what you're saying, and there's a component of that to it. But to say that it comes down to the heart of the individual is to say that circumstance doesn't play a part. There are people who are genetically predisposed to addictive conditions. Maybe specific ones, maybe addictive, like practices in general. And so if you have a greater natural resistance to it, to then look at everybody else and say, if you're susceptible to it, it's because your heart isn't in the right place. That's not fair. It's factually incorrect. And I'm not saying that we can't overcome those things. We're not simply an expression of our genetic material. Will and purpose and conscious thought all play a part. But we are not also just like the embodiment of the goodness of our hearts. We are not that. We all fail. We all try and fail all the time. And sometimes we fail at things that hurt us. Even talented people fail. Even successful people have failed. So it's more complicated than that. It has to be more complicated than that. Fun and Party says, press the like button. Thank you. Descendant says, my son has gamed since he was pretty young. It's amazing how much he's learned and grown. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are addicts in my family who are good people I love. And their addictions are varied, and the expression of those addictions are varied. And to see someone you love who is a good person, who is talented and capable, who is consciously aware of their addiction and tries to overcome it and have them succeed sometimes but fail often is painful. It's also just life. Like it's one of the normal, it's an everyday pain. It's not a special pain. It's not a holy pain. It's not a, it's just life. And I don't think it has, I don't think it has to be more than that. Like to try to simplify it, to try to put it in a box, right? To try to make it black and white is to simultaneously give it more power than it deserves to have, and also diminishes it to the point where there's almost no truth in it anymore. It's not a reflection of what's real. We do it because it's comfortable. We do it because sometimes it makes us feel better. but I don't think that's realistic. And it gets applied to gamers. Like that practice gets applied to gamers. You know, gamers are degenerates. And granted, not every culture is the same about it. You know, we clearly have changed as a culture in our attitude towards gaming, but we're not all the way there yet. I haven't played Factorio Space Exploration. Yeah, that's true. Joshua Williams, I've always gamed. Biggest problem I have is that I dropped like $7,000 on League, mostly on glyph pages. Yeah, I've overspent on games. I've probably spent $20,000 on Magic the Gathering, like over 20 something years. The Forge is unlocked. Good news. That is very good news. I think I've told this story before, but I realistically spent in like 3 batches on Magic the Gathering. So in 3 like 2-year stretches, I probably spent about $24,000. And then in the other like 20 years plus, I've spent like $1,000, you know, like total. So like, you know, $50 a year. But yeah, we learn. MT Jedi says, I'm apparently behind on this live stream. Just heard the HP Burn question about Wrath. My first video will post tomorrow, but yeah, I think it's worth HP Burn in the team. We'll test more too. We don't have them on the test server, by the way. They never give us the login champions for some reason. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that was like a half an hour ago. So you're a little bit behind on the stream, but no worries. Of course, I'm telling you this and you won't hear this for half an hour. So who knows? New age leaguers don't know the struggle. Yeah, it's different. It's very different. But that's okay. There's no value in that struggle. That struggle was removed because the value was not there. And so don't feel like, I mean, you struggled more, but don't feel like that doesn't mean that, you know, they don't have their own struggles, right? Or they don't have something that's valuable. It's just like a struggle disappeared. That's a good thing. Let's be happy that League removed that crap because it was awful. But, you know, I mean, there are other things. Like for a very, very long time, I was a skier until I injured myself. But for 35 years, I was an avid skier. Skiing is incredibly expensive, and it's getting more so. When I was a kid, it was expensive, but not to that extent. And so if I said over, say, call it 30 years, over the 30 years that I skied, how much money did I spend on skiing in terms of gear, lift tickets, like food in lodges, like all of the, you know, extra gear like that you had to wear and stuff like that, gas and like terms of driving up to the, you know, the ski mountains, lodging if I stayed over, flights if I went on a ski trip, you know, like all of the stuff on skiing. Like I spent more money on skiing than I ever spent on Magic the Gathering, you know. And if you added up all of the hours that I spent skiing, I all of the hours, including the travel and the stay overnight and whatever, it's fewer hours than I probably spent playing Magic the Gathering, because you could just sit down and play for 4 hours at any given time. Like once you had the cards, you could just do that. You could play the same cards for 4 hours straight. It's like, you know, and so, yeah, I probably spent, you know, more than $25,000 on skiing in my lifetime. I got a job at a ski mountain for 4 winters because I loved skiing so much and I didn't want to pay for season passes. You know, so I worked, got paid, and they gave me a season pass. And I still spent money those seasons because I would buy the new gear and do all that stuff, you know. And then eventually I stopped skiing. I still love it. I would go every once in a while, but physically it's not so great for me. But so it's like the things that you spend, you're not throwing your money away when you spend your money on something that gives you enjoyment. You're not throwing your money away when you spend on something that gives you hours upon hours of activities that make you happy or satisfy something in you. You know, if you spend $5,000 on a video game, but those $5,000 give you more joy than the other way you would spend those, that's fine, as long as it's healthy. As long as that $5,000 didn't mean that you missed a car payment or that your kids couldn't get, you know, go on a summer vacation or couldn't go to summer camp. Like, as long as that $5,000 didn't get pulled out of the budget for groceries, then okay. Like, if you could afford that and that got spent that way and that gave you joy, then that's healthy, and you should do what you want to do with your money that way. When you get to the edge of like, it hurt me, like I couldn't pay my rent that month because I couldn't control my spending on a game, then that's an addiction, right? So you can spend the same amount of money and have it be healthy and unhealthy, you know, and that's also true. We see that true with other things. Like, you can do the same activity, have it be healthy for one person and unhealthy for another person. What am I doing next? Spider. This should work fine. I think I'm going to 6-star Athel. I think if I get through by tomorrow, I'll 6-star Athel. If I don't, then yeah, I'm going to skip and go to Rathalos. Nice. That was good. I'll just let that auto. I'm DG Jedi. I'm back live now. I think Wrath is one of the best DPS for Hydra, top tier. Cool. So what's your personal goal for that free-to-play challenge? My personal goal? I don't know yet. I want to not embarrass myself. I'd like YST's team to do pretty well. MTG said, I didn't want to pay for my Magic anymore, so I opened a hobby shop. There you go. There you go. Right? You can find ways to turn it. And that's exactly, I mean, to a certain extent, I think about HH that way. HH released a video not like 6 months ago, maybe a little bit less, where he talked about like the addictive qualities in his own personality. He didn't call himself an addict, but he recognized that he has tendencies and vulnerabilities towards addictive behavior, especially in terms of games. And also, I think gambling, I think he talked about. And what he's done is he's built a life that allows him to make money off the thing that was costing him money. Right? He makes 100 times or 500 times what he was spending on the game. You know, he's made a whole brand out of that. And so, you know, there are things that you can do to change your relationship with that scenario. I don't think it's a good idea for an alcoholic to own a liquor store. I'm not saying that. But I am saying, like, the financial component of it. Like, if you're finding that financially, you know, gaming is a problem, but you can join, let's say, a gaming club that swaps games once they're used, you know, like everybody swaps a game once a month or something like that. It's like, well, now financially you don't have to work. You can just get new games for free and keep moving them along every month and have a gaming life that doesn't cost you much. It's like, so you can change your relationship to the monetary component. Lanai says, I know I struggle with addictive behavior because of the ADHD thing of impulsive behavior, which also includes impulsive purchases. It's tough at times. Yeah. And it's always about chasing the dopamine. I mean, we used to call it hedonism, right? Like the idea of pursuing pleasure for the sake of pleasure. And now we realize, like, well, that's not just like a personal choice. Sometimes we're actually keyed into that, and sometimes we're manipulated into that. Like when you think about the way big tobacco approached their, industry and how many kids got sucked into that. I mean, there were whole generations where, 75% of people smoked. To just say, well, 75% of people were bad because they made a bad choice and they became addicted to cigarettes. That's just like ignoring the very concerted, willful, and powerful, efforts of the tobacco industry to addict people to their product. And once you're addicted, the ability to get like the chance you're going to get off of that addiction, that you're going to break that addiction, is so much less. It's so far reduced than your chance of avoiding it in the first place. So to just say, oh, it's on the person. Like, it's not just on the person, right? There's a lot at play in a situation like that. All right, we got our 300 gems. Now we're talking. Now we're moving. All right, so let's look at these missions for a second. Upgrade a champion to rank 5. It's done. Nice. Champion to level 50. Done. 2 rank 5 champions. I'll need to do that. So I need to do that before I get a 6-star, I guess. But I can get a 6-star. It'll auto-complete. Oh, actually, I need 2 rank 5 champions. So I think if you get a rank 6 champion, you actually go backwards. So I might want to complete this before I get a 6-star champion. I accidentally did that last time during the noob versus pro. All right. But we automatically get a rank 5 champion when we get the login reward. So in 3 days, that'll be done anyway. So then I just need another rank 5 champion. And I have to get rank 5 chickens, which also count as rank 5 champions. So I think I'm okay. I just don't think I can. I either need this one and a rank 5 chicken, or I need my starter champion and a rank 5 chicken, depending on how fast I get to that mission. As long as yeah. Okay, so let's start doing this. It shouldn't be too bad. I got 3 copies of War Maiden now. So one's going to be the fusion, and the other 2 are going to be used. So I'll probably book her. I think I should probably also book Athel, but I've got all of these Shield Guard. I've got all of these Sauruses. I've got like too many good uncommons right now. We'll see how this turns out. It should be fine. So box, there we go. Caveman, thank you. Will I use gems for masteries on Rathalos? Yes. I have a question. There we go. Let's throw that out there. I've been curious about this. I've been thinking about this for a little bit. Started out more positive and is kind of peeling back towards neutral. It's funny how when I do polls, I just get so caught up in like the form of the poll. Like I put yes with an exclamation point. So it feels to me like when people answer yes, they're like, yes. I'm like, but I put the exclamation point. They could just be like, yeah, sure. So like the enthusiasm in the exclamation point that I'm feeling is entirely disconnected from the actual effect of the answer that people are actually making, you know? Or when people say like, sorry, I don't really do podcasts, which is totally legit. Like they might be like, no, I don't do podcasts, so I don't really care. Or it could be like, sorry, dude, I don't do podcasts. Like, who podcasts? Nah. You know, it's like, I don't know which it is. I don't know which it is. So my brain's just like, man, I should have written that differently. Thanks, Lodi. I appreciate that. Caveman says, I listen a lot at work, so any longer content works for me. Cool. Do it. Sean says, the Prime Gaming drops disappeared from my tab. Did they remove it, or do you think it's going to pop back up tomorrow when the new drop is supposed to happen? Probably drop tomorrow. I forgot to collect my Prime things. I've gotten Burr and Geary, and then I missed all the other ones. So I think we're on to number 4, and I didn't do the other 2. We need to do it emote. I'm pretty sure that's already in the works. I'm pretty sure Sun is on top of that one, and that'll be there soon. Do it. I think we also need that as like, that should just be a clicky that I can do. I just need a button that I can click that I'll just, you know, get a hotkey. Do it. Yeah, that's such an old meme, but it's still so enjoyable. Whereas like the it's a trap meme is less enjoyable. I still kind of enjoy it every once in a while. I actually used it on MTG Jedi in the comments the other day. I sort of didn't want to even, I just wanted to hint at it and not use it, but then I had to. But we were talking about 5-star gear being a trap. And then he's like, it's all a trap. And I was like, that's a wise Jedi coming in and making a comment about a trap. And then I'm like, instantly my brain went to, it's a trap, you know? And I'm like, okay, it's a trap. Yeah, 5-star gear is a trap. So can't escape your own brain sometimes. Did I not do this yet? I thought it, okay. Oh boy. All right, how are we doing on the stream here? We are looking at closing in on 4 hours. We got 41 votes. And out of 41 votes, 2 people said no thanks. And 21 people, we'll call it, said yes. And the remainder said, sorry, I don't really do podcasts. I really like the part of the stream where you go off on other topics, so a podcast-like content would be very welcome as well. Thanks, JF. I appreciate that. Johnny Doyle says, well, I went and played a game of League. An enemy went AFK 5 minutes in, and they FF'd. What a fun experience. They forfeited. That is unfortunately the toxicity of that. That's part of the toxicity of that community. Ice Golem. We got to do this. I don't think the super raids works here, so I'm not going to do super raids. Need to do this 10 times. I guess I can do this 10 times. I might just see if... I'm kind of tempted to try to... I guess I can do this, just see if I could get a little XP out of it. The champion training is over, right? So I don't know if I can clear it with just these 3, but I think I can. Should I do it? Do it. Yeah, JF, you know, I think one of the things about my style is that it's like when I live stream, it's half a podcast anyway, right? It's like I should just be sitting in a chair with a guest, you know, talking about a topic anyway, because it's like that's what I love to do. So the game thing, you know, like I like making instructional videos. I like hanging out with people and talking about gaming. The two don't always marry perfectly. I mean, I feel like the live streams are popular enough. I think people enjoy them, but I think there is that mix of like some people just enjoyed listening, you know, and the fact that I talk a lot on my live streams is often a comment I get is like, hey, at least you're doing something. You know, like sometimes people live stream and like they talk 20% of the time and I talk like 85% of the time, 90% of the time I'm talking. And sometimes I'm narrating what I'm doing. You know, here's a strategy session. I'm building my team like this. This is what I'm thinking when I'm changing gear. And sometimes the game is just background. The game is like, you can look at the game, see what I'm doing. It doesn't require a lot of explanation. Let's talk about something else. Now, because of who I am and what the channel is, I'm not trying to pick on topics that people are going to have personal aversions to. You can't avoid it entirely. Like if you talk about off-topic stuff, some people are just going to be like, dude, shut up and play the game. You know, like that's always a response you get. And usually it's a response you get when you start talking about something they don't care about or they disagree with. If they liked it, they wouldn't say that. They'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. I love the fact that the guy I watch likes the same things I like. You know, but when the guy I watch doesn't like the things I like, I wish he wouldn't talk about it. And I understand we all have that reaction, you know. So a podcast is more of a like, oh, I'm signing up for that conversation kind of thing. And I just think it would be cool to be like disconnected from a particular game because things like gaming addiction, things like the toxicity of certain communities, things like the economic, you know, like the aggressive monetizations of different game genres and game companies. You know, the politics behind like launching new games and the massive failure rate of game launches. Things like the marginalization of gamers, like social gamers, the feeling of being ostracized or diminished because you're a gamer, like marginalized because you're a gamer. The issues of like female gamers in like a misogynistic culture, especially in game development. You know, the representation, body modeling, like in games, all of those topics are interesting and none of them are like solved. There's no answer yet. The conversation is ongoing and needs to be ongoing. And the more light we bring to it, the more voices we hear, the more, you know, we can start to collectively kind of figure out what it is that we need or want. And sometimes like there are subsets of gamers, right? So it's like, you don't need to approach every aspect of gaming like it applies to all gamers. There are players who play certain games and don't play other games. And so the issues that are prevalent in the games they don't play don't affect them. And that's totally fine, you know, but like toxicity, I think affects everybody, you know, so it's like some games are some topics are very universal to the gaming experience. And then other experiences are specific to a subset of gamers. But I think it's all interesting. I'd love to talk about it all. Richie asks, so what is your goal for today in Raid? My goal is to start to catch up a little bit on this HH account to hopefully make some progress in a few different areas. I want to get some Arbiter missions done. Should probably get back in Arena, grind a little bit more Great Hall, work some challenges, and then hopefully make a decision based on what happens over the next few hours about whether or not I'm going to 6-star my starter champ or I'm going to wait for Rathlos. And then the other goal is to have fun and talk to people. Pavel just said, dude. I hope I didn't upset you, Pavel. The main thing that caught my eye was Sun's expression, that beautiful serial killer expression highlighted by that sharp contrast. You're talking about the Sunstream thumbnail that I made for him? That was my gift to him. That was my gift to him for winning Noob versus Pro. That was my first of several gifts. He's going to get 3 or 4 rewards, 3 or 4 prizes for winning Noob versus Pro. And one was his very own personal thumbnail that he can use on every live stream he does for the rest of the year. And when I say can, I mean he must. He must use that or some variation of that. We might have to come up with new ones. Dubstep says, I just started playing Raid and today I pulled Miscreated and Farrakhan the Fat. Who should I book first? I think Farrakhan is really good with Rathalos. Farrakhan is very good with Rathalos. Miscreated Monster is an amazing early game epic to have pulled. He's like an everywhere carry. You can use them together. That is an excellent combo. I would take all 3 of those champions that you're talking about to 60. So you're going to want to take Rathalos, Farrakhan, and Miscreated all to 60. Because of Rathalos, I would focus on Farrakhan first. But don't forget about Miscreated. Don't leave him in the vault. Don't leave him on the bench. Get him to 6 stars as fast as you can too. Because those 3 champions, along with your starter champion and whatever your code champion is, that could make it crazy. If you have Deacon and Kale and those 3 champions, you've got a crazy clan boss team to start the game with. You got a crazy dungeon killing team, boss killing team to start the game with. Those are your first 5 champions. That's also not bad for Arena. That's pretty good for Arena too. Bryce says you could have put a soapbox category to your video schedule, even use your soapbox graphic in the thumbnails. I could, yeah. I guess I could do something like that. I mean, I kind of feel like once you've watched one of my live streams, you know what you're signing up for. Some streams turn more soapboxy than others, and that's just the way things work. I don't plan to be soapboxy, but every once in a while that just happens. JF says, I think it works well for Raid. It's not like you could narrate the 20 identical battles, but I see your point. Some people click on Raid to see Raid and nothing else, so it's fair to separate things. Yeah, I also think there are enough Raid streamers. Every streamer has a little bit of a different style. If you watch MTG's, streams, his streams are different than mine. If you watch, HH's streams, his streams are very different than mine. I like interactive streams if I can do them, and I also like informative streams if I can do them. Sometimes you can't do both at the same time. Sometimes you can. Depends on the game and sort of what you're talking about. But I don't want people to come watch my videos and then say, oh, I'll check out his live stream, come to the live stream and be like, no, I hate his live streams. But that's also going to happen. The videos are in some ways more easily digestible or consumable than the live streams. Live streams are a lot I'm a different person in my live streams than I am in my videos because the goal is different. The task is different, right? So how you interact with people is different than how you follow a script. How good a researcher you are is different than how quickly you can think on your feet. I like them both. If I had to do only one or the other, I might lean towards streaming if I could be successful at it. Because I prefer the interactive medium. I definitely need to get into some Arena. Let me see if I can do some Arena here. This should work. But I like the videos as well. I think the videos are a better outlet for like creative stuff and also for like that puzzle solving part of my brain. And the streams are better for like the side of my brain that desires interaction and like a community. It's so much more fun to play games with a community that you enjoy than to avoid community because you never have a good one. Like sometimes you just avoid the community in games because you're like, there's no good community here. There's no real community here. Sometimes you even play solo games because you're just fed up in like trying to find community and failing. I have definitely done that. Like I love MMOs and I get into MMOs all the time and I look for community in MMOs because they're supposed to be played with a group of players. And you struggle to find a good clan or a guild, and you struggle to find friends who are, I don't know, like people that you enjoy playing. And you're like, the game is awesome, but the community doesn't exist. And so you leave the game because the community doesn't exist. And that's, I don't want that to happen here. I want people to have access to a community, and I want to have access to a community. And so if you come to the Call Red Plays community and you think, oh, there are a bunch of good people here who are fun and interesting, they're good at the game, they are helpful, we laugh, we troll each other, we have memes, like we do all the things, but it's also really good natured and nobody's harsh or mean. It's like you're like, oh yeah, now I have friends to play this raid game with. It will make the raid experience better, and the raid experience needs to be better than the solo experience, because I think the solo experience is potentially damaging. Like it can be that bad at times. So when you fail to pull anything in your fourth successive like shard pull event and you're just raging, to be able to talk to somebody else and be like, yeah, dude, that happened to me too. It's like, it sucks. I'm sorry. It'll turn on, it'll turn around. Someday it'll turn around. In the meantime, like, let's go theory craft a solution for your bommel problem. I mean, that's just so much better. That's just the better way to do it. Got a Rathalos here, a level 40 Rathalos. What does soapbox mean? A soapbox is basically like, think about it this way. A guy puts down a box, like a crate, and he stands on top of it and he's above the crowd and he starts yelling at the crowd and they can see him and hear him and he starts talking about whatever's bothering him. Right? Like getting up on your soapbox is like preaching. Sometimes when people have asked you to, but most of the time when people have not asked you to. So yeah, we have a little soapbox emote. So when I get going on a rant and you feel like I'm being a little bit preachy or I'm just like, disconnected from what's going on in the game, or you just want to, poke me a little bit, that's what the soapbox emoji is for. Tips for Xena, got it from a shard. Arena Nuker, I think. I don't know. Don't own her. But what I've seen is that she's a pretty solid Arena Nuker. She's got some cool passives. Some people don't like her. They think her kit is too repetitive. Some people really like her. Yeah. All right, thanks. That was my plan. Just wondering who. I think you're right. I think Farrakhan the Fat's probably the first. Johnny, I'm guilty of doing that. We're all guilty from time to time. LFC 1892. Hi, enjoying your content, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're enjoying it. And as a reminder to everybody out there, if you are enjoying the content, please go ahead and click the like button. don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Notifications are great if you like notifications for the content. And yeah, consider joining the Discord community because that's just fantastic. And like I said, we've launched our clan cluster. It's been a huge success. We're already basically full up. We've got people waiting for a 5th clan that we're going to be launching, hopefully even maybe today or tomorrow, because we do have CVC coming up. Somebody just reminded me about that. So we do want to try to get that out there if we can. But honestly, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't want people to be mad. We're trying our best. We are just 2 guys who are handling all this stuff. We do now have a really great officer core. So we've got, I think, 5 officers so far, unless we added one today. And, you know, they're working hard. This is a new thing for us, the clan cluster. I've never run a cluster before. I've run clans before. I've never run a cluster before. And we're going to do our best. And I don't want anybody to miss out on the CVC. But if we can't get everything lined up, what I would recommend, I guess, is jump into a clan, you know, a few hours. Like if you're going to log off and you know the CVC is going to start before you log back on and the clan situation hasn't been solved, it's not, you can't jump into the CVC halfway through and get credit. So just join a clan. Get you know, your chance to get some rewards there, and then we'll get it sorted when the CVC is over. Yeah, I'm sorry that I there's just so much going on right now. I do feel bad, but I can't really realistically promise that we're going to have everything sorted in time, because I don't want to make that promise and then not come through. All right, I think I'm going to buy the masteries right now. I think I'm going to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. First of all, we're going to do this and this. Yeah, absolutely. We do this and this and this. We're going to get the turn meter reduction. We're going to get the debuff extension. And then we're going to run down here. I think this is a... Yep. We're going to come across and we're going to get Giant Slayer. Huh. Why won't it let me pick it? Do you have to have like a certain... I think you could just go down and pick it. It won't let me pick it. But that's okay. That's weird though. Oh, because I'm not 6. That's why. I'm not 60. All right. Let's go ahead and pick that. All right. All right. So that'll make her a lot stronger. And then we got to clear this. Okay. All right. I'm going to let this run. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in about 90 seconds. Okay. I realized something when I walked away, which is I don't think I've started the optimizer today. So I got to get the optimizer going to get the points on this account because I was previously on a different account. So I was like, oh, I don't need to launch the optimizer yet. So let's swap that guy out. Get, I guess. Maybe we'll do that for now. I forget how many. I think I have 1 or 2 more runs to do here. I got to still remember to do this thing. Now, it's early in the day. I have time to complete all my dailies and stuff. But early-ish in the day. It's 2:30, right? So not too bad. I don't know why on Martin Luther King Day, we've got municipal workers like tearing down a telephone pole outside the house. And I also don't know why. This is like the 5th day they've been working on whatever they're working on. I can't even see what they're doing. Like they make noise all day and then I look over there and nothing's changed. They haven't moved. They haven't like moved down the street. It's not like they're clearing trees or something. They've just been there all week, every day. And they were there all week. Like they were there on the weekend. They were there on Saturday. Like, what are you doing? Why are you working so much overtime? And why are you making so much noise with no visible? I don't know what they're doing. I'm really curious as to what they're doing. I assume they're doing something. It's a lot of noise to be making and not be doing anything. You know? So I just can't figure out what it is. And it's only like 3 houses down. Like I can see them all day just working there. I can hear them all day while I'm streaming. And I was like, oh, Monday will be a great stream because I won't have to have all that noise in the background. And literally they've been going since like 8:30 this morning. So I'm hoping they like have half a day or something and call it at 3 p.m. Well, it wouldn't be half a day, it would be, but I hope they call it a little bit early. That'd be nice. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of noise over there. There's like 5 or 6 workers. And they've got like 2 trucks. And I don't know what the first truck is. It's a specialized truck of some kind. I've heard chainsaws. I've heard jackhammers. I hear some kind of grinding machine that I don't recognize. Like they're doing work. And they're constantly yelling at each other and screaming. Like there's a lot of noise. Like there's talking going on over there. It's not just the trucks doing the work. It's not just the drivers doing the work with 4 guys standing around watching. And my town's not a huge town. It's a medium-sized suburbia, you know, like 35,000 people or something. And the town is okay when it comes to municipal work. It's not great. It's definitely not the worst place I've lived. Like they do a decent job, and it depends on the administration. Some administrations tend to do a better job than others. In general, most of the town workers don't live in the town, unfortunately. You know, because we're too expensive. We don't pay municipal workers enough to live in the town we live in, which is absurd. But it's also not like they're commuting an hour to get here. They like live in the next town over or something. But yeah, it's always like everything runs long, everything runs over budget, but not so much so that everybody's up in arms about it. You know, it's like, oh, this work was scheduled for 9 months, even though it probably should have been done in 7, and it actually took 10. You know, and it's like, it's just like irritating, but not so bad. You know, when you see other towns where it's like, oh yeah, we scheduled this for 7 months and it took 17. You know, it's like, we don't have that problem. We don't have like a lot of graft and corruption going on in our town. But it also doesn't seem like there's a huge sense of urgency. And I think part of the reason that might be is because like the workers aren't working on their neighbors' homes. You know, they're literally working in the next town over, or the town, you know, 2 towns over. It's like if you work in the town where you live in and you do public works, you literally affect like your kids and your kids' friends, like where they can, what they can do, and your neighbors and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's okay. It's not awful. It's small, small suburbia. It's American suburbia in New England. Let's do this. Let's see. We started at 4,044,000. Let's see how much it takes to get these boots to 16. See how much it takes to get them to 13. Come on. I think being a municipal worker is a hard job. These guys work by the side of the road, working on sewers, working on electrical lines, working on trees, like they have to do a lot of different things for which like there are specialized industries, but they have to cover all of them as municipal workers. Like they have to do we don't contract out, we don't hire private contractors in our town. Our municipal workers do all of those things. They work on the parks, they work on the roads. Like we have a paving crew. And there are certain crews that specialize a little bit, but in a lot of cases, it's like when the paving needs to be done, the guys who also do the snow plowing now do the paving, and the guys who do the paving now do the sewers, and the guys who do the sewers now do the sidewalks. And it's like, so it's a tough job. You're outside a lot. You work around traffic a lot. You work in bad conditions a lot. I have sympathy. It's not really the workers who I'm complaining about today. Like I have no problem with the guys. I have no problem with the guys at all. Like I said, they seem to be working hard, and they're out here on a holiday. Like I hope that there's value in that. I don't even have a problem with the overtime. Like pay those guys the overtime. They're working on a holiday. I just wish I knew what the heck they were doing and why they've been here for so long. We had a bunch of sewer work done this summer. And it's like, I thought that was all handled, so I don't think it's that. What is my next mission? 3 stars. Okay, let's see if we can 3-star this. Who are we thinking right now? Let's try the strong affinity champ. Why not? Let's try the strong affinity champ. I don't think he's the best champion for 3-starring stuff, but he's the only force champion. So that means that, yeah, Athel will be the tank and she's got lifesteal. So that should work, right? This is a good little strategy you can try. You bring in a force affinity champion who's maybe not a force affinity. You bring in a strong affinity champion. Gosh, you bring in a strong affinity champion, even if they're not the best champion, because that basically makes it solo. Another thing you can do is literally just run your starter. Just run one champion. You don't have to run both. So that's another option. But typically running 2 is faster. Lesser arcane potions. We need the little ones. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. We'll do this and this, and let's do that. We'll get some XP out of it if we can. Hello, Dingy. Good to see you. Bryce says the only thing I don't like about this fusion calendar is the champ training doesn't line up with the champion chase. Yeah, okay. I mean, there are a lot of things to like about this fusion. I think that's, like it's fair, but you could deal with that. I hear there will be collabs with YST and the rest of the Shadowverse. I'm hoping. Yeah, we're still talking about it. Obviously, I'm streaming right now. I should probably check on that, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Yeah, YST's been pretty good. You know, we have a time difference, like a time zone issue with this team. We're spread out all over the place, apparently. So it's going to be kind of hard to figure out when we could get everybody together, but we'd like to do that. It's the CIA. I don't think it's the CIA. That's government contract jobs. Make noise and not change much. Probably one guy in the whole. Yeah, like I said, I think they're working hard. Upgrading artifacts without RSL helper. I'd like to get RSL helper. That was a goal for today, but now with the clan stuff, that might have to wait another day. Brandon says, I started my plumbing business January of 2023. Been plumbing for 16 plus years. Everyone hates me until they need me. And then when it comes time to pay, they hate me again. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate reality of being in any kind of repair business, right? Or really any kind of contracting business. So I feel you. I understand what you're talking about. You know, it's like you call your plumber because something went wrong. He doesn't get there fast enough because it's an emergency every time. He gets there, he fixes it, but it's not an easy fix because it wouldn't have gone wrong in the first place if it was an easy fix. And maybe you even tried a fix that was like a patch job they were hoping would last a long time, and it didn't last a long time and made things worse. He did his job well, fixed it for you, and now he's got to charge you for coming out there at the drop of a hat and putting in 2 hours work. And that runs you a decent amount of money because it's skilled labor, but you didn't plan on that expense because it was an emergency. So now you have the stress of trying to figure out how to pay this guy, and you have to pay this guy because he literally just saved your bacon, you know? And so it's just a rough, like, emotional thing. I mean, it used to be different, right? It used to be different because there was a little bit more understanding about, like, if you were calling in a plumber, like, the respect for that relationship was higher, I guess. Like, it's a highly skilled labor, right? It's not general contracting. It's not guys who just work hard. It's guys who know stuff and work hard. You know, so there used to be more respect for that. But, you know, like, the value of $1 has gone down. Do you know what I mean? So there's that aspect to it too. I mean, we had a guy come in. I brought in an exterminator. We had a mouse problem for like 3 years running, and we kept solving it, and it kept coming back. And it got really bad, and I just didn't have the time to like figure it out. And I also, like, I had tried to figure it out the previous 2 years. And so finally I was like, we need to bring in an exterminator. And we brought him in, and the guy was not friendly. He was not friendly. And clearly, based on what he said, he's like, people try to rip him off all the time. They want him to come in and use his knowledge to identify their problem, which then they can go to like Home Depot and buy traps and do themselves. Like, they don't want to pay this guy. You know, so his whole thing was like, I'm going to come in and figure out your problem, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. And I'm like, that doesn't work for me. Like, because I have to know what you found, or I don't know if I can trust you. But it was hard getting information out of this guy, you know, and we paid him. Of course we paid him. And he did a good job. He solved the problem like really quickly, like in days. He came out once, he did a full inspection, then he came out a second time with his associate and like did all the work. And then he came out like a week after that or 2 weeks after that and did a removal. And we haven't had a mouse since. It's been 2 years, you know? So the guy did a great job. He wasn't cheap, but in terms of value, you know, like, and he knew what he was talking about. Like, he was an expert, you know? And he was working around toxic materials, and he was working in tight places. Like, it's not a fun job. It's not a fun job crawling around a dirty attic every week, you know, like laying traps and cleaning out rat feces. Like, it's not a fun job. You have to, you know, like, you need to be good at it, and it's hard work. And then, people try to rip them off. So I understood, but I also had to be like, listen, like I get that people try to rip you off, but you still need to give me enough information for me to trust that you know what the heck you're talking about. And he did. And we were fine, and I would call him again. JF says, having trouble trying to replace Sky Shaman for a healer that can deal damage as well on Clan Boss. She heals too much to replace. Maybe Steel Skull could be a good swap. I hear he's good for Clan Boss. Anyone use him? We were just talking about Steel Skull earlier. He can certainly be a good healer on Clan Boss. He has poisons on his A1. You need him booked for it to be a decent chance. And then, and then it would be a decent replacement. And, long term, it's not necessarily a great solution. Hey, YST. There you go. He's in the house. What's up, Colred? How's the grind going? I'm sorry, man. I've been sort of out of the scene the last 24 hours. We had a baby shower that I had to go to. And then we had friends who were staying with us. But I'm back on. I got the HH. I forgot to run the HH optimizer. So I'm back on. I've got my masteries on my first champion. Level 50. I think I'm going to 6-star. I'm working up some food. And I'm working through my my Arbiter missions. How are you doing? I know you're crushing it. You're way ahead of me. But let's do this one. I'm going to go ahead and pop 5 of those on because that's going to be where that is. It was really nice. They're friends we only get to see like once or twice a year, so it was definitely worthwhile. We went into the city. It was a little bit weird. I got caught in like a snow squall in Manhattan, which is, it's an interesting experience. You have hundreds of people or thousands of people around you on the street. It's cold and blustery and everybody's in New York going someplace. And all of a sudden, 60-mile-an-hour gusts of wind and a whiteout. Like the cab stopped driving, and then 90 seconds later, it just goes back to normal. It was very strange. But the actual baby shower was wonderful, and I'm excited to be back and streaming. So, yeah, you got any input? Anything I need to be focusing on? By the way, and this is a question I can ask anybody, I can't find the point descriptions on the website. Does anybody know where the point descriptions for the competition are? Because I can't find them. Oh, I think, did I just find them? No, I did not find them. Yeah, I can't find the descriptions of how we actually collect the points. Put a lien on the property. Jeez. Okay. So all I need to do is start pushing stages and I'll get more points. So kind of like the novice tournament. Yeah, we are a little low as a collective. I mean, generally I did okay on the first day, but I haven't done that much since because well, I'm running 3 accounts. I'm doing 2 fusions and I had this baby shower. But now I'm in. I'm back online and I'm going hard. So yeah, it's really early days, and once we get the Rathalos, I think the Mordecai pick will start to bear fruit. That's my hope. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find the point totals. I know it updates every 15 minutes. I also think my ad blocker doesn't like the pop-up, so I have to use like a private browser, so I can't show it on screen because Discord literally won't show it. Jay Warrior doing nicely. Pete doing nicely. All right, I gotta start pulling my weight. Hell Hades is the man. Mullet Reaver's crushing. Wow. Odd One crushing. Scratch is pulling up the rear in his team. He's got 184 points, and everybody has like all of the other players have a minimum of 503 points. I wonder what's going on with Scratch. Like that doesn't strike me as his standard. Maybe he just hasn't had time to play yet. Big Papa Jock's doing well. Got a good team there. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, probably forgetting the optimizer. That could be it. I've forgotten the optimizer as well. So yeah, YST is going to join us in a little bit. He's going to come jump into a call just to say, hey, maybe have a little strategy discussion. And that's exciting. Always good to have one of our Shadowverse teammates stop by. Big Captain himself. I like it. Yeah, I could definitely start getting more dungeon points. I haven't been focused on dungeon points at all. Like, I don't care about dungeons, and I think some of the points are just coming from dungeons. My goal is campaign and missions. Let's do 5 more of these. Now, part of what's going on with this, which is a little bit weird, is that because it's only 90 days, you have to modify the way you approach it. All the things that are good for you as a free-to-play player in the long run may not be as good for you in a 90-day format. And like the most obvious one being like, don't spend gems on the gem mine because the gem mine takes 100 days to pay itself off. So take those gems and invest them somewhere else instead that can snowball you faster. Okay, so that's like a really clear, easy example everybody can see. But there are other things like how do you prioritize dungeons? How do you prioritize faction crypts? How do you prioritize Great Hall? And how does that affect things like Arena? What about the Arbiter missions? Arbiter usually takes more than 90 days to get. It's like, do you focus on like securing an Arbiter, say in like 70 days. So the last 20 days you can go crazy. But what does she normally do? She helps you build the Great Hall. It's like, is she going to have a lot of impact on your PvE content? Maybe you don't even worry about Arbiter. It's hard to say. There's no time otherwise where I would say you don't worry about your Arbiter. You just want to make constant progress so that when you get there, it's worth it. Like, what about Mithrala? You can get Mithrala. Like, it's possible to get Mithrala in 90 days. But again, maybe you have her for 5 to 10 days at the end of the run. How much value does that add to it? And it's like, well, there should be a point total for getting Mithrala. There should be a point total for getting Arbiter. Like, just accomplishing those things should be a point total in terms of the score. But how much does the focus actually benefit your account? And like, I don't know the answer to those questions. I've never done this before. So it's like, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. But right now, I think like dungeons are not super valuable. Because that part, at least I know to be true from other places. Like potion keeps are valuable, faction crypts are valuable, campaign is valuable, and dungeons are not particularly valuable. However, dungeons are valuable if you get lucky, right? Like if you get lucky and you get a return and you get one or two good pieces, that can transform a champion. And all of a sudden that makes a difference. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I agree, Mr. T2shers. I don't think the points are that important right now, except for the fact that you want to make sure you're not throwing away points that you could be getting, that maybe whether those are, I don't know how the point totals work. So I don't know like if it's like there are points that have been taken by players that other players can't match. I don't know if there's like one-time points that only go to some people. Like being the first 6-star might have been a score. I don't know if that's true. I didn't actually have a chance to look at all the point distributions. I did see the page before the thing launched, but I don't see it anymore. So I don't know where the point descriptions are. And that's what I'm trying to find. So I don't know if they moved it somewhere else or if it got deleted or if maybe maybe it's in the Discord and not on the, I think it was on the website, but so we'll have to see. Missions. Yeah. Ray's Mayhem says, hello, as a new player, should I be worrying about the dungeon rush events for the new fusion character or should I focus on farming campaign to max character? You should not worry about new fusion stuff at all. If you can get a little bit of value out of doing something that you're already doing for some other reason, we call that a double dip, or like you could get a triple dip if you could do like something that gives you 3 different returns. So for instance, let's say you can run Dragon Dungeon, which will give you drops like gear and silver. That would be the single dip. That would be the reason to be in there. But if you can do that during a Dragon tournament to get points for a Dragon tournament, that's a double dip. So you always want to try to double dip or triple dip to get the maximum value for your resources that you can get. You don't have to go crazy with that. Don't let that be the overriding factor. Just take advantage of it when it's possible. Yeah. And so, you know, as far as the fusion events are concerned, if it coincides with what you already want to be doing, or you know that it will later on and you want to like save some energy or like do things in a certain order so they line up better, definitely do it. But your focus should be get your first 6-star champion, let that champion speed up the acquisition of other 6-star champions. Getting one champion, getting your first champion to 6 stars and get them all the way to 60 allows you to grind up XP faster for the rest of your squad. So don't get too distracted by other things. I'm not sure what you're saying, David. Who was fighting COVID last week? Evening Max? Should I buy energy to get to level 40 ASAP to unlock Doom Tower, or should I save my gems for the free Lego currently level 38? I would probably save your gems. I would suggest saving your gems. There are sources of free energy out there like this, you know. There's the Arbiter stuff. You can use that. Oh, that reminds me. I didn't put in another promo code. All right, still working on multiple accounts here. This is on the free-to-play challenge, by the way. Yeah, I gotcha. You should put in the superpowers promo code. There's one that I love Raid, which gives you a rare champion. She's a fusion champion and then gives you a little bit of other stuff. There's also, if you go to hellhades.com, there's a whole list of promo codes. So let me show you. I can try to do that real quickly. So you come here, go to the top bar, Raid Shadow Legends, promo codes over in the first column. Click on that. Takes you to this page. You can come down here and it has all the new player promo codes, but it'll also have time limited promo codes. And the current one that is available is I Love Raid. So you can pop that one in. I don't know. There was another one that was available not that long ago, I think in January. So there might be another January code available. And then there are the Call of the Arbiter promo codes, which are supposed to still be working. So hope that helps with promo codes. You can do one every 24 hours. Let's see if we can't get a few more arena battles in while we're still playing on my phone. So if you see the top of my head, if I'm looking down at my desk and you're like, what is he looking at? I am always looking at my phone because I'm playing 3 accounts. I got to do arena on this account. This is my noob versus pro account on my phone right now. My main account is offline, which always makes me feel itchy. But at the moment, because I'm streaming, I don't want to be running BlueStacks. And my BlueStacks is a little wonky right now. I could try a second instance of Plarium Play. But again, OBS fails me a surprising amount of the time. And I don't want to mess with it. So I'm just kind of sucking it up. And once I get RSL Helper in, I'll be able to try that. Raid Xmas is also working? Okay. Call of the Arbiter codes don't work. Okay. Mid-game 24 subscribe is actually active. Okay, that's good to know. Also, pull the second Deacon. Are 2 Deacons good for anything, or should I keep him in the vault for now? I would put him in your Faction Guardians and keep him in the vault. You can use him to book your main Deacon. That's probably what I would end up using him for. You'll use him like an Epic Tome. So basically, you just pulled an Epic Tome. There's not a lot of reason for 2 Deacons. He doesn't really synergize with himself that well. You could potentially use a second one on a 3v3 arena team, but in this format, it doesn't feel like that's a high priority for now. And like you'd rather invest in a different champion that adds something new to your roster. Don't overinvest on the same types of champions. So I think make him a Guardian for now, a Faction Guardian. And then when you start booking out your Deacon, use him as a book. Both Deacon and Haikatun are in Clan Boss, sure, but you don't need 2. Yeah, okay, so David said, I kept my second Deacon since 1 is tuned for Clan Boss team. If you're talking about in the long term, there can be a reason for a second Deacon, and that's the most likely reason. You have a Deacon tuned for Clan Boss, and then you need a Deacon, say, for Arena, or you need them for Dungeons or something, and you need those Deacons to run at different speeds. But in general, in this contest, I think he's a 4-star chicken or a book. You know, and books are harder to get than chickens. Yeah, Max is doing the free-to-play challenge. So I think the second Deacon is much less valuable than he would be on other accounts in terms of holding out. But even if you did have him on like a regular free-to-play account and you were a few days in, you know, if you were a weekend, you're not going to build a second Deacon for a minimum of like 4 months. Like, you're not going to get that clan boss speed tune going in 4 months. You know, chances are he sits in your vault for a year before you book him and you know, actually utilize him. I have two deacons. I pulled my first deacon like 6 months in, I want to say, maybe. I don't remember exactly, but call it 6 months. And my second one I pulled like 3 or 4 months ago. So after 2 years. And I was excited to pull my second deacon, and I have the resources to build him and book him, and I still haven't, because his priority is so low right now. I don't need him for a clan boss speed tune. And I don't really need him for 3v3 arena. Like, I have so many more good champions. My one deacon needs to be built really well, and he does a lot of work for me still. But a second deacon would be very niche. And I have all those niches covered right now. So my shoulder pain is coming back. That 16-hour stream wrecked me. Oh, man. Ooh. I don't know how many of you were around for that. That was epic. Let me see if YST's around. Okay.
How's it going?
YST in the house. It's going great, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. Grinding out this free-to-play. Chilling.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious, just because, like, you know, we were just talking about me playing 3 accounts, and you obviously you still play your main. So, like, what's the balance right now? Like, how many hours do you put into your main versus how many hours are you putting into the free-to-play right now?
Main account for me right now is pretty much just, I don't know, just farming for the fusion.
Yeah.
It's kind of like as far as it's going in the past few days. But yeah, it's mainly just been main focus on the free-to-play only, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to do literally the minimum I can to get the fusion done on 2 other accounts and then put the time in here. But there's so much to do in the game now. Like, I've missed Centranos on my main account the last couple of days, and I feel the loss of those keys because you can only lose so many keys before you can't clear them both, you know? And like, I'm probably not clearing hard mode anyway, but I would like as many keys as possible.
Yeah, I'm behind on it. I haven't even got to Amius yet on the main account.
Yeah.
It's rough.
You haven't even gotten to him in normal, or you haven't gotten to him in hard?
In hard, in this rotation.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I wasn't able to get to him in hard in the last rotation. I couldn't get through. I got 2 of the 3 keys. I could not get the third. I didn't have a solution available for one of the scarab bosses. But I cleared him in normal, and that was fun. And, I mean...
Which one was the Scarab King? Was it not Uros last time? Or Taragi? Because I believe that I soloed it with Taragi the Frog last rotation, if you had that champ.
I do. I don't remember.
It's a pretty easy solo, yeah, to do it.
Yeah, I don't remember. I feel like if it were that easy, that I would have come up with a solution. So I'm assuming maybe that wasn't it. But maybe I was just distracted by so much stuff going on that I missed an easy solution. I mean, to be fair, like, the amount of play hours right now, you know, combined with just what's going on in life, is like, it's hard to keep on top of everything. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, okay, I need to get through this fusion. As soon as this fusion is done, my other 2 accounts are just sitting down, and it's all about this free-to-play series for the next, whatever, 76 days. So it's like, I just need to get through the fusion. And once I'm on the other side of the fusion, man, I'm going to come out swinging. But in the meantime, I'm just trying to set myself up so that when I get there, I'm ready to go. I don't want to fall too far behind, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not, because I think last time I was all in. Like, I've kind of been all in this time as well, to be honest. But
yeah,
last time I was like rushing to do this, rushing to do that. And now I'm trying to be a little bit strategic, because I could have got a 6-star champion by now. And instead I thought, what I'm doing is I'm kind of building the foundations of a core team. So I'm kind of bringing 4 champions that I want to use up to like 5-star, whilst making the food for the 6-star of Rathalos as well. So I'm kind of like planning my team already, not just one champion in a sense.
Right.
But
and you
could
find
go to my
how's that working? Like, do you feel like you're making decent progress, or do you feel like you're just so focused on that you don't care about the progress?
I think I'm at a point where I don't care. Honestly.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? If you look at the leaderboard too much, it throws you off. You're like, oh damn, our team's so less. And
Right.
but I think once I feel like we all kind of know what we want to do. We just haven't done. I think one thing that's been hard for me is because I didn't choose Kale and I went with Gallic. I've got no poisons, so like my clan boss team, it's like I should be in normal by now, but I'm still in easy.
Right.
So
Right.
it's a trade.
I'm also in easy. So like I haven't gotten there. I have Athel, and so I don't have poisons either. I'm trying to get Hyria to work, but I was thinking about bringing her up, and like she's 3 stars right now. So if I had invested in her to bring her up to 4 or 5 stars, I would have the accuracy and if I wanted to book her out. But so right now I'm like kind of stuck in between worlds where I'm not 100% sure if I should just be rushing a 6-star or if I should be building a team or whatever. I feel like as long as I'm making some progress somewhere, as long as I'm not idle and I know I'm doing useful things, like it'll work itself out once Rathalos hits the board. Like I'll figure out how to make it work once Rathalos hits the board, because until he's on the team, I don't really know what the team's going to look like. I haven't pulled a single epic,
Seriously?
Yeah. So
did you see what I just pulled today?
No, who did you pull?
I got a Gorgorab.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh man.
Classic arena sorted. I'm just flying through it right now.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Oddly enough, I just pulled the Gorgorab on my Noob versus Pro account, but that is a really early arena solution. Congrats, man.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of speed aura epics. I was looking through them. There's a few, but not ones like there's Jingle Hunter, but I'm not going to really want to use him. In terms of turn meter manipulation, revives, and increased attack, he doesn't get much better than Gorgrab for epics. So
it doesn't. No, he's the best one. He's the best one. I mean, you give up 1% to Jingle Hunter, but you have the turn meter fill with the increased attack. You still have the revive. He can be built super tanky. He's a great arena lead, but he's also usable in a lot of other places.
Yeah, this is my issue right now because I've got all of these top tier champions. It's like, where the heck do I invest in? I always put myself in this situation.
Yeah, that it can be tricky, but so you've got Miscreated there. You've got Gorgorab now.
And Duck the Pierced.
And you've got Duck the Pierced, who you pulled, the other day. So, I mean, honestly, like all of those champions are usable even together. Like they synergize decently well. Gorgorab maybe not with like Duke and Miscreated Monster in terms of like the increased attack, but the turn meter fill and the revive, when you have a nice tanky team like in PvE, you can use that revive to push dungeons.
Yeah, it's clutch. I could literally, if I could just keep him alive with Miscreated Monster,
right,
just keep bringing everyone back, I'll be able to push dungeons. Maybe some people can't. Maybe it just depends, because I've been seeing Rathalos smacking up these bosses. So I'm scared that once everyone gets their hand on it, everyone's just going to go flying.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's a race and we all get the same guy at the same time. So it's like, what happens? And I think this is where like I'm really hopeful. I'm hopeful that this Mordecai, pick is going to pay off. I
think it will, because on my video today, I was saying to my viewers, I'm scared that like this Miscreated Monster is a massive tank.
Yeah.
But is everyone just going to fly past with this Mordecai / Rathalos combination now?
Yeah.
It's a
I hope so. It's like, not for you, but I hope for me that that's the case.
Yeah. But at least we got 2 different styles, I guess. Like, at least if my one doesn't play off, you guys who went for the Mordecai at least have it. So.
Yeah. And I'll say this, like, you have the knowledge, right? You have the drive. So it's not like you're going to fall flat on your face if the Rathalos thing is really powerful for the Mordecai pick. It's just that you're going to have to play it differently. And I'm not worried about you like pulling your weight. You're going to you're already, you're going to be the top of our team probably. So I'm more worried about us catching up to you and making sure we're not holding you back. So if several of us pick Mordecai and that Rathalos helps speed us up, it may just help us close the gap a little bit on where you are. and that could be good for the team. So like I have no qualms about your pick. I think Miscreated Monster is a great pick. I think you're going to know how to use them, and you're going to be top of our leaderboard anyway. So, I really just hope the team comes together, because right now I'm looking at some teams, and like the free to play, content creators, or the whatever you would call them, like the drafted content creators in some teams are carrying the teams, even more than the captains. And so, we want to be contributing. We don't want you to have to carry us. So I hope
So funny,
I hope the pick works.
Your chat's so funny. You're like, YST suffering from success. Good. This happened last time as well, because in the last free to play, I pulled a Pythion, and it's like I guess my problem is always having too many good champions, which is not a problem.
Yeah, right. I come across that on my takeovers a lot. Like people get stuck, like they have too many choices, and so they're stuck in indecision, and they half build everything, and then nothing's good. But it's like I think you're savvy enough to avoid that problem. So the more good champions you get, the better off we're gonna be. We got MTG Jedi in the chat, and he says, YST, that start is so similar to how I first started this game, except that I had Saris as my defense down. So I guess he didn't have Duke the Pierce. He had Madame Saris. But that's it's a strong start. I mean, you've got great what I would give for just one of those champions, it would help me decide what the heck to do, because right now I'm just in rare city.
So what's your plan with your shards? I see you got like void shards sitting there and stuff. Are you not with the YOLO mentality, or are you just saving for events?
So the void shard I'm saving for the 2 times.
For the 2 times. Wow. Have you checked when the next void one is?
So it was supposed to be not this upcoming Friday. It was supposed to be, I guess 5 weeks from now. But a lot of people in my Discord are saying this Friday is going to be 2 times void shards and not sacreds, because of the Monster Hunter champions. They think there's going to be a progressive void there. I don't know. Now that we've seen the progressive pass, I think it's probably still going to be sacreds, but I'm going to save it just in case, because you can't trust the pattern anymore. They've broken the pattern too many times in the last 3 months.
So would you not, I don't know. I was just thinking, what do we value more here? Because it's such a short time frame,
right?
And you don't want legendary champions. We want epics. Like the 2x is still the better chance to get them. But there's also, I think this early on, what I'm pushing anyway is like top tier rares, like the Bellowers, the Cold Hearts, the Renegades, the Pain Keepers. So even if you do pull a rare, there is some pretty, like even I got the Doom Screech, and that's going to be in my main clan boss team. So it's a hit and miss, because we still need rares as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is I'm YOLOing the Ancients, and I'm going to hold the Voids for the 2 times Void, because here's the thing, like going from a 0.5% chance to a 1% chance, if I hit a Void Legendary, whatever, that just happens. Like you can't worry about it. Like the double chance there is not the thing I'm worried about. Going from an 8% chance to a 16% chance of a Void Epic is massive, because based on the time frame, Void Epics are going to be the strongest champions you can use on your account. You can't use legendaries. So outside of Rathalos, it's Void Epics. If you pull a Demitha, if you pull, if you pull in a Kemptum, imagine pulling in a Kemptum right now. Like how crazy strong would that be? A Skrank, pull a Skrank, like even like a Sylar or a Madame Saris or something like that would be incredibly powerful, because you don't have access to those skills.
So we've got it updated on the website. So this Friday should be a 2x sacred summoning event.
Yeah, but that's what it's been saying for the last week. And that's what I think it's going to be. I think it is actually going to be a sacred event. But that means that, then we have voids after that. So I will just
TEDx and then voids, right?
Yeah. And I would just straight up save I'll save for 3 weeks if I have to. And if I end up with, 6 void shards, I'll hold them all until that point. Because at that point
I might do the same. I think I might be with you. I've summoned 2. And I'm actually very happy that I did summon those 2. But I think from now on, I'm going to save the voids and just yeet the sacreds and the ancients, because I don't want legendaries anyway.
Right. You got to yeet the sacreds because you actually want the lower chance. You never want it during it 2 times. And I think the Ancients are fine to yeet for now. What I might do is like I might get to a point where like I've got enough of a roster that I start saving Ancients for the 2 times for the chance at like some good epics there. But I don't know. I'm going to just feel that out as I go. But the Voids strike me as like that's literally our best shard. Right? That's our best shard. Because I think what we have to do is we have to look at the Void epics as the top tier champion. You know, so that's just how I feel about it. So if you're doing that, I feel good about doing that. And naturally I do that anyway. Like as a free to play player, I never YOLO shards. It feels weird to YOLO shards. So yeah, I'm happy saving.
So we've got this progressive chance tomorrow. What's this event? So it's for Sepulchre Sentinel, attack the Wenderin. Sepulchre Sentinel's massive. Damn.
She's good.
Yeah,
that's huge for clan boss. Yeah.
I'd love a Sepulchre. I don't want to summon. Do you know what it is? This is my problem. Because I summon so much and I keep pulling stuff. It's just I can't keep putting myself in that situation. Just max up what I have and be happy.
Right.
Might just save it.
Yeah, and it's funny because I know that like so you do free to play challenges and stuff, but you are not a free to play player on your main, right? So you spend on your main.
I'd say I'm in the lower tier compared to maybe a lot of creators out there.
Okay.
Like I don't spend like if I was to put probably price point on it, maybe £100 quarterly, so maybe £400 a year.
Okay, so that's a pretty low spender then. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a lot in the grand scheme of things, but when I buy them, it's just for content stuff. It's not for my own personal pleasure, I guess. Yeah.
So then you're fairly close to free to play then. As far as the major content creators are concerned, that's fairly close to free to play. I know Nub also doesn't spend a ton. So for me, like being 100% free to play on all my accounts, it's like I don't even know what I would spend money on. Like I don't even like the habits of a spending account. I don't even know what those habits would be. I don't even know how to figure them out because I've literally never done it. So I just think to myself, like, I'm going to do what I know works for my free to play accounts in the long run, but I'm going to try to modify them with the intention of like, I need to make more progress in 90 days than I would normally worry about. I'm not as worried about long-term efficiency. I am worried about efficiency, but I have to find where that, where one ends and the other begins. And so that's just going to be a matter of feel. And then talking to you, and talking to the other teammates and like, what have we figured out collectively? Because I think we should use each other as a resource.
Yeah, I think with this one, like the free to play series, usually it's like it is about efficiency. Like we've seen it with Ehabad last year as well. And it kind of played out for him, like saving all the shards and stuff.
Yeah.
But then I think we need to just be a little bit careful of this is a challenge, not just a free to play series.
Right.
We need to rack up the points and progress as quickly as possible in certain areas. But as long as we've kind of, got some sort of plan of action within the next month, I'd say like a good core team and, progression's going well. It's probably a good kind of setting point. I'd say 4 weeks to have a lot of things done.
Yeah. And when you think about it, basically it's going to be a 13-week challenge, right? Mm-hmm. We're doing 90 days. So 13 weeks. So yeah, I think if we have our philosophy ironed out and we know what the strategy is going to be by 4 weeks in, that gives us a nice long run to make it work.
Yeah, because I think strategy this too early on is just impossible because so much development happens. You pull so much champions since then, and stuff can. And look how much has changed in 2 days, right? So much has changes. So I think 4 weeks is a good kind of setting point. Just progress as far as you can in the missions, and then go from there pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, and we may even change that as we go. We might get 9 days in and be like, oh, I think we know what we need to do now, and just accelerate the timeline. Or we may get to 3 weeks in and be like, yeah, this is still a discovery process. I feel pretty comfortable. Like I don't mind running at the back of the pack. That does not bother me. I don't mind running at the back of the pack because I feel like there could be a lot of inefficiency in that rush, in that crush to be at the front of the line, But I also don't want to wait too long. If you wait too long to make your move, then you've given away too much of an advantage. So
like I'd say like for me, like well, you can kind of tell us your kind of area as well. But for me, when I came into this, the two areas that I kind of want to be top in the grand scheme of things is Clan Boss and Doom Tower. 'Cause that's the two things that I feel like I'm just got the most knowledge in, I guess.
yeah,
But
that's
in
a good
terms
call.
of like, but I feel like maybe if some of you guys get better champions for like dungeons or spiders or faction wars, like I've always been bad with faction wars, like in terms of building a variety of champions to take it down. I remember in the last free to play, I hardly even finished like a quarter of it because
Yeah.
I just maxed up who I want. There's no strategy to my faction wars. So there's loads of areas that we could kind of, oh, you've maxed up these kind of champions. Maybe you push for this area in like a month or two, you know, and just try and
Right.
get points like that. So we
Yeah,
have to kind of because we don't know each other's player styles, because you know, like Nacho plays and everyone else as well, or even yourself. I'm not sure exactly your player style, what you love
Sure.
to do. So once we kind of, you know, we get a bit of a feel for each other of, oh, you like to do this, I like to do this. We know where to push.
Yeah. Yeah, I suspect that in 90 days, at the very least, I'll be clearing Doom Tower normal. And I'll probably be working my way up into, you know, the first few bosses of Doom Tower hard, maybe. I just did that on my last free to play series, and I cleared the third rotation. I think, or maybe it was the fourth rotation, but I think the first rotation was only like 5 days or something. So it was like the third full rotation I cleared. So that's what I would probably hope for again. I like faction crypts. I'd like to probably push, you know, at least 400 stars in faction crypts, probably somewhere around there.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. And then as far as Clan Boss, I like Clan Boss, but I struggle. I think I'm going to struggle with like basically epic only, you know, or epic and rare only Clan Boss teams. I don't know that I'm going to be able to, like, that's not naturally what I would go to, despite being free to play. You know, I normally think about like, oh, you want to like focus on your Razin if you don't have your weekend champion and stuff like that, you know, like, so I'll be picking your brain about those ideas. Obviously, if I get a Taragi or if I pull something like that, then I'm going to know what to do there at least.
Yeah. What it's going to come down to is going to be who gets the Geomancers, the Venomage,
Right.
the Mythers, those top ones. If not, it's just going to be, you know, form a, I don't know, maybe a 4-3 team or a 1-1 that's tanky and try to get 2 to 3 key or something. But the 1 key is like, I've done it before with epics, but they've all consisted of those Geomancers and stuff.
Right.
Even stuff like decreased crit rate from Cloud Beast Feeder, like being able to just tank the hits over time and never get crit. Like there's loads of little things like that could push you to Ultra Nightmare. But 3 months is a stretch, man. Because last time I'm not sure if you tuned into last year's, and I just called out Deadwood Jedi.
I did.
We had some back and forth, right? And it's a lot harder than I thought, because obviously we do Clan Boss all the time.
Right.
I didn't take into consideration the Great Halls and, you know, all of the Ascensions, the Faction Wars boost gear, and there's loads of little things that just adds to it, and then your defense is like tiny. So.
Yeah, so this is something that I kind of wanted to talk to the team about. I don't know that I want to talk about on stream, but whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, one of my thoughts about Deacon early on was if I pick Deacon, that's a bit of an arena focused team. I think he's great all around, but it's a really good arena start. Now that you have Gorgorab, if you do a bit of an arena focus early on, you can maybe get into live arena early on, and you can have a lot of success in the first couple of weeks with live arena, and you can start building your area bonuses, which is going to let you do more in Clan Boss or in the dungeons, depending on where you want to focus. So you might benefit from not just building your regular Great Hall, but doing a little bit of a focus in live arena, because if you can get up higher so that you're pulling down more medals per wins, because when you start, it's like 10 medals per wins, and it's awful. But if you can get a little bit higher, you might just be able to get, you know, like that extra accuracy that you need to alleviate the build pressure for like Nightmare or Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss.
That is a good shout. I didn't think of that, but it's just if we're facing those Taras Marishkas.
But in live arena, when you're low level, you don't face that. And even if you do, like, you get a bot fight every 3 losses. So even if you're just getting the minimum, you know, you're going to climb up, you're going to get those extra resources, and then like the nice thing about those bonuses is they snowball. You know, you're not going to get that high. Maybe you get to silver, 1, whatever. Who cares? It's like you just care about, progressing everywhere else that you're trying to do. And for me, I think the biggest issue early on in a lot of cases isn't your champions, it's your gear. So those extra bonuses just make I was really thinking about it. And then, of course, I didn't end up taking Deacon, so I can't do it. But it came back to me when you said Gorgorab. I'm like, he would be great in Live Arena. He would be fantastic in Live Arena. So, might be worth at least investigating.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're all just. Are you going just 6-star Rathalos as well? I think that's the shout, man. Do you want it?
Right now, I'm leaning towards 6-star my starter first.
Your starter champion.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I keep going back and forth. Yesterday, I was all about Rathalos. Today, I'm thinking starter champion. What are your current thoughts on it?
I'm thinking, do you know what it is? If I do the Rathalos first, I don't have to stress so much about getting a 6-star right now. Because I feel like right now, usually I always tell everybody, like, your first 60, that's your main focus, and it is. But it's not every day that we get like a top tier legendary champion like in that first week. So yeah, it's kind of a little bit different, right? It's like, because I remember last time when we started, we had Ronda as the champion, and I maxed up my starter, and I absolutely regretted maxing that starter champion the whole time. I was like, damn, that was such a bad decision. Because she wasn't even that good at campaign farming either. Because I had El Hain last time. It was decent, but it was like my Ronda was doing it quicker anyway once I maxed her up.
Right. So, same thing with Wukong. Wukong was faster than the starters.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe Rathalos might do it quicker than what. Because my next 6-star is not going to be a Gallic. It's probably going to be a miscreated monster because I've done his masteries. So I've got enough masteries to do my second champion now. I've got another 800 gems.
Okay.
It's just, do I invest? I don't want to invest into my Gallic is so bad.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I think if I had Gallic, I might skip him.
It's so bad. Like, do you know what? I've been trying to like fluff it over and be like, yeah, he's all right and all this, but I think it just comes down to he is definitely confirmed the worst starter champion in the game.
He is. He's the hardest to use. He's the most gear dependent. Yeah, it's just he's rough. And like he's fun and he's cool looking, but he's not the best for a situation like this.
His AoE is nice on his A2, but his problem is his A3 is a 5-turn cooldown.
That is the issue,
And it's not even a big version of decreased defense. You have to have 2 more debuffs out to place the big version. So it's like a conditional big decreased defense. So it's like, there's just not enough in his kit for me to want to sanction not just masteries, but maxing him up all his resources outside of campaign farming. But I would like, if my miscreated monster can do it, I'll just make a slower run. I don't care how long these campaign battles take until Rathalos is done. Because I'm finishing off Brutal whilst we're on stream now. I'm just about to reach Mortal Macab on Brutal. But if he can do it, I might just max up miscreated, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I think miscreated is good. I think that Gallic is like, if you have Gallic, it would make me more likely to wait for another option because he's just tough going.
He's good for faction wars though. I'm never gonna sacrifice him. Like, I've got him 5-star at the moment, fully ascended, fully.
Oh
booked.
Yeah.
Like faction wars, he's not gonna be like a chicken for Rathalos, but
no.
He's carried me up until the end of Brutal campaign, and that's kind of where I want to just leave it. Like, he carried me to where I need to and just leave him from there. But...
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. I still don't, I'm, debating between like, do you wait for Rathalos? Do you use miscreated monster? Like, I'm not 100% sure. I think the thing about Rathalos in my mind that I'm trying to always remember and remind myself is that he's an attack-based champion. And attack-based champions are more valuable at 6 stars. And, tanks and support champions are still pretty tanky at 50. Like they can still do a decent job at 50 for longer. Like they do more of their job at 50 than damage dealers do at 50. So I keep trying to tell myself, like, I want Rathalos at 60 right away. I want him at 60 right away. Because I think I got into a bad spot with Wukong when I did the Noob versus Pro challenge, which is like, it was my intention to 6-star him. And then I was like, he does a really good job at 50 for an attack based champion. He does his buff strip. You don't necessarily need him at 6 stars. Like he does his whole dying and reviving thing. You don't need that at 6 stars. And then I didn't 6-star him for like 4 months. And then I finally 6-starred him. And I'm like, oh yeah, he just quadrupled his damage. You know, it was just like an insane explosion of damage that just came out of this guy. And so I was like, yeah, I could have been using that damage the whole time. And, you know, I'm being hyperbolic. It wasn't 4 times the damage. But it was a lot. You know, it felt like that. And so I want to think about it this way too. I don't want to get in the trap of being like, oh, I can use Rathalos at 5 stars and he still does the decreased defense and he still, you know, he's pretty good in wave clear. It's like, no. If this guy's going to be, if I picked the Mordecai to make this guy as powerful as possible, he needs to be 6-starred as quickly as I can get it and be the focus of my team comps, because like otherwise what's the point? I've just hamstrung myself for no other reason. Now you have the freedom to kind of avoid that situation because you do have these really good epics and you don't have Mordecai. But you know, for me, I think it's like Rathalos or bust. Like if he doesn't carry me, I don't have a carry. So
yeah. Sticky. All right. Do you know right now I'm in 12-3. Okay. Brutal campaign using Miscreated Monster at rank 50. How long do you think that this run is going to take for a campaign farm at rank 50? I'm in the middle of it right now, so I don't know as well.
With nobody else on the team?
Just food champions, no KO.
It might be like 45 seconds. It might be a little bit faster.
Rank 50 with crappy gear, like.
That's true. But yeah, I still think because with his AoE and the stuns, you cut down the animation times. Everybody dies. Yeah, maybe 45 seconds. It feels okay.
No, I'd say right now I'm on wave 3. It's 1 minute 30 seconds so far.
Oh wow, okay. So,
but the upside is it looks like 100% successful run at rank 50. So if I do get him to 6-star, at least I know I've got a campaign farmer. I could probably do it in about 1 minute 20 seconds. Because
right.
My energy is going to be limited every day anyway, and all I have to do is just put it on multi battles when I go downstairs. So it doesn't really matter how long it takes, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Farms. So in essence, then I don't have to do Gallic now. I could just do Miscreated. But my main problem was I was scared that he wouldn't be able to do it. So
yeah, but I mean, if he can, then that's a leg up, you know, and then that alleviates the need to 6-star somebody else. Mm-hmm. So
it's that self healing that he does. It's massive on that A3.
Yeah, that's and then obviously he's got the stun and the shield. So yeah, a lot of sustain for him.
Oh, I can finally farm 12-3 brutal from today. Let's go.
Nice.
Oh man, I've been stressing trying to do this for the past 2 days.
I just entered hard mode. I feel like I'm slacking off so hard right now.
The thing is, hard and normal is like, it feels exactly the same. Like the difficulty level doesn't seem to.
Yeah, it doesn't ramp up much.
But what I have done is I've strategically not gone for my sacreds yet. I've just left it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save up my sacreds until a good progressive chance. Because I need a burner. I need a Farrakhan or something. I tried pushing for it before, but
yeah,
I don't want to just get any random epic at this point. I need a burner for single target for Rathalos.
Right.
Is there anyone you're kind of after when you're summoning for sacreds?
Is there anyone that I'm after?
Yeah, like in particular, someone that you'd really, really want.
I mean, I think we all want Geo. That's huge. Stagnite is really nice. The slow on that A1 is really powerful. I wouldn't mind an old Hermit Jorg. That could be fun.
Ooh, yeah, that's a massive. The reviver dude, right? Increase attack.
Yeah, he's increased attack, turn meter fill, and he's got an HP burn on his A1. So he could be really nice. I mean, I do have Mordecai, so it kind of reduces his value a little bit. When I was thinking originally of going Deacon, I was like, the Deacon Old Hermit Jorg combo would be incredibly powerful because it's an arena monster, but it also works really well in dungeons with Rathalos. So if somebody pulls that trio, they're going to have a lot of fun. Seeker would be nice. I mean, Seeker's always good. He's so versatile. I don't know. Is there somebody who, like, is there another epic who's on your radar other than an HP burner?
Probably I think Venomage. Probably my.
Yeah.
I was thinking. I feel like Venomage is just too powerful. I think Odd One pulled it. The Venomage.
Oh, of course. Like Odd One needs another advantage.
Yeah, it's gonna be him if anyone's gonna do it. But I think, do you know what it is? Like on my main account, right? Like I use Epic sometimes, like for some areas.
Mm-hmm.
And one champion that always stands out is Venomage. Like you talk about end game content, we're talking the end game City of Sintranos, Amius Luna Archon kind of stuff.
Right.
Venomage still makes those teams, right? Like she's just the damage reduction from the heal reduction is massive.
It's massive, yeah.
It will allow you to just brute force the Nether Spider in the Doom Tower. Because usually the boss will just heal and stuff, right? Just put a heal reduction on sorted. You got AoE poisons, decrease attack, decrease defense, poison detonation. It's like, what else do you want from a champion, right?
She's a great champion. The one downside sometimes, and this is just in one particular case, is that sometimes when you're in clan boss, you don't want that heal reduction because it takes up a debuff spot. But you still need it for the damage reduction. So it's like you can't. It's like you still want it, but you also like might overfill the bar and wish you had that extra spot. So it would be nice if the passive were just a flat passive without the conditional of the debuff. But like I said, I'm nitpicking. That's just me being like, she's a fantastic champion, but there's this tiny little thing. She could be better.
Yeah.
I
see it in the light of like, she's the only champion that gives you a value for the heal reduction for the clan boss.
That's true too. That's a good way to think of it. Yeah,
that's the way that I look at it. Is like you get the heal reduction out, you now get 15% less damage. That's just the way that I see it. But
I mean, sometimes you can turn off a skill and like you don't care, but in this case, you definitely can't. You have to leave the skill on, and you do get value for it, which is important. Yeah, right. I mean, there's also Ornn. Like he's a good potential champion. I mean, one of the champions. Like when I start thinking about Sylvan Watchers, like there are a lot of Sylvan Watchers who could be valuable. Ruella could be huge in this format.
Ooh, yeah, Ruella, Allures, those kind of champs.
Yeah. So I think, Ornn, Ruella, I mean, Mistrider could be really interesting too. I think somebody's going to pull a Whisper and just crush clan boss and like all the bosses with a Whisper.
Saf will get it.
Yeah.
He loves Whisper.
So I'm really excited as a free-to-play player and somebody who's like always talking to free-to-play players and low spenders. Like, I think this series is going to be great because we're going to see a lot of really creative solutions using specifically epics, and getting the job done.
I've seen a lot of people in the community kind of on the fence about it. Like, oh, is it really going to be fun? Because a lot of the kind of rush is seeing the creators get the legendary champions, and I get it, but at the same time, I feel like this is just more accessible and like challenging, right? Like there's so many epics in this game, and even if you've got like the worst of the worst luck, like you could probably still string a decent team together, right? And just put whatever you have to good use. So I think it's just a cool take on things. I like it.
I really, when HH announced it, like epics, like no legendaries, at first I wasn't sure. I was like, you were saying like, it's kind of fun to pull the legendaries, and also like pulling a legendary and not being able to use it now will feel really bad, so there's that. But I just think one of the things I'm most excited about is I think that most content creators try to do free to play content, but they've moved so far beyond the experience of being free to play players that sometimes the free to play content like doesn't land well enough, or it's not enough. It's like not focused enough. And to have like the whole community of all the top content creators really focused on what you have to consider to be free to play content and free to play solutions, I think we're going to discover stuff during this 90 days that we wouldn't do otherwise if we were allowed to use our legendaries. And that's going to benefit a huge portion of the player base that it wouldn't if we were allowed to use legendaries. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just literally forcing people to do free to play content. like and like really accept, like you were saying, accessible free to play content. So I'm excited for the community. I'm excited for my viewers because like as much as they like my stuff, now they've got, 50 other free to play brains working on the problems. People are going to find cool stuff.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. Like, yeah, I feel like even last time, like, I pulled a Pythion, right? And it was weird because I felt like I didn't even want to pull that Pythion. Like, it was exciting and stuff for the series, but everything that I went into was carried by Pythion. Like, I could beat everything because he wouldn't die.
Right.
So I feel I don't know, for a challenger mindset, because even like us as a team over at HH Gaming, we was discussing this for ages. It wasn't a like on the spot, like these are the rules. Like we really considered it. Like we've done this in the past, like in certain ways. Like how can we really spice it up to add a challenger mindset? And that's where the kind of time limit came from as well. It's like, it's now not just thinking for like a whole year. Like what would you do in these 3 months with like these limitations? And it kind of makes you focus on, oh, I want this, I want that. What's the key components? Which champions can do X, Y, and Z? So I think it was a really cool take for it, because even after the series is done, you can still pull out your legendaries you pulled, right, and use them after the 3 months. So
yeah, I mean, I will probably pass the account along to somebody at some point. So if I pull a cool legendary, I'll just vault it. Like I'm not going to use it as a chicken. Yeah. So yeah, or if I pull a lot of really good legendaries and I want to keep playing the account, then that would be cool too. But I suspect what'll happen is when this free to play challenge is over, like Sun and I will probably do another one on our channel anyway. So I don't know if I'm going to play this past, the 3-month mark. We'll have to see. But I appreciate that you guys, had that debate and made that decision. And I also think it's great to like just evolve the challenge so it's not the same challenge every year, because then it gets a little bit stale. So yeah, I think this is going to be a great time, and I think the time limit's good too. I was thinking about the time limit originally. I think you guys were thinking about 60 days, and then you upped it to 90, and I think that was a good call. I think 60 days isn't enough.
Yeah, actually, I think it was supposed to be a bit longer at first, and then we kind of toned it down before.
Oh, okay.
Because usually with the free to play series, right, we don't really set like a time limit on it. It's kind of, it's just 2023 or 2022.
Right.
But we found that over the few months, like some people maybe just fell out of love with it, or they kind of moved on. So if we set this limit, it's now you want to be dedicated to this for this period of time, and then if you want to wrap it up, you can, in a sense. So
yeah. I do think like just from having done the noob versus pro scenario, and I was talking about this on another live stream. Like,
sorry, people in your chat are asking if you could turn my volume up a bit. Maybe it's just me speaking too less, but
okay, I'll crank you up. Thank you for the shout out. All right, so we see we got the veteran streamer here. He knows all. He's keeping an eye on my chat. That's great. Okay, I'm still getting used to this. But yeah, so I think one of the things about the Noob versus Pro series that I did with my editor is that he didn't play Raid, and so we started new accounts on the same day when Sun Wukong dropped, and we played those. So those are now almost 150 days old, I think. And what I found is something I knew from other experiences, which is like the first 60 days are really a roller coaster. Like the first week is super hype, and then it kind of, you get out of that first week and it kind of dies down a little bit, but then all of a sudden you'll make your first like really great poll, and then all of a sudden you're building all these teams again and you're making progress everywhere, and then you kind of get into a lull, and then you start making clan boss progress, and like you get all pumped for that, and you have the 2x events and you get another good pull, and it's like there's this up and down, but it's in general it's like a pretty hyped time. Like it's really exciting, and then you get like I don't know, you get to a point where all of a sudden the progress slows down, where it's like now you're making really incremental progress. Like, okay, I did it, 22 million a key. Now I did 24 and a half. Now can I get to it? Can I get there to that 3 key? But it's like it might take you a week to do it. And so it's this like emotional roller coaster. And I think the part that I actually like the best, the part that I enjoy the most in the account, is when you get to about the 5, 6, 7th month mark, where it's all that, where now the grind has kicked in, and you can just start applying like your efficiency methods and your free to play mentality, and just like make continuous progress, and there's still tons of excitement from shard pulls, but the game isn't about the shard pulls anymore. You have a core. Now it's getting the most out of that core. And so it's kind of funny because we got to around 145 days and we decided to end this series. And I'm like, literally, the account's getting really interesting right now for me. So I actually, even though the hype is fun in the early days, I actually like months 6 through 12 more. And I think most players don't. Most players get to that point and they're like, that's the boring mid game stuff that nobody wants to do. And I'm like, that's where I actually start salivating. I'm like, ooh, now we get to like make cool solutions for stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about it? Like when you do a new account, when you get to like the 90-day mark, does it feel like the honeymoon has ended and you're not that interested in it? Or do you start getting more interested?
I don't think it's, honestly, from my experience in the past of doing it, is I don't think it's me that kind of falls out of it. I think just the viewers might not just have the excitement for that. I don't know what it is. I feel like at the start, everyone wants to see, what you're getting at the start, how you're going to do stuff this quickly, and, a kind of goal. I think afterwards, when it just turns into just free to play action, like it's still relatable and enjoyable, but unless that's like what you're known for and that's what you do, then maybe people just fall out of it. I feel like for my channel anyway, people come for like more dedicated guides of like, not early game in a sense.
Right.
That's basically just what my viewership is based off. Everyone's different. So for me, I felt like people was falling a bit out of touch of it, I guess, last year. But yeah, this year, I feel like I'm doing it a bit different. I'm not rushing into it as much in terms of 6-star, like I said before. What I'm going to be doing is literally, I'm laying the foundation from now, like I mentioned at the start, and just slowly but surely building up my core team together. Because last time when I was rushing towards Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss of Deadwood, that was literally my only focus, and I neglected every other area in the game just to try and do that. And then I put myself in a situation now, I've built everything for Clan Boss and I can't even beat Dragon 20. So I can't be doing that stuff this time. So I'm trying to actually strategically think outside of just Clan Boss and everywhere in the game, which is the reason for the Mordecai pick, to be honest. But not Mordecai, the Miscreant Monster.
Right. And I think that makes sense with that mentality. When you've played, and I don't know how many, free to play accounts you've like run up over time. We all do like, self-referral accounts and stuff, but I mean like legitimately played. But I've probably done, I've run at least 30 accounts to 50, but of those 30, maybe a dozen, like 13, 14 were like legitimate accounts. And some of them I didn't run much past there. I just ran there and then I was messing around and having fun. But I think one of the things that you see based on the way the game unfolds account after account after account is that the game is really designed to be for the progress to happen everywhere a little bit at the same time. It's not really like you can master, Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss before you start worrying about dungeons. Like the power.
I learned that the hard way.
and like what you were just saying, like if you do sacrifice everything to do that, your account gets out of balance, right?
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, the challenge from the event is such that you want to maybe concentrate on some areas more than others. So it's like, if you're getting potion keeps up, your dungeons are going to be rising. As your dungeons are rising and your potion keeps are going up, you get more powerful champions. That helps your clan boss team. As you get clan boss team, you get more, shards and books that allows you to, book out your legendaries and get more legendaries. And it's like all of that happens like it's constantly in balance. And to deliberately force it out of balance is tricky. It's hard to do unless you actually get a pull that does it for you. Like if you pull an early game Krisk or a Krizia or Yumiko or something silly that just makes the game broken, and I've never really been able to force it out of balance for very long. And every time I've just gone with it and been like, okay, let's maintain the balance and just work a little, like don't forget anything. Don't drop any of the 12 balls you're juggling. Like make sure you keep all 12 in the air. I've actually progressed pretty like smoothly. And I rarely get stuck unless my roster goes just from RNG goes really badly. So like, I feel
so this is the thing. It's like, it's, do you know what it is? If you've got like a challenger, like what happened with me and Deadwood was like probably a very rare occasion of it.
yeah,
But once you get yourself into that kind of situation for content where there's now a battle where you have to get,
Right.
if I said, if I called out you right now, obviously we're in the same team, I'm not going to do that. But if I was to be like, yo, listen, Red, you know, Hydra boss first to get to the 1 key normal, like just like subconsciously in your head, everything you max up is going to be for the Hydra boss, and you will
Right.
neglect those areas. So
Right.
that's why this time, I, like when Deadwood was kind of teasing me a bit on the live stream the other day, I was like, I didn't want to bite. I was like, all right, let me relax for a bit because we got a whole team to think about here. Because I would have went for
Right.
it. I'd have been like, all right, Deadwood, here we go, round 2.
You know, honestly, I would have been behind you. I would have been fine with the challenge. But you're right that there is that like over focus. In fact, what would happen is probably what happened last year is like you stopped thinking about the contest as a contest with anybody else, and it just becomes a one-on-one thing. You know, and
That's true.
that
Yep.
you know, that's also part of it. But I enjoyed, that was one of my favorite aspects of last year's challenge, was seeing you two guys go at it and the banter and stuff. That was really fun.
Honestly, that was in. I've been doing this game for 3 years content, and I
Yeah.
think that was like the most engagement me or Deadwood got like over a month period.
Yeah.
Like every video was just, everyone was just so engaged in it. I don't even know how it happened. It literally came from such a subtle bet that I made in a video. I just said it randomly, and it turned into such a big like thing. I don't know what happened, man. But
Oh, it was fantastic. Well, I think the thing that happened is like, because I saw your video and the little challenge and I thought it was kind of cool, but he ran with it. He like hyped it. And as soon as he did, I think the community was like, whoa, YST, how are you going to respond, man? Are you going to take it? Come on. You know, and then it's like, now once your communities are pushing you like that, you get hyped, and it's really fun.
that was my life. I didn't do anything for a solid month. And when I lost to him, I swear I was like, there was, do you know what it was? I was so damn close as well. Like, we was actually, what was actually more interesting was like, we both had very different teams, very different composition ideas. And we were so close up until the last week. Like you couldn't call it. And then he just kind of ran away with the Elva Autumnborn and tanked it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, like I lost it. but it was very interesting. Like me or Deadwood, even behind the scenes, like we just didn't know who was gonna win. Like it was very, very close.
Yeah. And that was cool. I'll be honest, I didn't get all the way to the end of it. I don't think. Like I followed it for like 3 or 4 weeks, I think, and then I kind of lost track of it, and I didn't know what happened until literally the last episode. You know, and so then I discovered how I was pumped. It was really fun to see it, you know, but I think also just the fact that you guys have really good chemistry, like, you know, you vibe off each other and you riff off each other, and like your communities get behind that. I see that with my editor and myself. Like Sun and I have good chemistry on screen, and people in chat are constantly trying to get us to, you know, they're always poking the bear. They're like, hey, maybe we can get them to be a little bit, you know. So like we ended this series where we were being competitive, and now it's like, now we're friends again, and people are like, no. It's like, we don't like that. We want you guys to fight. It's more fun, you know.
This is the thing, like I'm scared to do a collab with Deadwood now, because every time if I go to do it, people just expect me to call him out. It's like me and Deadwood are just good friends behind the scenes as well, guys.
Yeah.
It's not just fighting all the time.
Exactly.
So I think if I was to ever call out nub raids, I think that would be like the biggest thing ever.
That would be fun. I would watch that.
Crazy if I did that.
I would watch that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because me and Nubs are like really close, like behind the scenes as well. And it's like, if that ever came to life, I don't think I could ever do that though.
No, that you just said, you're like, you know, you're on my team, I won't call you out. I would be okay with it. Like we could have a little bit of a side thing going on within the team. You know, give me a little handicap. You know, spot me a couple of points, and I'll see if I can match you. You know, like I don't mind the challenge. It'll get me excited to come in here every day. But I guess my point just being like, you know, knowing that you do have that good relationship with those content creators can make the rivalry seem really fun, because you know it's not like there aren't going to be bad feelings about it.
Yeah, it's fun until you lose everything like me, man.
Well,
I've lost.
yeah.
I've lost every. I've done every single content creator challenge since they started, and I've lost every.
But you know
I
what's going
lose
to
everything,
happen?
man.
YST, one day you're going to win one, and your community is
No,
going to be
we are gonna
so
win
hyped
it.
for you.
We're winning this one, Team Shadowverse.
I like it. I like it.
We got this one.
I like it. Team Shadowverse. When are they going to change our name? Did they change our name on the website yet?
I don't think it's been updated yet. Maybe they're just waiting for everyone else's names.
Yeah. But I like our name. I'm pumped for it. People are already using it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times. Everyone's saying Team Shadowverse. Let's go.
Yeah. So I'm excited. But yeah, it would be cool. Like, see, that's what's going to happen. This time you're going to win. And when you do, one, people are going to want to see you rub it in Deadwood's face a little bit. Like they're going to be asking you to be like,
wait,
all right.
no, that already happened a little bit. I already had that glory because when we did the clan boss, I'm not sure if you tuned into the clan boss draft. I came second. I came in like literally a couple million under Hell Hades. I managed to beat Deadwood in that one. I was like, there you go, Deadwood, I got you, bro. So we've kind of squashed that part now. It's finished. It was like we like 1-1, so we need one more last one to define it.
Yeah, but then whoever loses gonna want to go again. You know, it's like it's never gonna be ending.
Best of three. That's it.
Best of three. I feel like until you walk away from the desk, until you stop making content, like that content will always draw. Do you know what I mean? It's just fun. It's fun.
You're gonna see tomorrow's video. YST calls out Deadwood.
Literally any video where you ever call out anybody, I'm gonna watch it. Like I know I'm going to watch it. You know, and I can't imagine that your community. And it's like you're not just trying to constantly pick fights, but I mean, every once in a while, it's just fun where it's like, okay, let's see this happen, because I think one of the things that, you know, at least I've gotten from my viewership, and I don't know exactly how your community feels about it, but there's an expectation like that the content creators know what they're doing, that they're good players, and to see two good players go up head to head in a game that normally doesn't like showcase that. Like you don't really see the head-to-head matchup ever, you know, like it's primarily PvE, and the PvP is kind of hidden behind, you know, like a curtain. Like you get to see the points but you don't know how it unfolds. So to see two good players duke it out live is like a whole new experience. And people get behind their communities, and like I can tell, like from my community, people they want to see that content. They're just like, yeah, let's see, like show us this. It's always show us this. It's never just like, you know, no, just keep giving us guides. We love the guides, you know, like they do love the guides, but it's never just that. It's always like, show us more, you know. Yeah. So, and I get up for it too. It's fun to turn this single player game into a multiplayer game.
Yeah, I've had some comments recently as well. People ask me, "Oh, why do I keep doing the free to play?" And that is like one of the main reasons. It's like we've been like, especially because I've been covering this game for so long. It's like sometimes you kind of get wrapped up in your own content creator world where you don't do a lot of collaborations or you don't get to know loads of the new people. Like even with this series now, I would say I didn't know 30 of the people that was getting involved, and now I do. So I think that's what's kind of like the beautiful thing that comes out of it for me. You know, getting to know new people, speaking with people like yourself. Like me and you probably didn't maybe not have spoken for like, you know, a few months or something. You never know, right? If it wasn't for this. So
exactly. And yeah, I mean, I didn't even know there were this many content creators. Like
I was shocked. I was speaking with Saf. I was like, "Oh, so how many people have signed up?" He was like, "Oh, almost 50." I was like, "You what? There's 50 creators," and that's not even including like some of the native speaking ones as well, and maybe like you know, Russian or Spanish, or there's probably like 100 raid creators out there. We just don't know.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking to Jay Giggs. I did a collab with Jay Giggs, and I think it was Jay Giggs. Yes, and he was saying that, you know, there are a lot of content creators if you include all the languages, you know, and so when you're in the content creator program, like you might only be talking to the guys who are in your language, but there are a lot of content creators in the program. And I hadn't even thought about that, not because like I do watch content creators who do like English language content, but clearly they're, you know, it's their second language. There are a lot of guys who I watch who are like that, but you know, I don't know what the culture of raid is in other places. So it was interesting to hear that there were that many content creators from around the world. So, like maybe that's one way to change up the challenge in the future is like to do like an around the world thing, do it by country. Do you know what I mean? Like make teams out of the countries and do it like the Olympics or something, or like do it by continent, do it North America, Europe, Asia, like do it like that. That would be a fun way to do it in the future. It would be cool.
Really cool. As long as we can, like, I think one of the hardest parts is just the communication part, is the different time zones and trying to get everyone on board for a specific amount of time, because everyone has different lives, right?
Sure.
That's like the biggest challenge of these things. Like, especially with this one, we even feeling it right now in our group, right? We're like, we're trying to organize a collaboration, but the time zones are just not there to kind of do it. So, yeah, it's kind of the hard part of it.
Yeah, I agree. And for me personally, like I said in the chat, like if I have to wake up 2 hours early or stay up 2 hours later to make it work, I'll do that. I don't want to. I don't want to like this is fun, like having my stream and having you come on, and I'd be happy to do that with guys and join their stream and chat. But like I also don't want this to take over my channel to the point where I'm not actually fulfilling my streaming schedule. So I want to make sure that the viewers get the streams and the videos that I'm normally trying to create anyway. But I will extend my day. So if we can find a time where we can get all 6 of us, that would be great. But even if we just do it as, like 3 and 3, or if we do it as like everybody joins everybody else's channel at some point, or I'm willing to do a lot to make this work. And so hopefully we can figure something out.
Give it a week, give it 2 weeks. I think it calms down a lot. Like your normal video schedule. Because there's always the first week is, oh my God, it just feels like free to play every day. Yeah. Once that energy drops down, you're not going to be able to farm like that or stream like that anymore. To the same amounts that you might be doing at the beginning. Because even right now, look at your energy. You got 3 energy, right? Right. But you got all of this one to do. But like once this kind of section here finishes, you're literally going to come to a point where you're waiting for energy to reload. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's funny. In my new Versus Pro series, this didn't happen for like a week or something, and now it's happened on day 4. So I feel like it's weirdly like day 2 or 3, because we started so late on the first day. Yeah, it's literally 2.5 days, weirdly, like actual playtime. Yeah, and it's also weird because like I did a 16-hour stream one day and then I missed the next. You know what I mean? It was like it's so imbalanced. So yeah, I just played like a marathon first day and then basically haven't played since. How's your sleep schedule been since you started this? Oh, I'm averaging about 3.5 hours a night. Well, do you know what it is? My wife's calling me the vampire because I'm sleeping in the day and I'm awake at night, right? Right. Like for the last 2 days, I physically can't go to sleep until 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. Yeah. And it's like, it's not even because I want to. I'm literally trying to go sleep like way earlier. But my body clock is just not there. It's because I think it was that first day streaming. When I first did the first free-to-play one, I streamed till like 4 or 5 in the morning. Mm-hmm. And then since then, it's just been a shambles, man. So I'm trying to I was going to stream today. I was like, I can't do it, man. I'll just put a video out and I need to get back to normal, man. I wish I could have put a video out. I made the opposite call. I was like, I can't make a video today because my editor's off doing his thing. So I'm going to just go ahead and run a stream. So when you say your editor, is that so? You always say someone called Son. Is that actually your son or your friend's? No, I'm genuinely intrigued because I always see you say. I wasn't sure if you're calling. I'm laughing because of chat's reaction to you asking that question. Like that's going to be a thing now. No, so what happened is, so I have a friend. His name is Sun, like S-U-N, like the sun shining in the sky. Oh, so the way that you kind of say it in stream is that, oh, yo, Son, can you do this? I always think, oh, it's Son. Yeah. So what happened is in videos, I would just we were doing this Noob versus Pro series with Wukong, and I would say my editor Son, like my editor named Son, and I will be coming. But because of the way it sounds, everybody was like, your editor has a son and you're playing with that kid. So I would say like my editor's son. And then that's the other thing. Then people were like, oh, maybe he's just your son. No, he's just my friend. His name is Sun, like in sunshine. And it's just a weird, quirk of pronunciation that everybody thinks he's somebody's son, maybe mine. But yeah, so the whole time I thought he's your editor. Oh my God. Yeah. So he's actually my editor.
and his name is Sun. So I have changed the way I say that. I now say my editor, whose name is Sun. It's like, because, and it's, you know, it's a meme in my channel, in my community. So, but yeah, so, you know, we've been friends for over a decade, and we met playing games, and we played a lot of games together. We played literally dozens of games together. And so when I decided to do this channel, I asked him if he wanted to be the editor. And he didn't know how to edit, but I taught him a little bit. I got him, you know, started. And then I just knew, because of who he was, he would dive into it. And so if he wanted to do it, and he said yes, and he's great. I mean, he's fantastic. And it's so much fun doing it with him. And like, I've edited my own videos, but I'm very busy. Like, I have a very busy life outside of this. Like, I still have my full-time job. This is not my full-time job, you know.
So what do you do for your job, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a private educator. I'm what's actually called an independent educational consultant. And what that is I provide like supplemental educational support to individuals and organizations. And I can do that in a variety of ways. But so like, I can do tutoring, I can teach in classes, I can do career advising, I do all sorts of stuff. And I've been doing it for so long that every year I add another service. I add another thing that I do. So like, okay, you know, I started with like tutoring the SAT and ACT, which are like the standardized tests here for getting into college. And then I added like college advising, and then I added essays, and then I added applications, and then I added career advising, then interview advising, and then creative writing, and then like all this. And, you know, it just became all the subjects. I literally can teach 90% of the subjects that a high school teaches. So people sometimes come to me for their equivalencies. So people who don't want to complete high school in high school, but still want to get what's called their GED, can do that privately, and they just have to take a test and pass it, and then basically they graduate. And so I coach people on how to do that. And I've worked with schools, like I've consulted in schools, and yeah, usually I consult in schools on like their college advising program or their test prep program or something like that. Mm-hmm. So that's some of what I do. But like, I'm still doing all of that and trying to do this. And I want to stop doing most of that and focus on this. But I'm not there yet. And it's probably going to be, you know, another year before I'm there. But in the meantime, like having a dedicated editor who's a friend, and we can like play together and have fun together. He also just covers a lot of ground, you know, like he's that kind of guy. He just covers a lot of ground. So it alleviates some of the pressure on me to like be my own editor and the thumbnail artist and the business end of it and the correspondence and all that stuff, and have to do literally everything and wear all those hats for two businesses. So it's been great, you know.
Yeah, I've actually got I've got someone that can edit my videos. I just don't. He makes like recently he started to make my thumbnails and stuff. Mm-hmm. But video wise, because I edited my own videos for so long, I just like that creative control. It's so weird.
Yeah, like, I get that.
I could save my time. I could save so much time by letting them do it. But I don't know. Do you know what it's just like when something's a part of your routine in a sense? It sounds very odd, but I find it like kind of, what's the word? Kind of relaxing a little bit. It's like I'm not recording, I'm not streaming, but I'm still kind of just working on my stuff in a way. Yeah, I like editing. I learn stuff as well every day when I'm doing it.
You do. And I think for me, the reason, let's see.
Triple roll crit rate. Let's go.
Triple roll crit rate. Nice. What piece?
I'll take it. Avenging.
No, but what piece?
Helmet. On the just triple roll. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll take it.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I think for me, the thing is, like, if I had decided to do this on my own, I do the thumbnails. I can do the video editing. I actually like the thumbnails. Like, I taught Sun how to use the software that he uses to make the thumbnails, and we still collaborate on the thumbnails, but it's like over time, over the past 6 months, it's gone from it being like 60-40 me to like 10-90 hip, you know, like he's doing 90% now. And that's great. And so he's taken on all of that. And then same thing with the editing, like the editing, he's just been skilling up. But the thing that just that allows me to do the things that I'm better at. You know, allows me to focus on the things that I'm better at, and allows him to focus on the things that he's better at. And
100%, yeah.
so that's good. But in terms of what you were talking about, in terms of creative control, you know, early on when it was still us really collaborating on all of those things, I made a decision, which was that rather than try to give him a lot of direction so that he would do what I wanted, I decided to not give him any direction.
See,
Like
that's a good thing you could do, because then you don't have to, because I feel like, do you know, if you just give too much direction and then it comes back and it's like, oh, that's not what I wanted. In that time, you could have just edited it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what I had to decide to do was like, I'm just going to let him edit and we're going to see what happens. And we talked about some edits, you know, and we're like, oh, he would give me feedback. This is a thing that you could do that would make it easier. And I'd give him feedback. I was like, this is a thing that I would like to incorporate more of or less of. And, you know, we found our equilibrium really quickly. And the result of it is that now I don't have to worry about checking his edits. I don't, you know, I just don't check the edits. I'm like, I just post them when they're done. And I trust that it's going to be good. And if there's a problem with it, I'll just tell you about it later and we'll figure it out for the next video. But there almost never is, you know, so it's just like, because I didn't over direct him, he just skilled up so fast without me like micromanaging him that we're at a point where we just trust what's happening. And that's just a headache that I don't have to deal with. It's awesome. Like the idea of like, if he decides he's done with this and he doesn't want to do this anymore, and the idea of like breaking in a new editor, like starting with somebody that I don't know and trying to build that same relationship, I'm like, I don't want to do that again. It's like, if he leaves, I'm just going to edit my own videos because I don't want to work with anybody else, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. I need to use the editor more, because I've got the same one as that we use for Hell Hades and Saf as well. So, it's called Grim, but he makes like amazing thumbnails, like 100%. And even the editing is so good. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I just like editing, man. I like editing. It sounds so weird. You know, if anyone that makes content, right, editing could be the bane of your existence. You save so much time. Yeah. But I don't know. I just feel like, do you know when you record a video, right, you could literally just like straight into the edit. It's just fresh. Like, you know where you messed up in a sense.
Yes.
Because what I tend to do is if I mess up in a video, I'll stay quiet for 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So then what, I know exactly where to cut. So it literally takes me like, I don't know, 5 minutes to edit a video. So yeah, it takes us a lot longer to edit a video because I mess up a lot. Yeah,
and
that's the thing. Do you know, if you have a kind of rule where you're like, okay, whenever I mess up, I stay quiet for this amount of time. Right. On the dashboard, you know exactly where you need to cut, instead of having to like watch through the entire video and be like, all right, I messed up there, I messed up there.
No, that's something that we figured out early on, and so I do that. But because I know where I messed up, but he didn't watch the recording, you know, he doesn't know where I messed up, so that does take a little bit longer. But we've implemented those little time-saving tricks. But I think the other issue was that, like, early on, my goal was to be clean all the way through in one take. Like, that was my goal personally. I was just like, all right.
It's so hard to do that, man.
And it really is. But when you make it your goal, you can do it. And in fact, I was early on doing it. But then he was like, you don't have to be perfect. You can just like stop, pause, do a retake. You can talk to me, let me know that this is what you want. And I was like, oh, I can do that. Now I can't do anything in one take. Like for 3 months, I've just been like, oh, you know, all right, take 2, you know, so I'm going to do this one again, you know, or whatever. And so I think that, you know, the recordings that he used to get were like, okay, it was a 40-minute recording and it would turn into a 37-minute video. And now he gets an hour recording and it turns into a 25-minute video. So I just feel bad. I'm like, it's a much heavier editing job than it used to be.
Yeah.
But the videos are better. You know, the videos are way better than they used to be.
So do you throw kind of like extra edits than just the cuts in a sense? Do you have like overlays or?
Yeah, we do some. And I leave that basically up to his discretion. And sometimes he gets on kicks where he's like, he wants to learn new things. And so he starts doing more of that. But I would say, you know, we do some overlays when we're doing like information heavy videos so that viewers don't have to track it 100%. And then the other thing that we'll do is sometimes like we'll do a fun kind of different video. Like we did this one thing where we were pulling shards against each other and keeping score. So we did like overlays for that. But in general, it's a relatively clean edit. It's mostly just putting the sections together and cutting out the bad stuff. So not a ton.
I think raid is quite easy in that sense. Like, obviously Ash does it in like a really cool way as well. Like, with all the funny little skits in the middle. But in the grand scheme of things, like editing for a game like this is very simple.
Yeah, and it's simple enough that like most content creators like you like to do. Yeah, you can just do it on your own.
Because when I first started, I didn't know how to make a thumbnail. I never used the editing software in my life. I never uploaded a video on YouTube in my life. I didn't know anything about it. It took me, but I learned pretty quick.
Yeah,
YouTube tutorials, right?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, like I'm a creative anyway, so like I have a background with like producing creative work. I wouldn't call it art necessarily. Like I'm mostly a writer, but I do some visual art stuff. And so I actually had familiarity with the programs before I started doing content creation. So I had several years of work in GIMP, which is like the graphic image manipulation program. So it's like, Photoshop. And I had been messing around with the video editor for like, I use oh my gosh, why can't I think of the name right now? DaVinci Resolve. I use DaVinci Resolve.
Oh, how is that? Is that any good?
It's beautiful. It's absolutely awesome.
The thing is, I use Premiere Pro, right? But I'm not sure if I even need something like that. Might need something simpler, but
no, Premiere Pro is good. DaVinci is not simpler. DaVinci is really robust. So I think that it had a reputation, I think, for being more about like color fixing. Like I've talked to editors in other industries and I'm like, what do you use? Because I'm curious. And I've mentioned DaVinci Resolve and they're like, oh, that's great for color correction. And I'm like, yeah, it's also great for everything. I mean, it's literally, it does everything that you need to do. And it does it all free. You don't even have to pay for it. If you buy the like premium version, there are some like additional functionality things. But my point being that, so I was using that for a couple of years. And so when Sun came on board, I just showed him the programs that I already knew how to do. And now within 6 months, he's better at both of them than I am. Do you know what I mean? Like he knows more about both programs than I do. But the funny thing is, like, I taught him everything I knew, and then he went and, used it every day and skilled up. But we were collaborating so much that like he came back and taught me what he knew. So I've actually gotten better, from his experience. Like he's gone and like gotten the skills and then showed me how to do it. So I feel like I've gotten crib notes on how to become an editor, So yeah, it was fun. Like I put together a thumbnail. So I wasn't here yesterday, and he did the live stream by himself. And I put together
that was Sun that I seen yesterday on the stream. Yeah.
Did you see the thumbnail?
Yeah. I seen it. Where it lured me in, so it must have been a good one.
It was an acid fueled nightmare, I think was his description. An acid fueled nightmare. So it's a very fun thumbnail, but it was like, I put that together in a couple of hours, and it was like, I'm not as fast as he is, but I could still use the program, so it's been really, it is not like there's a lot to it and you can push it really far, but the bar to entry to like get in and edit your own video and do a thumbnail is much lower than I think most people realize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thumbnails is so important. Like, do you know, like I always say that your titles and your thumbnails are just as important as your video. Because if no one wants to click on your video, no one's gonna know how good your video is, right?
Right.
That's one thing that I learned. Like nowadays, I put so much more effort into what the thumbnail looks like and the titles, not just how good the video is.
Yes.
It's very important.
And there's like
just on a side note there. I've done 28 battles of Miscreated Monster at rank 50, and he's done 12 free brutal every time. Let's go.
That's awesome.
Nice. That's actually really good. I didn't expect that. I thought he had to be 60.
That's nice. Last series I had my starter clearing brutal at 50. It wasn't 100%, but it was like, I want to say it was like maybe about 90%. And I was kind of surprised because what happened was I ended up in just tanky gear. Like that's just the gear I got. So she was way tankier than I would normally build her. She was still in lifesteal, and she had like low crit damage, low crit rate, and just like way more HP than I thought I would normally build her in. And as a result, it was like a pretty high success chance. Because between the sustain and the tankiness, it just like took a while. It took like 37 seconds or 40 seconds or something. But it was still, you know, pretty reliable. So now that you're, you know, talking about it, you're like, well, he's at 50, but it's like, yeah, but he's got all of that same stuff that, you know, it's sustain, tankiness, you know, like just survivability to keep going.
Yeah, no, it's really, really powerful, man. I think what's helping here is because we're facing all spirit waves as well, and him being magic, it's powerful. I think I might just should I invest all my books into him now? It's really shocked me. Do you know what it is? I was scared I was going to get all the way up until 12-3 brutal, and then we'd have to 6-star in, because I know that the starter champions like Kale and stuff can get away without the 6-star, but Gallic can't do it. Like I'm really struggling with Gallic to do it. But if he can do it like this, and I'm going to use him anyway, he might just be worth the books to like speed this up if I will use him as a campaign farmer for now.
So I'm just going to remind you, because we talked in the live stream the other day, and you were saying the great thing about Miscreated Monster, he's really effective without books.
Yeah,
that's all I'm going to say.
I'm thinking.
I'm just going to remind you that you said that. You can do whatever you want. I'm just going to remind you that you said that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because even though I don't get the buff values, I get cooldown and damage values. And if I am using him as a campaign farmer, the quicker I can do it with the damage part of it could be beneficial. But the cooldowns is nice, man. For clan boss, the ally protection 4-turn cooldown would be perfect.
You do have to watch out.
Cooldown right now, it's nasty, man.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. For clan boss, definitely. But you do have to watch out, because one of the things that can happen is you can actually outrun your cooldowns if you get too much damage.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where you're like, right now you might be clearing at a pace that allows you to get your sustain back where you need it. And if you start doing too much damage, then you won't be clearing the waves at the right time, and you won't come back around to your sustain.
Yeah, he's got a very good AI from what I'm looking at. Like he won't put the self-heal on himself with the continuous heals until he's below 50%.
Okay.
So it seems like in terms of the A3, he likes to save it until he needs it if he's the only one alive. Mm-hmm. What's really helping is I put the Steadfast Mastery on him. So even though I can't get to the speeds right now, when my food champions dies, I'm getting, what's that, 8, 16, 20. Well, how much speed do I get? Is it? I forgot how much. You get speed for every champion that dies, right?
Yes. Up to 24.
Yeah. So he's basically getting the full value of that pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. He should be. Yeah. If you have 3 food champions. Just a sec, YST. I got to check on something. I'm getting the overtime warning here.
What's that?
No, I just the plan for the stream. I told my wife earlier we have plans, and so she was just giving me a heads up, letting me know what the time was.
Oh, whenever you want to call it, I can leave whenever.
No, I'm not kicking you out yet. No, I'm just I'm going to be going till 5 my time, so I got 26 more minutes, and then I'm probably done there.
That's perfect for me because that'll be 10 o'clock for me, man.
Perfect. So yeah, I just got back from a walk, and that was.
You farming your potions?
Yeah, I'm just pushing. I'm pushing the Arbiter missions.
So whereabouts are you on that right now?
Yeah, I'm past the first batch, and I'm maybe 7 or 8 into the second batch, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
I just passed the first batch. I was on the one where you have to rank up an artifact to 16, but I've retroactively. There's so many that's literally like just click and claim.
Yeah.
After that, so. Yeah,
you get close to this. Right now, I'm on the potion keep one, so there are
Yeah, I'm just super excited. I've got this 12-free farm going, so I've just got multi battles. I was so stressed about that all day. All I was thinking is, please, Miss Creating Monster, without a 6-star, can you do this? Because now this is massive because I don't have auto clickers. That's just the way I play. I don't like.
Yeah, me too.
I've only got these multi battles every day, right? So to be able to go through and just switch out the food and stuff is massive.
Yeah.
Because I know that with the auto clickers, other creators are just going to be flying through it because it just switches out the food for you, or I don't know what it does, but
yeah, honestly, I've thought about and talked about with my community, like downloading an RSL helper. I used it for like 3 months a year ago, maybe. And then, there was an update that broke it and I just got out of the habit of using it. And I never used it for much other than auto battles and auto selling artifacts. But it does allow you to do things in terms of like the multi battles, like where you can just program in what you want it to do and walk away and not have to worry about the fact that you ran out of your multi battles. So
because we got this new feature in the game where we can kind of choose all that, in a sense, it's not, I think for free to play series, it's like much more valuable. Because campaign is like the main area, right? And on our main accounts, campaign is just so much, sometimes you don't even have to do it. You just got so much brews. You can just like rank up a champion.
Yeah.
But, when you're sitting there farming campaign, you actually feeling like, if only, should I just download it?
Right. Exactly.
I will have to sit there and just look at my screen to see if he fails or not. Because I'm spending so much time behind the screen. If I just download it, I'd save so much hours every day.
Yeah, me too. And ultimately, like the thing that really pushed the idea to the forefront was I'm doing the fusion on 2 other accounts and I'm trying to start this at the exact same time. So it's like the number of hours I'm putting in it has literally never been higher. And the amount of time I have to spend on any one account has literally never been less. So I'm trying to find time saving techniques, and the best one probably out there is RSL Helper. So people in my Discord keep saying, you have to download it. You have to download it. Like you're going to do better in this challenge if you download it. So
100% we will. 1000%. Because I remember last time as well, some of the other ones they were flying through, and I was like, how are you doing that? I'm watching the RSL Helper, it just switches out the champions for them. They don't need multi-battles 30 a day.
Right.
They can literally, if they stock up on energy, they'll max up every single champion they want when they're not even at the screen.
Yeah.
And it is massive. I don't know how to run. The thing is, me, right? I should know all this stuff, but I'm really bad with tech. Like if my PC broke today, right, something so small, I would panic. I wouldn't know what to do.
Right.
I've just always been like that. I don't know. But these little things, like if something messes up, I'm just like, I just start stressing out and then I just leave it.
You should try building a PC in the future, because it's a great experience.
My PC, I did build this PC I got right now.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't build it by myself. I did have like one of my cousins help me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I did like buy all the parts myself and kind of like studied what does what.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never changed this PC since I built it. It's just been running, man. Like
How old is it?
My graphics. I think the PC parts inside are very good. The graphics card is kind of, I don't know. I got gifted to it by one of my community members during COVID.
Oh, nice.
So, because do you know how graphics cards, they skyrocketed in COVID?
Yeah,
you couldn't get them anywhere.
Yeah,
so he was like, I've got a brand new one. Like, I'll send it to you from Canada. I was like, oh, that's amazing. Thanks, man. So I've just been using it ever since. And the only problem with it is the port. One of the ports don't work. So what I had to do was buy a 50-inch monitor to act as 2 screens. So I used to have like multi-duo screens, but it kept kind of messing up because the ports were kind of faulty. So I was like, how the hell do I fix this? Just buy a different monitor.
That's a lot, man.
It's cheaper than buying a new graphics card, though, to buy the new monitor. So.
That's true. Yeah, I got a 32-inch monitor for my birthday last year, I think, from my wife, and it's fantastic. And what happened was my previous computer was actually a laptop, and so I had, the bonus monitor. Like I had an extra monitor for my previous desktop, and I had the laptop monitor, so I had 2 monitors. And then when I switched back to a desktop, that meant I lost a monitor, so I had to get another one. And I'm finding that realistically, in order to do this the way I would want to, you really need 3 monitors. So I've got to figure out a solution, because right now my desk can't really hold a 3rd monitor. But so I need to get a 3rd monitor, get it mounted, get like a monitor arm that can hold multiple screens.
That's why when I bought this I bought this 150-inch one, which kind of splits into 3 screens.
Gotcha.
So like right now, so if I've got like, you know how it is on YouTube, you got like your YouTube Studio open, your game, and then you got your kind of Streamlabs on the right or something,
Right.
however, right? So that's kind of just how I got it split up, and it works nicely. But I got lucky though, because there was one guy that lives like close to me. Do you when you have like the marketplace on like Facebook and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And he was selling the monitor for like a third of the price of it is in the shops. And he
Nice.
literally lived like 5 minutes around the corner. I was like, "Excuse me, mate, have you got it?" He's like, "Yes." I was like, "I'm coming right now." I kind of underestimated how big 50 inches is.
Yes.
I picked up this thing. I was like, "Holy crap!" Like, is
Did
this
you
even gonna fit on
carry
my
it
desk?
home, or did you
No,
at
no.
least put it in your car?
No, listen to this, right? I put it into my car, right? And it had to take up the entire back seat. I had to strap it in with like seat belts, like it was my kids. I had to strap it all in. But
Oh,
it's
that's
really
too funny.
nice, man. It took a while though to get used to it, but
That's funny.
it's really nice for
Go-
editing. Because do you know on the editing timelines, sometimes it doesn't fit on one screen. On
Right.
this one, I can have a 3-hour recording all on one screen if I wanted to. So it's nice.
That's nice. Yeah, that's funny. That reminded me of an episode in my life. I had moved up to Boston, and I literally just moved into a new apartment, and there was nobody in the apartment. Like the apartment was empty. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, but I was the only occupant. And I moved in at like 6 p.m. and there was no TV. There were no appliances. There was no microwave. Like there was a refrigerator and like a stove and stuff, but there was literally nothing in this apartment, and it was in the winter. And so like, it was just dark outside and I had nothing to do, you know, like I was just sitting there. I was like, I have nothing. I have I have a bed and my clothes and stuff, but I didn't have anything. So I was like, I'm going to go buy a TV. And so I drove to a store that was closing in like 10 minutes, and I bought the biggest TV that I could afford to buy. And I got it out to my car, and I realized it didn't fit in my car. And so I had to do the same thing. I had to like take it out of the box and strap it into the backseat of my car and like open the window. So like the corner was sticking out of the window of my car.
No.
And I got back home, and no, it was fine. I got it there. I had it wrapped up in a blanket and stuff. I got it home, and I had to carry this, like, it was like a 50-inch TV. And it was like, actually, it wasn't quite that big. It was like a 36-inch TV, but it was one of those old school, like not flat screen TVs. It was like a CRT TV. And so I had to carry this 36-inch CRT TV up like 3 floors of stairs to get to the top floor by myself in the pitch black. And I finally got my TV in, and I like turned it on, and I put it like on the Tonight Show and just went to sleep. I was just like, but it was just so funny because I was like, I didn't even think about, I was just like, oh, that's the biggest TV I can afford. That's going to be great. And I was like, dude, that doesn't fit in your car. There's no way that fits in your car.
Yeah, you got always measure your car, man. Like even last time, I wanted to buy like a detail glass cabinet, and then I went into IKEA, right? And I've bought this thing. I've carried it to my car, and then I was like, "How stupid can I be? I've literally got my wife and kids with me, right?" I don't even know what I was thinking, right? And then I've gone to the car. Obviously, I put them in the car when I go to collect it, go to the shop. And I've gone to the car, and I just looked at the car. I was like, what on earth was I thinking here? I literally need to fold the seats down, and my kids are in the back.
So what did you just fold the seat down and then they sat on top of it, or
No,
what happened?
I had to go and return it to IKEA. I'll be like, sorry, got no space for it.
Okay, I'm like, what's going on right now with your kids? That's too funny.
I still don't have that glass shelf to this day now, so sad times.
Right now, son is thinking about his glass shelf. He's got probably that same one from IKEA that you wanted. It's beautiful setup in his apartment. So I don't know that stream that we were talking about that he did yesterday. You know, he started it where he had a picture of himself like Harry Potter in the cupboard under the stairs. You know, and he's like, I'm finally out, you know, like I've been freed. I'm not in the cupboard anymore. The dude lives in a 3-bedroom apartment by himself. He has more room than he has any right to. And he's just like, yeah, Cole keeps me in a cupboard under the stairs. I'm like, dude, I wish I had your apartment.
Yeah, good. Yeah, actually, I did see that thumbnail with him underneath Harry Potter's stairs and the zombies on the top right.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen it. Because I'm a Harry Potter fan myself. Like, it's my guilty pleasure.
Aha.
It,
So
it lured me in.
I just my wife is not a gamer at all, and but I did just convince her because she's a Harry Potter fan to play Hogwarts Legacy with me. Have you tried it yet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get it like the day it launched?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I said to myself, I'm not gonna buy a PlayStation 5 unless like a Hogwarts Legacy edition comes out, so I can get like the special console.
Right.
But then I ended up just getting the PlayStation early, and then my wife gifted me the game.
Nice.
So
yeah.
So win-win. I got lucky.
We just started it, and it's been really fun. It's a very cool game, but it's also just funny watching her. Like, we sat down, and there's, how it walks you through the opening scene in that game is really long. And so there's the little tutorials, and it's like, oh, hey, walk with the WASD keys, like WASD. And I'm like, and she's like, what? And I'm like, oh, yeah, you've literally never played it. She's like, the last game I played was Mario Kart when I was 13. I'm like, okay, so we have like the basics, the things you just take for granted, like how the camera moves. It took like 3 minutes for her to like mess around with the camera and get comfortable. Like, oh, okay. And then she would like run, and then the camera would like bounce, and then she wouldn't know how to get it back, And I'm like, this is a very different experience playing with somebody who's never been a gamer. So that scene, which is pretty long and would probably take a gamer like 15 to 20 minutes, took us like an hour and 20 minutes. And I'm like, it's cool to be in Harry Potter, and it's cool to play a game with my wife, and it's very funny to watch her try to do like gamer stuff on, in the game. So,
yeah.
But so far, I've been enjoying the game.
Like right now, there's like the Harry Potter studios. So we're like where they made all the movies, they kind of got like a studio tour near London. Yeah. So because basically, if you got children under the age of like 5 years old, you get like they go in for free.
Right.
So what I do is whenever we have like a quick day out, it's like, all right, we're going Harry Potter again, guys. just rinsing it off until like the tickets until they get old enough where it's not free anymore, and we stop going. So I've been to the studio so many damn times. It's like if somebody said to me to map out the blueprint like Michael Scofield in Prison Break, I'd be able to do it.
That's great. Yeah. We're actually watching the whole movie series again to like get into the game. So we're on I guess we're on Chamber of Secrets. We just started it. So, but it's probably the 4th time I've watched the movie series, and it's like the 12th or 15th time she's watched the movie series. But there's something about it. It's just, you hear the music, and like all you have to do is hear the music. You hear a few notes of the music, and you're just like, oh, this is awesome. I feel so happy. You know how I got
into it? When I was a kid, right? My mom used to take me to, there was like a library club where you read like a book I think it was like every day for a week, and then you get into a draw to go to like a movie premiere. Okay. And then back then, this is when Harry Potter first ever came out. So the first ever movie. And me and my little brother actually won the competition.
Cool.
So we went to the first premiere in London of Harry Potter, like with Daniel Radcliffe as well. So he was like watching the movie. Yeah, they do it, the movie premieres and all that.
That's crazy.
But it wasn't that big back then. It wasn't like the massive phenomenon it is now.
Right.
Like, it was like, it was the first movie. Like no one knew, in a sense. So I watched it, and since then I've just kind of, I don't know, just stuck, I guess.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm a little bit older than you. So when it came out, I was, it was younger for me. So it's like I heard about it when it started to get buzz, like when adults started reading it. And so I started reading. I was always a fantasy fiction reader anyway, and science fiction reader. So it didn't strike me as all that like new. Like I don't know if you'd ever read Terry Pratchett. Do you know Terry Pratchett? He's actually a British author, and is
it just a book, or is it movie as well? No,
he's gotten some. Good Omens. I think Good Omens is Neil Gaiman.
I do know.
And Terry Pratchett.
I know. I haven't read them, but I know the covers. I'm aware.
Yeah, so I think he wrote that with Neil Gaiman, but he did a Discworld series, and it was so it's kind of comical, but it's similar in some ways, I guess, a little bit to Harry Potter. And there's some other stuff. But so I was like, oh yeah, these are good, these are fine. And then I think what actually got me into it was the movies. Like I read the books and I enjoyed them. But then I started watching the movies, and I was like, these are really fun movies. They were just fun. And the thing about it is, if you're a fantasy, fan or a science fiction fan, there aren't a ton of like AAA titles that were coming out at the time. You know, it's like you had Lord of the Rings, and then what else did you have? There were no AAA titles, you know. So it's like, or like big production movie titles, you know, or whatever. So it's like, okay, you know, if it's not going to be a massive IP like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, this was a new IP to watch movies from it. And so I just started watching it. And I think the one that I finally convinced me to like fall in love with the series was The Prisoner of Azkaban. So when I watched that movie, I was like, this is really good. I've got to watch all of these movies.
It started to get dark at that moment, right?
Yeah. And it gets a little more adult, you know, it gets a little more adult in that book. And so it's like the first 3 books are kind of fun and, you know, you're enjoying them. And then which one is Prisoner of Azkaban? It's the 4th one, right?
It's the 3rd one.
It's 3rd one.
4th one is Goblet of Fire.
Goblet of Fire is the 4th one. Yeah, so it's the 3rd one. So the 3rd one is like, yeah, the first 2 are kind of just like a fun roller coaster, and then you get to the 3rd one, and you're like, oh yeah, this is like there are villains and there are plot twists, and
you know what? Are you into theater at all?
A little bit, yeah. My wife definitely is.
Have you gone to see The Cursed Child yet?
I have not. No.
Yeah, Cursed Child. I think they've got one in New York now. I've seen it in London.
Okay.
It is so good. It's so good, man.
That's a great idea. You just gave me a great idea for like her next, like maybe for our anniversary present. That's what I'll give her.
Yeah,
like,
because if you've seen the entire thing, especially as a fan as well, like not to kind of spoil it, but you kind of not seen it all until you've seen that.
Okay.
It kind of brings it into a round circle. So if you're someone that likes to rewatch it, if you haven't seen Cursed Child, it's kind of hard to bring it back to the first one again, in a weird way. So
no, that's a great idea. She loves Harry Potter and she loves theater. And I like both of them, you know. So like this game was the Hogwarts Legacy was one of her Christmas presents that I gave to her, and I was just hoping to find a game that she would actually game with me. You know, like we'll occasionally play like party games and board games together, but she doesn't play any video games.
Well, I'm the same with my wife. I'm like dying to play a game, right? And then
yeah,
it was so weird, right? I bought it was something called Nickelodeon Brawl Stars on the Nintendo Switch, which is kind of like a Super Mario, you know, the Bros one when you fight and stuff.
Right.
And my daughters are just like first getting into gaming and stuff. So I was like, oh, what's a decent game to start off with? This looks all right. They know the characters. And then my wife actually enjoyed playing it. I was like, oh, there's no way she's playing games now. I was just like, anything, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. And it's like, I mean, I thought that, you know, Hogwarts Legacy would be the perfect draw because it's Harry Potter and she loves it, you know, so so she agreed to do it, and that's been pretty cool. We've only played it one time, but literally we just got it for Christmas, and I've been so busy with this, so I'm looking forward to maybe we might even play tonight. But yeah, I think that The Cursed Child is great, and I'll have to keep that in mind. So everybody in the stream, she's not watching right now. All right, but our anniversary is coming.
It'll blow you away. Like I've watched so many theater shows. It's kind of something I like to do sometimes, but man, yeah. Cursed Child is. It kind of comes in 2 parts, like how the last 2 movies is. So you'd go watch the first part in the day, go out for dinner or something, and then come back in the evening to watch the second part. So it's like a full day kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah,
our anniversary's in February. It's in just like a month. So I'll see.
You gotta get searching for those tickets now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look. I mean, if not, then we have another thing in the summer. But yeah, I'm looking right now online. They're not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah. So is that the only one? It's in New York, right? If I wasn't mistaken.
Yeah, it's on Broadway.
Yeah, I've never been to New York. I've always wanted to go.
Yeah, I grew up not far from the city, and I had family in the city, and I actually worked in the city for several years. I worked in Manhattan. And it's one of those things where if you live nearby, you appreciate living nearby, but unless you're a city person, unless you love living in the city, you know, then it's the kind of thing where, like, for us, getting in and out of the city is a bit of a hassle, and we don't stay there. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a whole day thing. It's like, okay, it's going to take us 2.5 hours to get into the city. It's going to take us 2.5 hours to get out of the city. And then we're going to do Broadway, which is going to be a 3-hour show. Plus we want to get a meal. So it's like, all right, we got to plan 13 hours for this trip. And we live 50 miles away, you know? So it's like, it's
like me as well. Cause I grew up in London city my whole life. And then when I moved away to the place called Leicester, it's like an hour on the train or 2 hours driving. It's about 100 miles. But it's kind of nice because I kind of go to London as like the day out now. It's not like where I am, so I can enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah.
But I think the thing about New York is I'm not sure if I've been sold a dream here, right? You could tell me. Like I've always said, if I was to ever go there, it'd only be in the Christmas time. Is that something worth doing, or is it
Christmas?
probably a bad idea?
No. Christmas time can be great. It kind of depends. Like the holiday time between Thanksgiving and Christmas is actually a pretty magical time. And there's a lot of cool things to do. But honestly, you could go to New York at any time and you'll have fun. You don't have to wait for Christmas.
Yeah, I was just thinking because I've seen all these movies, right? And it just looks crazy. Like they've got the massive, I don't know. It's like the main thing that I've seen on like movies is Christmas time in New York.
Sure. And Christmas time in New York is very cool. You can go to, Fifth Avenue and walk up and down and see all the window displays with all the Christmas decorations and stuff. You can go to, the Rockefeller Center. There's the, if you stick around for New Year's, there's the ball drop. There's all sorts of stuff. But honestly, like, I think my favorite time is probably, I like early summer before it gets too crazy hot. So if you go in early summer, there's a lot to do. You want to go down to Chinatown. You want to go to Little Italy. You want to take, maybe you want to take a Circle Line tour and go around, on the boats. You want to go to the Met. You want to go to, MoMA, which is the Museum of Modern Art. You want to go to the Guggenheim. Like you want to go to all these, big places. If you're into museums, there are amazing museums. If you're into food, there's crazy good food. If you want to see a show, there's that. But I think that, every season has its personality in New York. I like the early summer because you can rent a bike. You can do the city bikes and just like tool around the city and explore. And the weather's like, it's not bad. At the heat of summer, it can be rough. And in winter, like I was in Manhattan yesterday and it was cold and windy and blustery and not fun to walk around at all. So I definitely wouldn't recommend January in New York. But it's a great place to visit, and it's like your kids will love it. Like it's exciting and it's chaotic and it's overwhelming, but it's also really just fun.
Yeah. All right, cool. I guess I'm gonna start heading out then, so you can wrap up your stream and stuff for the 10 o'clock or whatever time.
All
it is
right.
For you.
All right, YST. I appreciate it. I will reach out in chat, and if we can figure out a schedule for all of us to get together, that'd be awesome. If not,
100%.
We'll just keep doing this kind of thing.
It's been fun getting to know you a little bit more. Chilling.
Yeah, same here. And let me return the favor. So you let me know when you're streaming, and I'll come visit. I'll come jump into your stream sometime.
Yeah, I'll drop it into the Discord group or something whenever I go live. But we'll see.
Sounds great.
All right, cool.
All right, man. Have a good one. All right.
See you.
Peace. All right, that was fun. YST in the house for a long time. That was a nice long call, hanging out with the captain today. And I hope he calls out. I will say I hope he calls out Deadwood or calls out somebody. Call me out, YST. Call somebody out just to add a little bit of extra spice to the mix. Welcome to the Shadowverse, says Justin Lake. By the way, chat, I'm sorry I haven't been keeping up with it as much as I have. There was somebody who gave a little donation earlier. LFC, I wanted to call you out. Thank you so much. That was really fun for me. And YST is just a great guy, and he's like super down to earth and really entertaining. And he knows his stuff. He's a very good player. So, but yeah. All right. So it is 5 p.m. and that is the witching hour here. So I was going to say take a run. I've got to run. I've got to go. That's got to be the end of it for me. So thanks so much for hanging out. We made some progress today. I've been burning through energy like mad. I'm hoping that it's going to pay off. We're going to have to see what happens next. But yeah, keep an eye out for news. If you're part of the clans or looking for clans, keep an eye out for the news about clans tonight and into tomorrow. Like I said, if you are worried about the CVC and you're not currently in a clan, you may want to start looking for a clan to jump into for CVC, just because I can't make promises that we're going to be up and ready with the CPR1. We're going to try, but I don't want you to get stuck. And if we are up in time, you can always switch. There's like no real penalty for switching clans. You just can't use you can't use a Hydra key for 6 hours and stuff like that. So And then otherwise, if you want to become a member, remember you can click on the join button. That'll give you a description of all the different memberships. And like I was saying earlier, members get to force me to make a video they want once a month. And so that video will be coming out next week from this month. And then we'll start up the whole process in February all over again. So if you want to be in on the February vote, you should consider a membership. There are also some cool little tags and emojis and stuff like that. And there are going to be some more coming your way. There are several more that are planned, and I think Sun is going to maybe not love all of them, but I'm going to love all of them. So that should be fun as well. And yeah, and tomorrow is Tuesday, right? Tomorrow is Tuesday. So Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we do our Takeover Tuesday. So if you're looking for a free takeover or you just enjoy watching takeovers, tomorrow at 1 p.m. live stream, we'll be doing free takeovers. You do need to be a member of the Discord community to be eligible for a free takeover. I think that's everything. Son, are you around? Okay, he's not in channel. So for me, I've been Colred. For him, that is my editor, Son, my editor, whose name is Son. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and we will see you somewhere in another video pretty soon. Have a good one.